Hello everyone, how are you doing? Thank you for spending your weekend with us and welcome to our third year. This is Indonesia Blockchain Week for 2021 and this is really special for our third week. This is Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. My name is Tommy Prabowo. I'm going to be your host for today's event. Can I have your virtual big round of applause for everyone here who joined the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021? Boleh minta tepuk tangannya? Terima kasih. Selamat pagi, annyeonghaseyo. Saya Tommy Prabowo, senang sekali. I will conduct this event in Bahasa and also in English. But this is really exciting moment for me to come back to join with all the tokonauts. Selamat datang sekali lagi dan sudah 3 tahun berturut-turut kita menggelar Indonesia Blockchain Week. Tahun lalu kita gelar juga secara virtual, tahun ini juga masih kita gelar secara virtual. Tapi feedback dari teman-teman luar biasa sekali gitu ya, puluhan ribu tokonauts yang sudah bergabung. Terima kasih banyak ya. Ini benar-benar spesial sekali karena hari ini kita benar-benar akan sama-sama cari tahu ya. Ini akan menjadi a special forum on CeFi and also DeFi, and also we will digging more details about Binance Smart Chain as well. Jadi kita akan cari tahu lebih banyak juga, tidak hanya tentang CeFi dan juga DeFi, tapi juga kita akan menggali lebih banyak tentang Binance Smart Chain, ya. Karena dari kemarin kita sempat mencoba untuk membelah Anda semua dengan 2 pilihan. Coba, I need to ask to you guys, are you team CeFi or DeFi? Can you answer me? Which one is team CeFi? Make some noise, Team CeFi. Team DeFi, make some noise. Good, thank you so much. Dan yang pasti juga hari ini bakalan benar-benar spesial sekali teman-teman. Kita akan benar-benar sama-sama mendalami tentang keunggulan dari CeFi dan juga DeFi dan juga untuk Binance Smart Chain sendiri, gitu nanti bakal ada sesi khusus dari developer dan juga ada international speaker yang bakalan bertemu dengan teman-teman tokonaut semua tentu saja ya. Dan pasti juga kita ingin sedikit share bahwa Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021 is organized by Toko Crypto and in collaboration with Binance. And thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you so much Toko Token, SafePal, Certicate, Fortube, Autofarm, and also thank you for our media partner, for Media Crypto. Thank you for Blockchain Media Indonesia. Thank you for Koinvestasi, Aliansi Koin, Crypto Media, Jelajah Koin, Portal Crypto, Chainside, dan media nasional di Indonesia. Thank you for Medcom. Thank you for your coverage. Kumparan, Berita Satu, Daily Social, CNN, Media Indonesia, and also our global media. Thank you for your coverage from Coins Telegram and also BitCourier. Thank you so much for your coverage, guys. But before we will start Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, allow me to greet to our speaker. We have our amazing speaker from all over the world. We will join with us later on virtually. We have Zizi as a CEO and also founder of Binance. Jadi saya yakin banyak sekali teman-teman tokonaut yang udah penasaran banget dan juga pengen ketemu sama Zizi. Nanti Zizi bakalan benar-benar share gitu ya, bagaimana menariknya dari Binance Smart Chain ini sendiri. And also we have CEO and also co-founder of Toko Crypto, Mr. Pang Sui Kai. Pak Kai juga nanti akan bergabung dengan teman-teman. Dan kita juga punya Pak Manda, Teguh Kurniawan Harmanda as a COO of Toko Crypto. And also we have Wei Chou as a CFO of Binance, Jin Chao as a CSO of Binance, and also Zev Chang as a BSC Community Manager. Dan tentu saja biar rasa nasionalisme kita makin kerasa meskipun weekend kita ngumpul-ngumpul, saya pengen ngingetin juga untuk teman-teman tokonauts, jangan lupa untuk collect keywords. So I will mention 4 keyword and also the barcode later on at the end of our sessions. Jadi you need to collect all the keyword, jadi nanti akan ada 4 kata-kata tersembunyi yang nanti akan Tommy sebutkan satu persatu ya. Akan ada lucky draw juga di mana total hari ini we have more than $15,000 ya yang teman-teman bisa perebutkan bersama-sama, termasuk juga ratusan worth of TKO yang teman-teman bisa perebutkan juga, dan juga BNB juga teman-teman bisa perebutkan bersama-sama nanti. Pokoknya ikutin terus sesi yang sangat menarik untuk Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021 ya. Dan sebelum kita akan memulai, biar semakin semangat meskipun weekend, kita akan mengundang untuk teman-teman sikap sempurna. We will sing together Indonesian National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Jadi saya undang untuk teman-teman Tokonauts untuk berkenan bersikap sempurna untuk menyanyikan bersama-sama lagu kebangsaan Republik Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Okay, Tokonauts, to officially open the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, I would like to invite as a COO of Toko Crypto. He will explain about our third edition or our third year of Indonesia Blockchain Week. And this year, Indonesia Blockchain Week is collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. So I would like to invite to share the welcoming speech as a COO of Toko Crypto, Bapak Teguh Kurniawan Harmanda. Silakan Pak Manda.
Halo, selamat pagi Mas Tommy. Oke, terima kasih teman-teman semua yang hadir di weekend yang sangat ceria ini. Perkenankan saya, Teguh Kurniawan Harmanda sebagai COO di Toko Crypto. Sebelumnya saya pengen mengucapkan sekali lagi selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Semoga kita senantiasa diberikan kesehatan selama masa pandemik ini. Dan sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat datang dalam acara Indonesia Blockchain Week Binance Summit 2021. Cerita tentang Indonesia Blockchain Week 2020 pada bulan Agustus tahun lalu, kami sangat senang dengan antusiasme masyarakat terkait teknologi blockchain dan aset kripto di Indonesia. Terbukti di Indonesia Blockchain Week tahun lalu 2020 yang walaupun dilaksanakan secara virtual karena pandemi, namun kami akhirnya sukses menghadirkan sebanyak 30 pembicara baik lokal maupun global, lebih dari 4.500 peserta dan 9.000 lebih penonton live di YouTube saat itu, dan tidak kurang diliput oleh 150 media baik lokal maupun internasional. Oleh project dan partner kami baik di Indonesia maupun internasional. Nah, tepatnya pada hari ini suatu kebanggaan bagi kami untuk bisa mengadakan Indonesia Blockchain Week dengan tema Binance Summit 2021 yang kali ini disaksikan 3 kali lipat nih audiensnya dari tahun lalu, yaitu sebanyak 15.000 audiens terdaftar pada Indonesia Blockchain Week tahun ini. Saya ingin bercerita sedikit bahwa resmi diluncurkan pada September 2020, Binance Smart Chain paling tepat digambarkan sebagai blockchain yang berjalan paralel dengan Binance Chain, namun menawarkan fungsionalitas smart contract serta kompabilitas ya layaknya Ethereum Virtual Machine atau EVM gitu. Nah, hal ini memungkinkan para pengguna untuk merasakan pengalaman dari fungsi transfer data dan informasi yang sifatnya desentralisasi secara cepat dan kuat karena dibangun di atas protokol Binance Smart Chain. Tujuan diadakannya Indonesia Blockchain Week Binance Summit 2021 adalah memberikan informasi bagi para developer agar memahami teknis bagaimana tentang Binance Smart Chain, serta memahami ekosistem dari keunggulan Binance Smart Chain tidak hanya di Indonesia tetapi juga secara global. Nah, bagi para pebisnis ini juga tidak kalah penting dan masyarakat luas pastinya agar mengetahui bagaimana potensi besar untuk pengembangan ekosistem finansial ke masa yang akan datang. Kemudahan penggunaan dan ekosistem yang terus berkembang dengan sangat baik membuat adopsi Binance Smart Chain ini berkembang juga sangat pesat di seluruh dunia. Indonesia kita tidak ingin kalah. Indonesia merupakan negara teratas di Asia Tenggara dan terbesar kelima di dunia yang mengadopsi blockchain protokol ini. Menyadari potensinya yang begitu besar, maka Binance Smart Chain resmi bermitra dengan toko kripto untuk menumbuhkan dan mengembangkan ekosistem ini di Indonesia. Khususnya di lingkup CeFi atau Centralized Finance dan DeFi atau Decentralized Finance. Semangat kami untuk terus menginisiasi berbagai forum, sharing, diskusi yang bertujuan untuk mendorong adopsi yang lebih besar lagi terhadap teknologi blockchain di Indonesia tidak akan berhenti di sini. Hal ini selaras dengan tujuan toko kripto dalam pengembangan toko token yang kita ketahui sering dipanggil atau sering diketahui sebagai TKO ya. Nah, ini yang kemudian juga banyak dinantikan oleh komunitas dan masyarakat. Jadi sebagai token hybrid pertama di Indonesia, TKO kita hadirkan berjalan di atas protokol Binance Smart Chain. TKO saya pakai hari ini bajunya, jadi TKO merupakan token untuk masyarakat Indonesia. Sekali lagi, terima kasih. Selamat menikmati acara ini dan silakan ambil manfaatnya. Salam to the moon. Terima kasih, Mas Prabowo. Kembali ke Anda.
Thank you, Mas Manda. Sama-sama nama belakang ya. There was Teguh Kurniawan Harmanda as a CEO of Toko Crypto, but I already received the recent updates about the tokenauts already registered for our third edition of Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, Pak Manda. Jadi kalau tahun lalu kita ada more than 9,000 viewers, tahun ini yang register ternyata we have more than 2,000 registered tokenauts from all over the world. Tepuk tangan dong! Ada 20.000 lebih dari tokenauts yang sudah registrasi untuk mengikuti Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Okay, right after Pak Manda, I would like to invite to share what is exactly the updates from Toko Crypto, and also maybe later on he will explain the information about our third edition of Indonesia Blockchain Week and in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. So I would like to invite to join with me on this virtual stage and greet all the tokenauts as a CEO and also co-founder of Toko Crypto, Mr. Bang Sui Kai. Pak Kai, silakan.
Halo, hai semuanya. Halo, selamat pagi menjelang siang. Apa kabar semua tokonaut dan semua sekarang lagi nonton live streaming ini. Nama saya Kai sebagai CEO Toko Crypto. Senang sekali bisa hadir di sini bersama ribuan. Sekarang kalau lihat YouTube udah hampir 5.000-an audiens yang pastinya sangat antusias dengan IBW sama Binance Summit hari ini. Pertama, izinkan saya untuk membagikan kabar bahagia dari kami. Hasil kerja keras tim, dukungan setia tokenauts dan partners di Toko Crypto yang membuat kami terus tumbuh dan berkembang. Mungkin sebelumnya, sebelum mulai presentasi, akan share screen dulu. Nah, jadi hari ini sebagai CEO toko kripto akan share lebih tentang toko kripto updates untuk tahun 2021. Toko kripto sudah sudah berdiri 4 tahun di tahun 2018 dan toko kripto mencatatkan pertumbuhan yang sangat baik, bisa dilihat di slide berikut. Sejak pertama di launch pada 2018, sekarang udah, kalau lihat di TG komunitas, sekarang udah ada lebih 150 ribuan orang yang di toko kripto TG Group, dan bisa bilang dari tahun kemarin sudah naik lebih dari 400% tahun ini. Dan kalau lihat di trading platform toko kripto, sudah lebih kira-kira 50,000 weekly active traders yang ada di toko kripto sekarang. Dan untuk daily trading volume itu sangat bagus juga. Tahun lalu di platform toko kripto kira-kira kurang lebih 2 juta US dollar per hari, dan untuk tahun 2021 sudah lebih 25 juta US dollar trading volume per hari. Dan ini yang sangat tenang sekali karena sekarang untuk users yang mendaftar ke toko kripto sudah lebih 200 orang, dan yang untuk mobile apps downloads sudah lebih 200 yang sudah download aplikasi toko kripto yang di iOS sama Android. Dan sampai tadi malam, community di TG sudah mencapai, tadi bilang udah 150 ya, dan Twitter followers juga udah tembus ya, sudah lebih 124,000 followers di Twitter. Itu untuk gives toko kripto a lot of boost, and untuk TKO token pasti ada sangat yang menantisipasi untuk kapan akan rilis. Nah, sebagai slide berikut menunjukkan roadmap berbagai inisiatif strategi toko kripto. Nah, bisa lihat di awal 2018 toko kripto baru membangun, dan untuk map toko kripto kami udah dapat sebagai pertama pedagang yang mendaftar ke Bapepti pada tahun 2018 November, dan pada Mei 2020 kami sangat tenang bisa mengikuti Binance untuk dapat investasi oleh Binance, dan juga kami bisa membangun platform toko kripto di atas Binance Cloud, dan itu sangat bagus teknologinya karena itu aman, tradingnya cepat, dan tokens ada banyak pilihan. Nah, untuk tahun 2021 roadmap tidak akan ganti. Pasti di tahun 2021 Q1 tetap TKO semangat bisa official launch di dalam Q1, dan di Q2, Q3 kami akan lanjut untuk release untuk TKO bumper pool sama NFT arcade. Sekarang industri NFT sudah sangat hot, sangat hype, dan kami menurut kami itu akan menjadi sangat bagus untuk artis industri di dalam Indonesia. Dan juga untuk TKO lending dan borrowing, kami akan lanjut untuk membangun terus untuk bisa membangun itu lending sama borrowing platform untuk orang-orangnya bisa berikut. Nah, toko kripto mengembangkan token TKO sebagai token hybrid pertama di Indonesia di atas Binance Smart Chain, BSC. TKO akan menjadi proyek aset kripto lokal Indonesia pertama yang menawarkan model token hybrid yang unik dengan utilitas seperti token platform peturkan, NFT marketplace, CeFi dan DeFi. Itu buzzword yang sangat hot sekarang ya, DeFi. TKO menggabungkan yang terbaik dari keuangan terdesentralisasi DeFi dan keuangan terpusat CeFi. DeFi's lending and staking products yang dapat membantu mempecat adopsi di antara populasi yang tidak yang besar, sementara CeFi offers easy to use and more mainstream products. Jadi untuk bagaimana bisa bridge the gap between toko crypto users yang sekarang ada di toko crypto dengan DeFi, toko crypto untuk akan mulai memfokus untuk mengedukasi users di dalam toko crypto untuk bagaimana tentang crypto finance sama bagaimana bisa develop utilities such as TKO deposit, savings, cashback di dalam toko crypto exchange. Nah, Binance Smart Chain mempunyai banyak keunggulan. Di antaranya menyediakan biaya yang rendah, kecepatan transaksi cepat, layannya handal dan mudah digunakan. Di mana berfungsi untuk memberdayakan produk keuangan berbasis chain untuk berkembang dan memanfaatkan industri fintech yang sedang berkembang di Indonesia. Nah, dengan visi untuk menyebarkan kebebasan financial kepada semua, Binance senantiasa mendukung toko kripto, platform pedagang aset kripto dengan pertumbuhan tercepat di Indonesia untuk meningkatkan adopsi blockchain dan mendorong penetrasi aplikasi Binance Smart Chain di negara ini. Untuk TKO akan dikembangkan dengan tujuan menciptakan ekonomi token yang akan menguntungkan bukan hanya nasabah tapi juga untuk Indonesia. Hasilnya, platform berfungsi untuk memberikan manfaat paling banyak kepada komuniti. Kerana TKO itu membangun dari inclusive and community-driven approach yang akan memberikan benefit antara lain. We're going to have a dedicated community fund and we're going to be kira-kira approximately akan jumlah half, jadi setengah of the total circulation we're gonna give back to the community as sebagai airdrops untuk grants yang untuk developers bisa apply to get the grants, mining incentives, proposals and other community initiatives. Toko kripto akan terus mengedukasi kepada community adopsi blockchain di Indonesia melalui crypto class. Jika sudah mengikuti untuk crypto class itu kami akan lebih mendorong itu dan sama untuk sharing bareng di dalam YouTube channel kami. Kerjasama dengan kampus dan komunitas dan iconic blockchain exclusive events sama seperti Indonesian Blockchain Week sama BSC Summit untuk bikin acara-acara untuk bisa mendorong adopsi blockchain ke seluruh Indonesia. Dan pasti kami akan kerjasama dengan Binance sebagai strategic partner to toko kripto dan kami akan terus mendorong adopsi blockchain lewat developer fund. Jadi kami akan mengkomitmen untuk ada fund yang untuk orang-orang yang bisa apply untuk dapat supaya bisa belajar lebih tentang bagaimana bisa pakai blockchain in our day-to-day lives. Dan terakhir, ini sangat menarik, sebagai bagian dari TKO initiative, yaitu NFT marketplace atau NFT arcade yang bertujuan untuk mendukung ekosistem content creator di Indonesia. Diawali dengan membuat kompetisi desain NFT berhadiah total 10,000 TKO dan ditandakani oleh CEO Binance CZ. Sudah ada 400 yang masuk dan pemenangan akan diumumkan pada hari ini. Jadi stay tune, akan release right after CZ's fireside chat. So, mungkin udah cukup dari saya sementara. Sebagai penutup, saya ingin kita semua melihat sebuah video bagaimana kami, toko kripto, mempunyai spirit, value, benefit, dan hope untuk Indonesia. Karena ingat itu phrase yang sangat penting, karena trust itu adalah our most valued currency. Salam to the moon.
Let's talk about money. It is a tool that has been at the heart of human development. I believe that the growth of crypto economics will be even better in Indonesia with the support from government and the people. As we tackle bigger and a complex problem like world poverty, climate change, we have to ask, what more can money do for us?
Indonesia is the fourth most populated country in the world. Our population is equivalent to 3.5% of the total world population in 2020. And that means that there's 270 million potential digital wallets having access to financial services. All we need is a mobile phone. Crypto will transform how our 1.1 trillion GDP interacts with the global market.
So Toko Crypto is actually in a very unique positioning, right, where we can combine the benefits of both CeFi, DeFi, merchant, and offer a solution to the Indonesian market. So what we want to build is an Indonesia strategy for the Indonesian, where this solution, right, will be able to reach out to everyone in the country. On top of just financial service, what we hope to achieve this is also like on other areas such as like supply chain management, privacy, data protection, and also like artworks through like the form of NFTs, which is one of the hottest topic in the blockchain industry. So by building on Binance Smart Chain, this will help us to realize numerous potentials that we can achieve through the blockchain technology, and hopefully to build a one and only digital economy for Indonesia.
Toko Crypto aspires to elevate Indonesia's status into a superpower nation, and crypto is a powerful tool. It is a democratizing force that propels us and will level the playing field. Toko Crypto's foundations as a financial enabler in Indonesia are grounded in 4 stable pillars: our credits with the regulators, our support and rapport with the government, our backing from world-class partners, and our loyal customer base.
We strive to be Indonesia's first. We continue to pivot as Indonesia's first while putting Indonesians' interests first. We are the first exchange in Indonesia to be licensed by Bapepti, the first to chair the Indonesian Blockchain Week, and now we'll be the first to release or launch Indonesia's first token. Like when Apple invented the iPod and the iPhone, or when Tesla paved the future for electric cars, same with TKO. The first puts us in a very unique position to shape the financial landscape, creating business opportunities through wallet digitalization. We're connecting the 4th most populated country in the world to the rest of the world.
People need to see crypto asset or cryptocurrency as just an investment tool. Government, NGOs, and private sector companies are recognizing the potential of DeFi and blockchain technology to improve the trust, transparency, efficiency, and legitimacy. Our next goal is to engage with a local stakeholder in delivering a project that solves real issue in the market. Shifting to people join in the world of crypto ecosystem to fund each other and to motivate each other. We will realizing an economy for betterment and impactful for society.
I think that crypto, especially CeFi and DeFi, will steer our economy for the better of the people. In the same way that we cannot live without emails today, once we were also skeptical and distrustful. CeFi and DeFi will definitely become as intrinsically integrated into our finances and businesses. But one day, it will become universally accepted yet invisible, empowering us as a tool. And that is why, in order to make that happen, we believe that trust is our most valued currency.
Trust is our most valued currency. Terima kasih Pak Kai for the updates on Toko Crypto for the past, I think 4 years, yeah, since 2018, and also you just share about not only the updates but also the roadmap. Tahun lalu satu hari aja ada transaksi sekitar 2 juta US dollar ya Pak ya sehari ya, luar biasa loh. Dan selamat sekali lagi Pak Kai untuk semua tim dari Toko Crypto, dan juga selamat juga untuk TKO-nya yang menjadi token hybrid pertama di atas Binance Smart Chain. Dan juga pasti banyak sekali teman-teman Tokonauts yang udah penasaran banget sih soal token hybrid pertama di Binance Smart Chain ini sendiri. Tapi mungkin banyak yang penasaran soal Binance Smart Chain ini sendiri ya. Selamat Pak Kai. Salam to the moon. Saya baru tahu ada salam to the moon sekarang. Oh ya, Pak Kai, jangan kemana-mana, karena nanti right after my session with CZ, we will present the NFT award. Ya, jadi Pak Kai nggak boleh kemana-mana karena nanti barengan sama Zizi akan announce siapakah teman-teman yang udah submit untuk artwork mereka, akan kita announce siapakah yang akan jadi pemenang. Oke, terima kasih Pak Kai. Tepuk tangan dong teman-teman.
Terima kasih.
Untuk CEO dan juga co-founder dari Toko Crypto, Pak Pang Sui Kai tentu saja. Oke, dan pasti dari teman-teman juga semakin paham gitu ya bagaimana perjalanan dari Toko Crypto sejak 2018. Tadi Pak Kai sudah menjelaskan lebih dalam lagi. Saya ucapkan selamat pagi juga, selamat bergabung untuk teman-teman yang udah mulai live streaming juga. Dan hari ini kita akan segera masuk ke sesi yang ditunggu-tunggu. Pasti banyak banget teman-teman yang udah nggak sabar banget ketemu sama Zizi tentu saja. Dan sosok yang memang sangat-sangat melegenda sekali bersama dengan Binance. Kita akan segera ngobrol bersama dengan beliau sesaat lagi. Jadi siap-siap. Ini akan menjadi momen yang sangat-sangat berharga sekali untuk teman-teman bisa tahu banyak gitu ya tentang Binance, tidak hanya soal Binance sendiri, tapi juga kita akan spesifik ngomongin soal Binance Smart Chain itu seperti apa. Tadi sedikit sudah dijelaskan secara singkat oleh Pak Kai juga gitu ya tentang hadirnya TKO atau token hybrid pertama yang berada di atas Binance Smart Chain gitu. Nah, untuk BSC seperti apa nanti kita akan cari tahu bersama-sama sesaat lagi. Tapi sedikit untuk mengupdate bagaimana kolaborasi dari Toko Crypto bersama dengan Binance sendiri. Kita dari Toko Crypto ini mulai bekerja sama dengan Binance, itu dimulai secara resmi di bulan Mei 2020 ya, berarti Mei last year we start to collaborate with Binance, dan platform Toko Crypto ini juga sudah didukung oleh Binance Cloud sehingga likuiditas dari Toko Crypto itu tinggi. Nah, kita akan segera masuk untuk tentu saja kita akan cari tahu lebih banyak ya. What is exactly Binance Smart Chain and how easy to use Binance Smart Chains, and maybe we will digging more details about why Toko Crypto chosen as the BSC Developer Fund partner of Indonesia and also as a developer training partner. Nah, sosok yang udah teman-teman tunggu banget gitu ya, CZ ini sendiri, sedikit mungkin saya akan bacakan. CZ is as a CEO and also founder of Binance, is a serial entrepreneur with an impressive track record of successful startups. And he launched Binance in July 2017, and within 180 days, CZ could grow Binance into the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world. Tepuk tangan dong, 180 hari ini menjadi aset kripto terbesar saat ini. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Binance tentu saja, dan langsung saja kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan CEO dan juga founder dari Binance. Oke, teman-teman Tokonauts, this is the CEO and founder of Binance, CZ.
Hi, Tommy. Thanks for having me here.
Hi, CZ.
Hello. Hi, Tommy. How are you?
Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're doing good.
Selamat siang. Selamat siang.
Selamat siang.
Yeah. So, thanks for having me. So, should I go ahead and introduce a little bit?
Maybe you want to greet all the Tokonauts and everyone who live stream us. We have more than 2,000 people already registered, and this morning I got the recent update that we have already more than 5,000 people streaming for the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021.
Okay, yeah. Well, hello everyone. My name is CZ from Binance. Thank you so much for watching, and thanks for joining the BSC community. Yeah, Binance is a proud member of the BSC community. Even though the Binance Smart Chain carries the Binance name. It's actually a community project. So I want to welcome everyone to the community, and thanks for listening in.
Yeah, thank you for more than 20,000 tokenauts who already registered for Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Okay, Sisi, can you generally give an overview of Binance Smart Chain and why it is it created, and what is the main agenda, and what is the goal for Binance Smart Chain?
Sure, absolutely. So Binance Smart Chain is actually a community project that started about a year ago, around this time, maybe like around January last year, so maybe 12, 13 months ago. It was, to be honest, at the beginning experiment. There was Binance Chain, which is a very fast, high-performance chain, but there's no smart contract functions. You can issue tokens and you can trade them. That's all what Binance Chain does. And once we had that, there was very strong demand in the community for smart contract capabilities. So the developers on that team said they think they want to do the next thing to do is to do a smart contract capable chain, and they want to do it in a Ethereum compatible way so that people can migrate easily. They want to focus on high throughput and fast transactions. Which actually leads to low fees, but low fees was not discussed a year ago. So a year ago, all the discussion was about more transactions. I believe the team, the community went to work for about 7-8 months, and then they released something in September last year. And so after the release, the uptake has been tremendous, and we actually did not foresee the low fees being the sort of a competitive advantage. The low fees is a side effect of being able to have high throughput and fast transactions. So that's a side effect initially, but now that's the main selling feature. I believe the team and the community did a really good job making all the tools compatible, not just the smart contracts being compatible, but the entire blockchain compatible with Ethereum. So you can actually easily use your existing wallets like MetaMask, like Ledger, directly on Binance Smart Chain. So I think that's a really, really good job done by the community. And so today, 4 or 5 months later, Binance Smart Chain is handling 2 to 3 times more transactions daily than Ethereum. So that's 200 to 300% more, which is a phenomenal growth. This is way beyond at least my personal expectations. So this is a wild success. And also on this regard, Indonesia is very, very active on Binance Smart Chain. So Indonesia is the most active region for Southeast Asia on Binance Smart Chain, and it's also the 5th largest, most active region globally. So there's a lot of building activities in Indonesia. I think we have to thank the positive, favorable regulations and the crypto industry atmosphere for blockchain development. We just see a large number of developers and large number of users using DeFi technologies. So that's really, really nice to see. And yeah, I really want to thank Toko Crypto for joining the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem fund partner, and also becoming a developer training partner for Binance Smart Chain. So having Toko Crypto's strong support natively in Indonesia is super important for Binance Smart Chain as well. So for Binance ourselves, we are similar to Toko in this regard. We are just a promoter of Binance Smart Chain. Binance Smart Chain is a community project. It's fully open source. So it's just getting a lot of traction. I think basically there's a very fundamental aspect of having low fees. If each transaction on Ethereum costs $10 US, or up to $100 US, sometimes like $500 to $1,000 US, then there's a large population in the world that's just not able to afford that. Only the rich guys can afford those kind of transactions, because if you're paying $100 US in fees, your transactions probably like thousands or tens of thousands of dollars or more. In many less developed regions in the world, including Southeast Asia, those things are just not feasible. And the guys who can only pay lower fees are much higher in number. So having higher fees necessarily excludes a large population from accessing that blockchain. And we want Binance Smart Chain to be the blockchain that enables access for all people around the world at low fees. So so that's something we have Binance have strongly advocate for Binance Smart Chain, and we want to continue to encourage that, and we want to continue to support the development on Binance Smart Chain, and together with partners like Toko Crypto. So we are just one player in the ecosystem, but we are rooting for it very, very heavily. Obviously, because BNB is the native token on Binance Smart Chain, we are financially incentivized to do that. So want to be very transparent, but we don't control the direction of Binance Smart Chain. So today, I want to thank everyone for watching, and I want to thank everyone for developing on it. And I also want to say that's a really smart decision to develop on it, because you will get access to a lot more users.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the updates, and also for the general overview about the Binance Smart Chain. And wow, within a month, you shared that the growth is really, really incredible. Okay, so let's talk about the position. What do you think about the Binance Smart Chain position now among maybe let's compare to the other blockchain? Maybe purely about the adoption and also statistic. For example, comparing PancakeSwap to Uniswap, and also comparing Venus to Ivy, and also Binance DEX to Serum or maybe Kyber. What do you think the Binance Smart Chain position now? Let's compare to the other blockchain.
Sure. So I think the first one to compare that's very obvious is to comparing Binance Smart Chain to Ethereum. I believe Ethereum still commands the very strong network effect in the developer community. There's a lot of loyal developers that's stuck with Ethereum, but we are now seeing more and more developers migrating to Binance Smart Chain, because now they realized on Binance Smart Chain you get a lot more users, and your project have a much higher chance of success. Because if you develop in a place where each transaction costs $100, you're not going to get that many transactions. You're not going to get that many utility out of your project. So we're seeing that migration, but I think Ethereum still commands the lead right now. The amount of money on the amount of funds on Binance Smart Chain is increasing very, very rapidly, but Ethereum still bigger right now. So Binance Smart Chain is still the underdog. It's still the younger, newer player on the block. Comparing the projects on them, so PancakeSwap is probably the most active automated market maker DeFi project, and it's already overtaken Uniswap by volume. So this is something that's really, really interesting to see. I think this happened a month or a month and a half ago. So having lower fees allows more users to access it. So the transaction volumes have already overtaken Uniswap. There's a number of other projects that's parallel on Binance Smart Chain, and we can compare them to Ethereum counterparties, and they're growing really, really fast. The stablecoin projects, Venus is growing really fast. There are other DeFi projects, many of them. I will not list them by name because I won't be able to go through all of them. And if we compare Binance Smart Chain ecosystem to other ecosystems, say Polkadot or Cardano, etc., there's a much easier. It's much easier for projects from Ethereum to migrate. Whereas where we see most of the other brand new blockchains that are not Ethereum compatible having difficulty with the migration. Basically, it's a chicken and egg problem. If you only have one or two projects, if you only have a small number of projects on active on a blockchain, they can only attract so many users, and then it makes it harder for third, fourth, other newer projects to join in because the ecosystem is small. Whereas Ethereum have this network effect where the ecosystem is already large. And having that difficulty in migrating the code base has been a blocker for many migration attempts. We see this as a major blocker for, we learned about this as the major blocker for other blockchains that are not Ethereum compatible. And luckily, this is not my decision. Somehow the BSC guys decided to make that 100% compatible with Ethereum. I think that really, really helped with the migration and adoption of Binance Smart Chain. So there's different aspects of it. But so far, I think Binance Smart Chain is in a really, really strong, a lucky position that it's somehow got the market fit right. And also, there's huge demand for Ethereum, and that's why the fees are high, and the Ethereum capacity is not able to increase that quickly. So that gave Binance Smart Chain a really unique opportunity. So let's see what happens. Yeah.
Okay. So easier to migrate, yeah, as I can conclude for your description about the position about the Binance Smart Chain. Okay, as you mentioned before that Binance Smart Chain recently has been the fastest growing blockchain in terms of global adoption. What do you think the main factor or maybe the key factor of this recent success, or maybe from the technical issue, or maybe from the ecosystem point of view, or maybe from the user base point of view?
I think, to be honest, nobody really knows. I can take a few guesses on what my analysis are. In anything, in startups, in a new blockchain, to be successful, you need like 100 different or even 1,000 different factors to work for you. And they each probably contribute a little bit. And for something to fail, you only need 1 or 2 things to fail, and that whole thing collapse. I think for Binance Smart Chain, first of all, the product's really done really well. I don't know who did it, but the fact that it's so compatible with Ethereum, you can use MetaMask, you can use Ledger, you can use and there's also BSC scan, which is done by the same team as EtherScan. I don't know how they got how that come together. So until very recently, I didn't even talk to the guys at EtherScan. So they just decided to want to support BSC. Having all of those tools and that are very familiar to Ethereum users is really important. The users have no learning curve. When you use BSC scan, like everything works exactly the same as EtherScan. It's just very easy to use. So I think the product side, somehow the community got a lot of things right. I actually don't know who. It feels like a collective effort. Different people made different decisions at different times, but they all helped to ease that user experience. I think Binance did help in some regards. We try our best to help in a lot of ways. As the largest trusted platform, we offer a very easy bridge from Ethereum tokens to BSC tokens. So people just have to deposit and they withdraw. When they withdraw, they choose a different network. Bridging has been a difficult migration process in many projects because they just don't have good bridges. And Binance already have the largest user base and probably one of the most trusted centralized platforms. People already hold a very large amount of money with us. So when we do the bridging, people have strong trust. So that aspect helps quite a bit, having a really nice bridge. On top of that, Binance's marketing engine was in full force promoting Binance Smart Chain because, again, we're financially incentivized because BNB, we want to promote BNB. And having the reach and the backing and credibility from Binance, and I've been promoting Binance Smart Chain very heavily myself personally. So having that credibility probably helps some extent, and having that reach to users probably helps quite a lot. And we also have the Binance Ecosystem Fund, which now Toko Crypto is a partner of. So we actually initially give grants to projects to start. So basically, in order to bootstrap something new, you gotta push all in. You gotta put all your efforts in and to help it bootstrap. Once it gets to critical mass, then now like Binance Smart Chain is growing on its own, and it's in reverse now helping everybody in the Binance ecosystem, including the Binance centralized exchange, because many of the projects are only traded on Binance centralized exchange. So now it's talking about success factors. I think there's a lot of different contributing factors to it. Yeah. So very hard to pin down to one.
Yeah. Jadi sebenarnya banyak faktor ya teman-teman ya, kenapa bisa dibilang ini paling cepat growth-nya di adopsi atau mungkin migrasinya secara global gitu. Tadi Zizi juga sempat menyampaikan bahwa faktornya banyak, tapi kredibilitas dari Binance sepertinya juga, dan juga bagaimana mudah untuk migrasinya juga ini ternyata menjadi salah satu faktor penting. Bahkan Zizi sendiri gitu ya secara pribadi ikutan promote juga gitu ya untuk benar-benar menjadi dutanya dari BSC ini sendiri gitu ya. I'm quite surprised that you just mentioned that Indonesia is currently gitu ya is the 5th largest user of Binance Smart Chain. Why do you think BSC is a really good blockchain solution for Indonesian market, and what do you think is the future for Binance Smart Chain in Indonesia? Zizi.
Yeah, I think just Binance. Number one, I think Binance Smart Chain somehow has a community in Indonesia already, and having that community helps other newer community members. There's probably more chats on Telegram in Bahasa. There's probably more tutorials, etc. That's probably more YouTube videos. So having that initial seed probably helps. How did we get the initial seed? I'm not sure. Maybe Toko Crypto helped us a lot. Indonesia has been a very active market for DeFi, but Indonesia is also a developing country, so financially it's not as rich. Generally speaking, is not as rich as some of the other more advanced countries, where, for example, a $50 transaction fee is probably a lot to most people in Indonesia. And for most countries in Southeast Asia regions, we like lower fees. So I think having the lower fee is really a selling factor, and also Indonesia has a large population, so it's the fourth largest population in the world. So I think all of those things contribute. So yeah, I don't know which one, but I think it's just great to see, and success feeds success. So now we actually want to be more active in Indonesia, promoting Binance Smart Chain, and hopefully put that enable more people to access Binance Smart Chain.
Okay, so this is obviously you are team DeFi, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, CZ. Maybe last statement, closing statement for you. Why should Tokonauts to join this community, to join with Binance Smart Chain?
I think Binance Smart Chain already have one of the best communities in the world. We the Binance Smart Chain community is very inclusive. We're not against anything, even though we make fun of Ethereum quite a lot because it's the bigger brother. But the Binance Smart Chain community is very inclusive, and we have very. We want to include everybody. We want inclusiveness for all people in the world. So I think basically this is one of the key things for Binance Smart Chain, and we want to enable low fee transactions and high throughput, etc. So we want to move in incremental steps, right? So many people are just like pure DeFi, pure decentralization, etc., but they don't care about fees, where you will exclude a large number of users if you do that. So for Binance Smart Chain, we want to take the inclusive nature more, and So that's I think that's the main reason.
Okay, thank you, CZ. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a virtual round of applause for ZZ as a CEO and also founder of Binance. And please don't go anywhere, because right after this, you will followed by Kai to present the NFT Design Award Ceremony. Ya, tadi juga seperti yang Sisi sampaikan juga bahwa Toko Crypto as the BSC Developer Fund Partner of Indonesia and also Developer Training Partner. Nah, kalau misalnya teman-teman Tokonauts pengen tahu bersama-sama gitu ya, benar-benar partnership dari Toko Crypto bersama dengan Binance dan juga mungkin sedikit detail dari Binance Smart Chain, ini dia videonya. Tepuk tangan dong, luar biasa. Sisi, please remain to stay on your virtual stage because we will proceed to the TKO NFT Design Award. This is actually the first TKO NFT Design Award in Indonesia for 2021. So I would like to invite to join with Sisi on this virtual stage to announce who's actually the best design award for TKO NFT. Pak Kai, as a CEO and also co-founder of Toko Crypto, please join with CZ. Okay, so later on, CZ will announce who's the winner or the best artwork, NFT artwork by the Tokonauts who already submit their artwork. But actually, we have more than 500 submission only in 1 week, CZ, for this NFT artwork. So right after ZZ will announce who's the winner for the NFT Design Award, Pak Kai will explain why the Toko team choose this artwork to become the TKO NFT Design Award ya. Jadi kita kemarin sudah sempat ngajakin teman-teman Tokonauts untuk submit NFT artwork teman-teman gitu. Jadi ternyata submissionnya luar biasa banget. Bahkan seminggu kita punya lebih dari 400 artwork ya yang udah kita tutup di hari Jumat kemarin jam 3 sore. Dan hari ini nanti Zizi bersama dengan Pak Kai akan announce 3 artwork terbaik ya. Ini merupakan NFT artwork terbaik yang menjadi pemenang dari TKO NFT Design Award tentu saja ya. Baik, jadi sekali lagi teman-teman terima kasih untuk artwork Anda. Okay, Zizi, Pak Kai, are you ready to announce who's the winner of TKO NFT Design Award for 2021?
Yes. Yeah, pasti. Mungkin sebelumnya, I just want to say selamat datang Pak Zizi ke virtually into Indonesia, dan ya mau ulang sekali pada that, you know, just to share to everyone ya, bisa share pada semua. Untuk NFT market sekarang sangat bagus, sangat hot. It's a very booming industry and very booming space. Dan we think dari Toko Crypto, we think that this is very interesting space to be in, because there's a lot of aspiring artists in Indonesia. We have like Art Jakarta. You know, Jakarta is one of the biggest states whereby there's a lot of artists that's up and coming. And for this NFT competition itself, like what Tommy has shared, 400 plus submissions. It is very touching to see the passion of Tokonauts. Many have sent in their own personal passionate art pieces. Easy, you can take a look at them later. Very interesting art pieces and even photos, all in Bahasa. There's a lot which, you know, we had to make a very tough decision over here. Or we'll share with you. Maybe there will be some that you would like maybe to purchase on the NFT supermarket at some point in time. Yeah, but we're very grateful to have a good fan base in around the world for Tokonauts, and thank you for the support. Maybe we can. Okay, I'm just gonna share that the judging criteria for the winners are based on 2 categories. One is creativity, and another one is in the form of aesthetics.
Okay,
but I'll share a little bit more about what.
Yeah, before Pak Kai and also Zizi will announce who's the winner, this is a really important announcement for Tokonauts to already submit your artwork, that the NFT that we are showing is only a live representation, yeah? So Toko team will reach out to the winners to settle the procedures and also the real NFT release. Okay,
sure.
Are you ready, guys? Okay.
All right, so the third winner is by UID 227588. Should I continue?
Let's take a look at the design first.
Sure.
Drum roll.
Okay. So CZ, I know it's currently a bit small. Maybe you can take a look at it later. But let me just explain a little bit more about this particular art piece and why we chose it. Yes, CZ. So if you see at the background, it is actually the Indonesian flag. Yeah. So red and white, that's the Indonesian flag. And the yellow-green thing that you see in the middle, that's actually the Indonesian archipelago. And if you zoom in, you can see that it's actually made up of Binance's and Toko Crypto's logos, small mosaic logos. And it to us, we think that this is a pretty outstanding artwork. It's a very creative picture that is formed with Toko Crypto Binance's logos, and it's creative as it plays with the colors and incorporates Indonesian identity into this particular piece to show the shape of Indonesia. It's a unique play of the brand between Toko Crypto and Binance, and we like perspective that you can see the different elements in a macro and a micro view. And from far, we see the Indonesian flag. Right, if you zoom in, you can see the Indonesian archipelago, just like how we wanna seize your dreams to build Binance Smart Chain in Indonesia to help Indonesians. And we can also, if you zoom closer, you can see the close collaboration between Toko Crypto and Binance.
Very
so
nice.
yeah, that is
that's super cool.
About the art piece.
Yeah, I might want to buy later.
Yeah. Oh guys, whoever
maybe we can start the bidding. You can bid.
Or do that as a separate process. All right. Should we move on to the second one?
Yep.
Sure. The second winner is by UID 330959.
Okay. Now,
Congratulations.
yeah. Now, this piece, why we chose it as a second winner is, you look at it, it's a very sweet themed artwork. From far, you can see it's very nice colors, neon colors. But if you zoom in, you can see actually at the bottom right, it's actually they incorporates the idea of a farmer. If you can see the background, it's actually terrace plantations, which is contributes to a large segment of Indonesia's economy, which is plantation essentially. If you travel along Jakarta to Bandung, to many parts of Indonesia, you can see a lot of terrace plantations. So, I mean, we thought it was a very good setting of Indonesia. And if you zoom in on the bottom right, it's actually a farmer that is presenting TKO token as a proposal of token for his love, while Binance the Moon watches over. We like the use of the dark theme. The neon lights incorporates the elements of Binance's colors as well, branding, colors and branding, as well as Toko Crypto's color and branding. We like the use of the color as well as the basically the color theme give it a kind of like a mystery, romantic feel to it. So that's why we chose it as the second piece.
I really like the Binance logo on the moon. That's a nice touch.
Yep.
All right. Should we move to the first one? So the first place winner is what's my UID? Okay, no, it's 291912.
Okay.
Well,
now this as the winner of the NFT competition for this BSC summit. We just, when we saw it, we were like, whoa, this is a very abstract, very interesting piece of art. It's very detailed. It shows basically if you look at the different elements inside this art piece, top left, you can see the Binance logo, you can see Toko Crypto's logo on the arcade game console on the right, and you can see this I guess this monkey is called the orangutan, and it's a very native animal in Indonesia as well as in Southeast Asian countries, draped in a spacesuit trying to play a game on the arcade console. It's just and this whole thing is actually happening in space, which subtly hint at TKO's prospect, going up to space. Hopefully we can join Binance at the moon one day. We thought why this piece is worthy of being number one because of the attention to details, the colors, the details. The Binance satellite, if you can see, is actually the Binance logo is actually a satellite at the background. And we have it encompass the entire galaxy and the moon, which is kind of what everyone thinks of the whole crypto space as being in crypto space, right? Off the space kind of thing, something in the future. That's why we are in space doing it. The orangutan is an astronaut, with the Indonesian logo. It's kind of like our aspirations and dreams of wanting to get to where we want. As Indonesia want to get to where we want, through using Binance Smart Chain, through the tools that are basically enabled for us. So yeah, we like the concept, we like the idea, we like how it's portrayed, the abstractness of it, and that's why we chose it as well.
Yeah. You have such a really great taste on art, Kai. Thank you for choosing all the three winners.
That's great. I think that looks fantastic.
Yeah. I hope you like it too, CZ.
I love it. I might have to get some.
Okay, this is very exciting. This is very exciting for the artists, I must say, because I guess many artists in Indonesia are trying to find a way to, like you said, broadcast their art, trying to find a way that they can tap onto how they can basically share their art with the world. And of course, be rewarded in just for creating the content that they're having. I saw a tweet that you once tweeted, CZ, that whoever that is not already on Binance Smart Chain creating NFTs should get on it as artists.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, once again, congratulations for the TKO NFT Design Award winner for 2021.
Congratulations.
Maybe next year, if we can do the Indonesia Blockchain Week, not virtually again, but we can do the actual event. We can display all the artwork, maybe on the hallway. Ya, kita tunggu nanti tahun depan kita punya artwork juga. Sekali lagi, tepuk tangan dong buat semua pemenang. Thank you, Zizi. Thank you, Pak Kai.
Terima kasih, CZ.
Ya, terima kasih juga. Baik, mungkin banyak sekali teman-teman Tokonots yang juga mungkin penasaran gitu ya. Kita kira-kira submitters kita, karya-karya art dari mereka-mereka Tokonots yang udah submit selama ada 400-an submitters tadi itu seperti apa, gimana kerennya mereka. Kita lihat bersama-sama, ini dia karya-karya artworks dari teman-teman yang udah submit untuk NFT artwork yang bergabung di TKO NFT Design Award 2021. Ini dia karya-karya mereka. Oke, that was all the NFT artwork submissions. Thank you banget teman-teman Tokonauts yang sudah ikutan di TKO NFT Design Award 2021. Semoga tahun depan lebih banyak lagi karya-karya yang bisa dimenangkan. Dan sekali lagi, congratulations for UID 227588. And also congratulations for UID 330959. And the first winner for TKO NFT Design Award, congratulations for UID 2919 and 12. Selamat sekali lagi untuk 3 terbaik tadi, gitu ya. Oke, sekarang kita akan segera masuk ke community talk. Jadi kita akan mulai debat kita. Ini yang benar-benar akan jadi sesi yang sangat ditunggu-tunggu sekali dari mereka-mereka yang ada di tim DeFi dan juga tim CeFi tentu saja. Jadi nanti kita akan segera masuk. Ini akan menjadi momen yang ditunggu-tunggu banget. Kenapa? Kita akan mendiskusikan untuk tim DeFi dan juga CeFi ini sendiri. Tapi sebelum kita akan masuk ke community talk, kita akan mengajak teman-teman untuk pay attention. I will announce our first keyword. Jadi ini adalah kata pertama yang teman-teman harus catat, ya, Tokonaut harus catat, tidak boleh lupa. Nanti akan ada 4 kata dan terakhir harus ada scan barcode di mana teman-teman harus mengumpulkan 4 kata berbeda-beda ini dengan sesi yang berbeda-beda. Silahkan dicatat dan tidak boleh lupa, ya. So the first keyword for Indonesia Blockchain Week Binance Summit 2021, and you can get, I think, more than 200 TKO. That you can get if you can collect all the 4 different keywords until the end of our Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Ya, siap-siap? Oke, our first keyword ini ada hubungannya sama sesi setelah ini ya. CeFi, DeFi. Okay, so our first keyword will be CeFi, DeFi. You can write it down. You can put it on your notes, and you can collect the other 3 keywords during this session. Ya, jadi nanti benar-benar tidak akan ketebak. Saya atau Tommy akan menyebutin kata-katanya apa dan di sesi yang mana. Oke. Satu kata pertama yang harus disimpan teman-teman yaitu CeFi dan DeFi. Ya, jadi teman-teman bisa merebutkan lebih dari sekitar 200 TKO yang teman-teman bisa perebutkan, termasuk yang juga udah masang icon-icon yang seru banget, tim DeFi atau mungkin tim CeFi, nanti juga akan ada penilaian juga. Oke? Siap. Okay, next session will be the community talk or debate between community representative about CeFi and DeFi. And this session will be moderated by a team from Binance. There will be CFO of Binance, Mr. Wei Shou, will moderate the sessions. Dan ini bakalan menarik sekali teman-teman karena debat ini bakalan seru banget. Jadi teman-teman juga harus lihat banget. Jadi kalau tadi Sisi saya tanya, udah definitely dia adalah tim DeFi ya. Nanti bakalan hadir Kurnia Bijaksana as a founder of Trading Evolution, dan juga akan bergabung juga Arya Samudra as the founder of Money Bags Trade, Andrianto as the CEO of Cuan Terus, David Setiawan, senior editor of Republik Rupiah, and also Budiarto Harsono as the CEO of Kodina.io. Okay, so this community talk will discuss why communities in Indonesia prefer to use Binance Smart Chain, and then views of Indonesian about why Binance Smart Chain is better than other smart chain, and also all the speakers will have their own views about DeFi on Binance Smart Chain. Oke, berarti kita akan langsung masuk teman-teman, siap-siap. Kalau mungkin nanti juga teman-teman punya pemikiran sendiri gitu ya, boleh tuh nanti bisa share juga. Tapi yang pasti ini kita akan diskusi bersama-sama tentang CeFi dan juga DeFi tentu saja ya. Langsung saja saya akan serahkan untuk community talk dan juga debate between five different speakers ini, tentu saja untuk sesi DeFi atau CeFi. Saya akan langsung mengundang narasumber yang benar-benar luar biasa ini untuk menjadi moderator tentu saja, dan yang pasti ini benar-benar spesial sekali karena ini langsung akan dimoderatori oleh CFO of Binance, Mr. Wei Shou.
Hey there, everybody. Thanks for having me at the Indonesian Blockchain Week, and thank you very much to Toko Crypto for hosting this awesome event. Today, I'll actually be hosting a debate between CeFi and DeFi. So before I get in, letting our guests kick off the debate. I kind of want to explain a little bit, but what is centralized finance versus decentralized finance? I think before DeFi was introduced, centralized finance was the standard for trading crypto. It handles a strong overhold, I think, over the crypto industry, and then where all crypto trades or orders are handled through a centralized exchange, and then the funds are managed by the guys that are running the centralized exchange. What that means is that you don't hold the private key that accesses your wallet. At the same time, the exchange identifies what coins they list and trade and how much fees you need to pay to trade with their exchange. With centralized exchange, you technically don't own the cryptocurrencies when you buy and sell. The centralized exchange actually hold it on your behalf. And then you're also subject to rules that centralized exchanges impose on you. And that's sort of the centralized format. What is decentralized finance? I think right now, the complete process for decentralized finance or decentralized exchange, it operates via automated applications that are developed on top of various blockchain platforms. So DeFi creates a fair and transparent financial system where anyone can participate. And we think that it allows for the unbanked people to access finance and banking services via blockchain technology. DeFi aims to provide an open source, permissionless, and transparent financial system. The decentralized finance system offers services including borrowing, yield farming, crypto lending, trading, asset storage, and more. And the benefits of using DeFi over CeFi is that you have full control over your own assets, and you own the key, private keys for your own wallet. So user who participates in DeFi need to use decentralized applications, which are built on blockchain platforms to access DeFi services. So what is the difference between DeFi and CeFi? So you would find many differences. The question is whether users should trust technology or people. With DeFi, users trust that technology will perform the proposed execution on the services being offered. On the other hand, CeFi users trust the business and the people with that business to manage the fund and execute the trades. So both DeFi and CeFi offer a wide range of crypto-related financial services. Let's discuss some of the features and functionalities for both ecosystems of what differentiates them, and then what and what choices sort of individual users have when choosing a DeFi between DeFi and CeFi. So so let's get started with our debate. Yeah. So can we invite the panel on in terms of debating? Okay, great. The first question we have is privacy, right? So what's the difference between sort of personal data, user information, and then we can have the CeFi team and the DeFi team sort of have arguments on both sides.
Yep. All right. Okay. In terms of privacy, I think definitely in DeFi, I prefer the privacy in DeFi personally, because in CeFi, we need to do several know your customer procedure. It might be good for for legal reason or for regulatory reason. However, in some reasons, lots of unbanked people in the world, okay, maybe in Indonesia, lots of people are having trouble with the KYC procedure. For example, if you want some to register, or you want to do some transaction in some exchange, it would be difficult if you have problem with your ID card, which is a very common problem in Indonesia. This way, DeFi, you don't need to do that sort of KYC. Just enter your, you just install your wallet and just do the transaction.
Yeah, probably expanding a little bit more on that subject, and also what Mr. Wei was talking about before. Using this technology that we have in DeFi, it becomes so much more easier for us now to be a participant in transactions without having to go through the process of KYC, which is also a controversial issue by itself. But then I think it's a very good expansion on what cryptocurrency was first inceptionized to be. Like the whole idea is like for us to be able to control the assets that we want to own, and then we can also see the transactions transparently. We can now do that using the smart contract, and also running on the BSC blockchain. We can see every transactions with every transaction hash, so everything can be seen, which is good in my opinion. We as a team in the DeFi team over here slightly prefers DeFi over CeFi because of that.
Okay.
Okay, great. I mean, we can say that from a privacy protection perspective, we can say that maybe DeFi wins this argument here, given that the storage of the information is actually more on the personal basis rather than sort of on the centralized platform.
Yeah.
I think the next debate is actually on the point of liquidity, in terms of ease of trading any amount and the ease of converting from one token to another. Can the panel sort of have a quick chat about, where you guys see liquidity?
I would say that CeFi is leading in this point, because I believe that in terms of worldwide adoption of cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology itself, we will of course need the big reserves amount of money, and it is from the financial world that is existing right now. And CeFi provides that gateway for people to actually being able to top up or deposit their fiat currency, which is the fiat on-ramps, and that could help a lot of different people from all over the world to actually experience DeFi, what DeFi has to offer, just from the CeFi itself. So it brings a lot of liquidity reserve because we have so much fiat currency all over the world, and the governments are using it as well. And that's what CeFi provides, the gateway to DeFi.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually, and I agree with that. But we know that right now, I think DeFi volume or liquidity is not it's not even half of CeFi liquidity and volume. However, if we are speaking about the individual scope, not like institutional, or we're not talking about if we are not talking about $1 billion transaction or $1 million transaction, we're talking about $1,000 transaction for everyday life. While DeFi is smaller than CeFi, I think DeFi can provide enough liquidity for common people for everyday life.
Yeah, I guess liquidity is a common problem that in cryptocurrency by itself, because knowing that in the finances world, basically cryptocurrency is only now starting to gain a lot more traction in terms of volume, because before this, almost everyone, speaking from experience, because my background is from forex, so everyone was like into the old, I would say old school derivative market. So now everyone's starting to transition into cryptocurrency. So I think liquidity is a common problem in both CeFi and DeFi. But yeah, I think we are trying to tackle different kind of quote unquote market over here, because in CeFi, of course, is one of the first that appeared in cryptocurrency world. So obviously they also have more liquidity available for now, but using the technology that is now upcoming from every different projects that exist in the BSC network, from Ethereum network, I think slowly we're gonna sort of shift the whole liquidity into DeFi. But yeah.
We had two arguments from DeFi and one from CeFi. Does someone from CeFi want to have another comment about liquidity? Andre?
Yeah, about the privacy, the personal data and user information, we really need KYC, of course, because we have CeFi has fiat on ramps that DeFi doesn't have. For that purpose, we can make the KYC more secure. We can use blockchain system with its cryptographic feature, or maybe distributed ledger technology, because limited access. And technically, we can separate the encryption and decryption process with the fiat level of encryption and decryption level, and also with secure key hierarchy, and with the authentication for every user. That will enhance the security of the KYC data.
I think that's a good comment about security and privacy, because I think at least from it actually transitions to sort of the next topic. But before we get jumped into sort of security, I kind of want to finish the argument that we have about liquidity. Maybe Andrianto, maybe you have a comment about sort of liquidity of CeFi versus DeFi.
Yes, maybe I will add East convert to other tokens. I think, sorry, I can speak Bahasa. Maybe
go for it with Bahasa. And we'll
Okay.
we'll have a beautiful translator here who can help us.
Yes, kalau masalah convert to other tokens, kayaknya CeFi lebih unggul karena CeFi sendiri kan memiliki fiat yang bisa dirubah-rubah menjadi token itu sendiri. Jadinya CeFi tidak tidak lebih enak aja digunakan untuk para newbie gitu, dan liquidity-nya juga sangat bagus buat kita berpindah antar token dan tidak terpengaruh oleh slippage sih, gitu.
So according to Andrianto said, CeFi has fiat, which may provide more liquidity, as we can convert to multiple tokens, which may be way more easier for newbies to be able to transfer into the DeFi ecosystem.
No, and then that makes a lot of sense. What do the DeFi guys think? Because I think like from a selection perspective, centralized exchanges definitely have a larger selection of tokens, right?
Yeah.
For now, right? So especially for some of the topper tokens, which have been in the market for a long time and have a larger community and a user base.
I think at this point where we don't have much of a rebuttal on that issue, because yes, in terms of ease of access, especially in crypto by itself, in the end we still have to convert our fiat money, whatever it may be, USD, rupiah, or whatever, into one of the tokens, and then we can use it in DeFi or CeFi. Yeah, that is one problem that we still don't have an answer to yet. But I think selection wise, or the range and the vast selection of coins that now also emerges in the DeFi market, you can actually just copy the contract and have it pasted in one of the AMMs, which is for example like Pancake. You can just have one of those token that is already listed over there, and then you paste it and it should appear. Rather in CeFi, you have to actually wait until it's provided available for users to use it. Of course, that entails a lot of what you call this verification, and to make sure what the token is for, which is good. Is there's pros and cons in that either. But in terms of selection, I think we're kind of on par in terms of selection only, but ease of access definitely, yeah. We still don't have a direct solution from DeFi users into converting it into fiat.
Yeah, and I want to add something, because in terms of selection, if you are talking about cryptocurrency selection or the token selection, I don't think it's a major problem for DeFi. I mean, if you are talking about if you want to transfer, or if you want to talk about Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe BNB, or some other big cryptocurrencies that already use in lots of DeFi and CeFi exchange, I think most of DeFi automatic market makers already have that with enough liquidity. I'm not talking about big liquidity in institutional level, but for individual or maybe a small group level, it's already more than enough. I think we're talking about maybe tens of thousands in dollars, which is enough for individual level. Because that's the spirit of DeFi, right? We want to facilitate unbanked people.
Yeah, maybe David, maybe you can comment on what's it like for Indonesia. I think users in Indonesia to move into DeFi, given sort of the fiat on-ramp access issues.
I would say that it makes it easier for them because it provides one single platform to actually just go to, which is the central exchange itself, to experience all the DeFi that has to offer. Because you won't expect a lot of new people into the crypto to actually know what to do for every single platform, because in DeFi you have to bounce on different platforms and you have to understand a lot of complicated terms. And the good point about CeFi is that it provides it for you. You only have to interact with the CeFi itself to actually being able to use your rupiah, Indonesian rupiah, and then experience all that DeFi has to offer through that CeFi.
That's a great comment. Yeah, I mean, I think from liquidity and access perspective, I think right now CeFi is sort of in the driver's seat, given that it's been in the market for a long time. And then, but I think at least I know for Binance, and I think for a lot of the other exchanges, they're exploring sort of potentially partnering with various on-ramp partners. And I think, and then what we're seeing is basically Toko taking the lead in the Indonesian market to sort of leading that bridge, between sort of normal users and their fiat money, and then hopefully bridging that into the DeFi world in a very user-friendly format. So thank you for that comment here. Yeah, I mean, I think the next comment, I think it was just touched upon by one of our guests here, which is risk security, funds custody. I'll let the DeFi guys kick this one off. Maybe Arya, you can kick it off on this one. What you think of sort of the risks associated with the different two?
Okay, in terms of risk, I think by sheer amount we're probably talking about the same probability of risk over here, but over here we are talking about different category of risk. because in DeFi at least we have custody of our own account. We have full control of the key phrases, and also we know the transactions, where is it going, and stuff like that. So usually the risk that comes with it is by the technology that we trust, is basically by our own choices. So there are various projects that we can find in DeFi. So it comes down to basically your personal research, and also choosing which one is basically pass your checklist before you actually take on the risk. But if we're talking in CeFi, is the whole, basically the whole entity is exposed to attacks, because at least from what I experienced and from what the community has been bouncing off, our team is basically in DeFi. Most of the time, the problem comes from a singular project. So let's just say from swap A or swap B. Usually they have this term called rug pull. Basically, they just ditch the whole program, or they just made everything else unavailable for the users. But at least we know we are consciously choosing whatever we just chose. But in CeFi, whenever there's a problem, usually it's centralized into the entity itself. Probably with exchange A is exposed to maybe any DDoS attack, or there's a hacker coming in. So we can't really do anything when that happens, and we don't know what happens. We don't know the chronology, on what happens during the attacks, what actually happens, and where the funds is going. It's very hard to track, because now the trust comes into another entity, basically. So we are the funds, we put it in CeFi, and so we trust their services to deliver what they promise. So if there's an attack to the whole entity, we can't really do much except for to hope that they will come back with some compensation or solution for us. But at least in DeFi, we can choose, and also we can also review and audit the smart contract myself, so we know what are the precautionary steps that we need to take before we put our money or invest in it.
Yeah, if I might add, I think we need to acknowledge another additional risk in DeFi. In DeFi, if we make a mistake, for example, if we forget our keys or something, we cannot really recover our asset. While in CeFi, we still have the customer service to at least to liaise the problem. But in DeFi, we cannot do that. However, as the old internet saying in crypto, not your key, not your crypto. So in DeFi, we have full, full ownership of our crypto. And then I would like to add another thing that while I agree with what Arya said, that CeFi can be attacked by DDoS hacker or something. While DeFi, if the DeFi exchange or DeFi platform get attacked, as long as you don't permit the transaction in that platform, our asset will be safe. So, for example, our BNB or our whatever asset it is will be on our wallet, no matter what happened with the website or what with the what do you call it, with the platform, DeFi platform.
Yep.
Oke, mungkin aku tambahin sedikit ya. Kalau dari penjelasan si Arya sama Kurnia Bijaksana sendiri, bagus sih DeFi karena kita punya privat own wallet sendiri kan, privat key phrase-nya punya sendiri gitu. Cuman kalau kalau kita kehilangan itu sendiri, maka uang kita kan bakalan hilang juga. Nah, di CeFi ini security-nya udah dijamin karena masing-masing centralized exchange sendiri kan memiliki insurance funds di mana kita berbagi resiko gitu loh. Kalau di DeFi ya resiko itu dikembalikan lagi ke user semuanya gitu.
Okay, as he might add that since DeFi we have our own private wallets, if there's anything that happens and if we lost our monies, we handle the risk itself. But then if with centralized finance, since we have lower risk and we share the risk together with the central.
Okay.
Okay. I'll go to Booty. Booty, what do you think? I'll go to Booty actually. I'll see if I make another comment. I think you made a comment earlier about sort of risk and security of DeFi versus CeFi, right? And I think one of the key things, the key difference is that with CeFi there is a counterparty that you know where to go. A lot of the DeFi platforms right now, given their sort of decentralized DAO nature, you basically, at least at the beginning phases, there is some risk with regards to the people behind it, right? When you don't know, and the technology is so early that the what's the word it's a trustless platform. So the technology, if there's anything that happens, it's actually less so from the technology side. It's actually still comes from the people actually behind the technology that's kind of initiating or running the platform, right? So I think what do you think? From your position, what do you think DeFi can do sort of to take care of that problem? Anybody can answer that question, I guess.
Okay, wait.
That's actually a good question.
No, I would say just sort of given sort of the early stage of the of sort of the DeFi, there is the concerns I think are for security and risk management. I think on the centralized exchange form, given that there is a counterparty or there is there's an organization and people behind that organization, sort of that provides that provides some type of level of support. I think with the decentralized nature of DeFi, especially the people behind it, is there any how do you think, what can we do to help sort of to build a better risk system within DeFi?
I don't have a specific answer to the solution itself because sorry, I was cutting you.
Go ahead.
Go.
Because I believe that the role of CeFi is actually will be still important, no matter how big we want it in the future to be anonymous, because we have governments and governments will always need us to be able to be regulated. And so there will always be a day where CeFi is needed to be able to have that gateway and bridge to the DeFi platform. And the insurance that my teammate Andrianto has said was also the good point as well, that it is helping a lot of everyday people because they might be worried about their money. They don't want to lose their monies and being able to responsible for it themselves. They want to trust someone who is professional, who is big and trustworthy institution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, to
I
give
might want to
one.
comment a little bit. Okay, you can go first.
Yeah, okay. For more information, everyone in this world, if we want to go to crypto world, we will go first through CeFi. And if you want to transfer your crypto to fiat, you will go back to CeFi. That means if you use DeFi, in the end you have to confront the risk of the CeFi, which is the custodial matter, and also the hacking, the DOS attack. But from my point of view, the DeFi is not for everyone because you have your own risk to manage your own capital, and you have the risk to lose all of your money. And I think not everyone in this world can use DeFi.
That's true. Yep, that's definitely a valid point. I think what everybody needs to understand is that DeFi and CeFi basically coexist. We're not here to try to trump over one another because definitely we need one another. Like David was saying just now, in the end, we still don't have any direct solution on how a new user or basically anyone that has trouble getting on board with the whole DeFi technology, they will still have to learn through CeFi first, and plus with the government in the equation, whatever it is, we still have to convert our fiat money. So in the end, CeFi and DeFi will still have to basically work together. Yeah, just that now we DeFi, I think it symbolizes more into the broader range of innovation because right now there's so many people and almost everyone can participate and adding on into the growth of the technology. That's basically what DeFi stands for. I think the perfect analogy to differentiate between CeFi and DeFi is basically like the battle of Apple and also Android. It's basically more or less the same at first. Android has been like going on for almost a decade trying to catch up with the technology that and security that Apple has, but then it's headed towards those people who want more into the technology. They want to broaden up their range basically. And with CeFi, only with CeFi, we basically have to be quote unquote spoon fed, because whatever they offer, we just have to, oh, okay, that's the thing we can use right now. But then in DeFi, you can just go on your own adventure and choose the risk that you want to take. I think that's basically one of the key differences in DeFi and DeFi.
Sure. Thanks for that. I think it sounds like a draw on this one. I think given sort of there's one is decentralized and trustless, but then just sort of given it's sort of relatively early, it's tough to sell. But the other one is sort of, you have a centralized counterparty, and then that one is we've seen a lot of sort of centralized exchanges sort of being at risk as well. I mean, and then we'll come to our last topic that we want to sort of talk about, which is usability. I think we talked a little bit about it in terms of, like I think for DeFi platforms, I think once you're in it, it's actually quite easy to use. It's just that it takes a little bit of time to get in. So can we talk a little bit about, the usability of CeFi versus DeFi? And I'll let the CeFi guys start. Maybe Andre. Yeah. Maybe Andre.
Okay. Kalau menurut saya pribadi, CeFi dan DeFi memiliki produk yang sama, mulai dari spot trading, margin trading, leverage, dan staking kan. Cuman yang membedakan adalah cara dia memprosesnya satu sama lain. Perbedaan paling mendasar sih kalau DeFi sendiri kan dia volatile. Memang APY-nya selalu besar. Cuman kalau di CeFi lebih stable dan cocok buat para newbie yang ada di Indonesia kalau menurut saya gitu.
According to Mr. Andrianto, he said that both CeFi and DeFi has the same products, but it's just the difference on how they process it. Meanwhile, DeFi has a more volatile market, while CeFi has a more stable, which is more reassuring for the newbies in the market.
Yep. Anything to add, Kurnia? I think that bodes down back to the problem of liquidity, because volatility comes with volume and liquidity. So maybe Kurnia can have a rebuttal on that one.
All right. I want to comment on the volatility on DeFi. Usually, the volatility happens in a new a new exchange on DeFi or swap or whatever it is. And it happens on a new token that is issued by the DeFi itself. If you're talking about the big crypto or big token, the crypto, like Ethereum or BNB and other DeFi protocol, liquidity is not a major problem from my experience, because you can just swap. Let's say I need to swap my BNB to Ethereum, for example. I can just do it almost instantly with the DeFi. It's almost the same process with CeFi. I want to exchange my crypto to other crypto. It's just as easy. The volatility issue usually happens in that I don't know. Usually, if you, for example, there's one DeFi protocol called PancakeSwap, right? So like few months ago, Pancake was not listed on Binance. That time the volatility was quite big, and the slippage was also big. So if you want to buy like $10,000 of PancakeSwap, then you will get like I don't know 10% or maybe 20% price slippage. But now it's not a problem. So liquidity should not be a problem in established crypto in DeFi.
Ya, tapi nambahin yang Andrian tadi ngomong, tapi di DeFi sendiri kan basisnya adalah Ethereum, ya kan, dengan transaction per second-nya sekitar 13-15 itu, yang membuat sekarang gasnya menjadi sangat mahal. Itu salah satu problem besarnya dari si DeFi. Oke, kita pernah dengar akan ada Ethereum 2.0, but itu nanti masih kapan? Masih setahun lagi atau 2 tahun lagi untuk dapat direalisasikan, dengan harus diaudit dulu untuk semua proyek-proyeknya gitu.
Yes. Maybe I want to add a little bit. With Binance Smart Chain, I think it's not a problem, and maybe there will be other protocol in the future that can mitigate that gas fee problems. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, David, maybe you can talk a little bit about sort of fees, because that's one aspect of the fees of the usability issue.
I do not know exactly about the fees problem, but the point that you're bringing up is the usability, right? And that would be the last topic I think that we have.
Yeah.
And in terms of usability, going back to CeFi and DeFi, we both need both of them because it's coexisting, as what Arya said. And the reason being is that because, for example, if you want to, the crypto community has one big goal, which is to have the crypto and blockchain to be adopted globally. And we want to have a lot of these young people, new people to come into the crypto space. And I don't think I would suggest my friend to go to a lot of different DeFi platforms and understand yield farming, understand all of these complicated terms to experience the DeFi itself for them. And if you want to have the global adoption, we need CeFi. That's why it is available in one single platform, as what I've been repeating earlier. And that has been the great help that can marry the traditional financial system that we have right now and the decentralized finance. So that's why CeFi is very important, and it is very very easy to use in terms of usability for new people.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. And yeah, I mean, I think at this stage of development, CeFi is definitely easier to use from a usability perspective. But I do think that both platforms are actually innovating and making changes. So I'll summarize the debate. Thank you guys very much for that lively debate. And I'm just from my perspective, there's no clear winner, I think, between CeFi and DeFi. As David wrapped up quite well, I think both can actually work together to provide a better ecosystem. And at the end of the day, from a user's perspective, I think whether you're a new user or an advanced user, there are services available for you, right? Whether depending on sort of your sophistication as a crypto user or as a crypto trader, and also in terms of your risk appetite, in terms of in terms of what kind of risk level you're comfortable trading or using crypto. So I want to thank everyone on our panel here for a very I think it's like a very cool discussion I have, and I learned a lot. I think a lot about sort of what's going on in the DeFi community in Indonesia. So thank you for everyone for watching. And then at the end of the session, I remind you that we will show a video of union between CeFi and DeFi. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Institutions to be able to partake in DeFi in a compliant manner, that is big. Now, whether Binance or CZ is at the pinnacle of that, I think for now, obviously they are, because of Smart Chain and just them being big and now being the third biggest project in all of crypto. They've definitely seen a problem in the market and taken full advantage to solve it.
Allowing for these suite of products, which by definition allow for your money to go where it's best treated, even better than before, in an open and free financial system. Wouldn't that be amazing if you could connect your bank account and engage in DeFi? Wouldn't that be amazing if you could swipe your credit card and engage in DeFi? To lower the barrier, to allow for normies and that fiat money to be deployed into these ecosystems would be nothing short of a revolution. And what we really need to be focusing on is those people who are not yet in crypto. I preach this time and time again, and that is why seeing a newfound approach to allowing for people's money to go where it's best treated and have a bridge between DeFi and the centralized fiat worlds, to me, is incredibly bullish.
Mainly DeFi-based concept, or blockchain in this case, with some centralized aspects to help it process transactions and make people's user experience more easier to use and whatnot. I think that's good because it allows people to actually use some of these different features that crypto has to offer. Again, just in terms of being able to use these smart contracts, see how they work and whatnot. But But at the same time, it doesn't mean that I don't think that we need DeFi blockchains like Ethereum. I think Ethereum needs to exist. I think Binance needs to exist. We need both of them. We need, honestly, every extreme, from centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, and everything in the middle, because that's just how society works, and that's how humans are. We aren't black and white. There's a spectrum of how people act, and of course how centralization operates as well.
Okay, so what do you see in the future of DeFi and CeFi? Yeah, there was quite a heated debate that we just saw really different views on CeFi and also DeFi from Kurnia Bijaksana as a founder of Trading Evolution, and also Arya Samudra, founder of Moneybags Trade. And also we have a different views as team CeFi and also DeFi, Andrianto as the CEO of Cuan Terus, Pak David Setiawan as a senior editor of Republik Rupiah, and also Budiarto Harsono as CEO of Kodina.io. And as Mr. Wei Chou, as a CFO of Binance, mentioned before and summarized that there is actually no winner between CeFi and DeFi. Yeah, both can work together. And as you can see on the previous video that just Toko Crypto prepared for you, to just lighten up the mood. And that was the clip that we just saw, followed by so many different opinions by YouTubers about the union of DeFi and also CeFi. Jadi masa depannya seperti apa? Pokoknya CeFi dan juga DeFi tadi kita udah lihat bersama-sama. Mungkin kalau implementasinya di Indonesia mungkin lebih ke DeFi gitu. Tapi yang pasti teman-teman juga melihat kira-kira masa depannya akan seperti apa. Apakah nanti BSC akan menjadi jembatan yang luar biasa nih untuk CeFi dan juga DeFi. Tapi teman-teman udah melihat nggak ada pemenang sama sekali dari debat tadi. Jadi yang pasti CeFi dan juga DeFi sekarang sudah sama-sama bersatu. Ya, tepuk tangan dong for the union of CeFi and DeFi. Both can work together. Masa depannya seperti apa nanti akan kita saksikan bersama-sama. Ya, sekali lagi dong, tepuk tangan, terima kasih teman-teman ya yang sudah bergabung atau mungkin yang baru bergabung juga terima kasih banyak. Dan yang pasti, let's just loosen up a little bit. I will announce our second keyword and also I will draw our first lucky draw for today's Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. And later on, we will have a different keynote. And also, we still have maybe two panel discussion. We'll discuss about the liquidity pool. And also, we still have another panel discussion. We'll discuss about the Binance Smart Chain as well. Oke, dan sebelum nanti kita akan masuk ke panel diskusi kita yang pertama, dan juga akan ada beberapa pemaparan yang luar biasa yang nanti teman-teman Tokonotes akan bisa simak. Sekarang, siap-siap, because I will announce our second keyword. Dan juga teman-teman siap-siap karena sebentar lagi saya akan memutar Wheel of Fortune di mana teman-teman bisa memperebutkan, akan ada 5 orang Tokonotes untuk bisa memperebutkan masing-masing 100 USD worth of BNB. Oke, baik, siap-siap. So the second keyword for Indonesia's Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Dan I will not repeat our first word. Oke, jadi teman-teman memang harus benar-benar nyimak dan ngumpulin 4 kata ini sampai dengan selesai nanti. Ya, kata kedua, ecosystem. Okay, so the second word is ecosystem. Ecosystem. Okay, udah dicatat? Cakep. Okay, sekarang kita akan lucky draw. Okay, I will spin the wheel. So good luck to those of you who joined the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. So for the lucky draw, I will spin the wheel for 5 lucky winner. Each of them will can get $100 worth of BNB. Ya, jadi sekali lagi 1 orang pemenang akan, wow, banyak banget ya. Semoga beruntung. Best of luck guys. Doa yang kenceng, semoga beruntung. 5 orang pemenang akan kita undi masing-masing. 1 orang mendapatkan 100 USD worth of BNB. Okay? So the first winner of our first lucky draw. Spin the wheel. Acap. Good luck. Woohoo! Sambil di videoin boleh, ya, di capture boleh, di share di social media juga boleh. Okay, the first winner for lucky draw, spin the wheel. $100 worth of BNB goes to Zahrai Maniars. Okay, Raimaniars, congratulations Zaraimaniars. Zaraimaniars20@gmail.com. Okay, this is our first winner for $100 worth of BNB. So the second winner for $100 worth of BNB will be Acap. Spin the wheel. Bahasa Inggrisnya acak tuh apa ya guys? Soalnya kalau saya mikir kan ngacak gitu ya. Kalau diputar ya udah spin dulu. Tapi kalau acak, draw. Oke. Okay. The second winner of $100 worth of BNB goes to Iwang. Iwang, 1974. Ini berarti tahun kelahiran ya Mas Iwang ya. Selamat Mas Iwang, kelahiran tahun 74. Saya lupa nih CEO-nya apa. Selamat. Okay, the third winner of our $100 worth of BNB goes to Acap. Spin the wheel. Another $100 USD worth of BNB goes to... Jadi itu ada 20.000 nama ya. Dimo Rehan. Dimo Rehan. Dimo Rehan @gmail.com. Dimo Rehan. Congratulations Dimo Rehan. You just received $100 worth of BNB. Selamat sekali lagi. Okay. The fourth winner of $100 worth of BNB for our lucky draw. Nanti di akhir acara masih ada satu kali lagi lucky draw ya. Termasuk juga nanti harus ada scan barcode untuk memenangkan hadiah ketika sudah berhasil melengkapi kata-kata yang saya ucapkan tadi. Okay. Acap. Okay, this is the fourth winner. So the session we will have 5 winners who can receive or get $100 worth of BNB. And the winner for $100 worth of BNB, Virga Gumilar. Virga Gumilar. Congratulations Virga. Yeah. The last one for this session. So, good luck. Doa yang kenceng, teman-teman. Sekali lagi, $100 worth of BNB goes to... Kira-kira tim CeFi atau DeFi? Oke, ini dia yang terakhir. Rahmat Dakenzo. Alamat emailnya cryptoscreen.org. Rahmat, congratulations. You became the last winner for this session. You just received $100 worth of BNB. Okay, Rahmat. Okay. Sekali lagi, congratulations for Iwang, Zahra, kemudian Dimo, Virga, dan Mas Rahmat. 5 orang pertama yang berhasil mendapatkan pemenang lucky draw kita untuk sesi yang pertama. Dan nanti Tommy masih akan punya 1 kali lucky draw untuk teman-teman bisa menangkan di akhir acara nanti. Sekaligus nanti akan ada scan barcode di mana teman-teman harus mengumpulkan kata-kata berikutnya. Kita sudah sampai di kata kunci yang kedua. Tadi sudah saya sebutkan. Jadi masih akan tersisa, I still have 2 last keyword that I will announce later during this Indonesia Blockchain Week. In collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Oke, baik. Sekarang kita akan langsung masuk ke sesi berikutnya. Nanti akan ada beberapa panel discussion, tapi sebelum kita akan masuk ke panel, kita akan mendengarkan dulu beberapa pemaparan ya. There will be a keynote speech from 2 different speakers. The first keynote going to be from Autofarm Network. Jadi kita akan mendengarkan bersama-sama pemaparan dari Autofarm Network, dan sedikit mungkin Tommy harus bacakan terlebih dahulu dari Autofarm Network ini siapa yang nanti akan menjadi pembicara dan juga share tentang bahasan yang nanti akan kita diskusikan untuk sesi panel diskusi kita, yaitu tentang liquidity pool. Okay, for Autofarm Network, this subject will share by the CMO and also COO of Autofarm, YP. YP has had experience in the building on e-commerce business prior to crypto, and their skill sets involve visioning, leadership, and people management. In their personal life, YP enjoys reading and learning that keep them growing. So for the subject autofarm.network, teman-teman Tokonauts, please give a virtual warm welcome for YP as the CMO and also COO Autofarm.
Halo semuanya. Assalamualaikum dan selamat siang semua. Semoga semua kehidupan sehat dan baik-baik. Sekarang saya berpresentasi dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Thank you Toko Crypto and Binance for having AutoFarm joining in for this Indonesian Blockchain Week Summit. And my name is Y Privacy Matter, and you can call me YP or Privacy. And I'm the Chief Marketing and Operations Officer of AutoFarm, which is the market-leading U aggregator in the BSC space, right? So let me bring you guys through a brief introduction of what AutoFarm is. So we were launched on Binance Smart Chain on the 15th of December 2020. And the reason for launching on Binance Smart Chain was simply because BSC offered cheap and fast transactions, which the ETH network during congestion periods could not support, right? And thus BSC made it both accessible and efficient for a larger number of users, especially in this Southeast Asian region who wanted to participate in decentralized finance or DeFi. And so AutoFarm, what do we do? AutoFarm is a U aggregator, and we actually have three key products. So firstly, our U optimizer, or the vaults we create, focuses on aggregating U opportunities across different projects available on BSC. So projects such as PancakeSwap, Venus, $, etc., etc. And we create these vaults to help users auto-compound their deposited assets. And across all U optimizers in the space, AutoFarm charges the cheapest fees for this service that we provide. So going as low as 2.2% fees on users' profits. So with market rates on other BSC projects, it actually ranges from 4.5 to 16% in terms of their fees. So our second product is AutoFarm's DEX aggregator. So it's to be built with algorithms similar to, or even better than the 1-inch protocol, where it helps users to find the best swap rates across various decentralized exchanges or DEXs on BSC and other chains. And our DEX aggregator is due for an alpha launch sometime in March. So as we are now in the 20th of March, so it's about just 11 days until March end. So keep a lookout for that. And lastly, AutoFarm, our third product was actually farmfolio.io. So it's a recent acquisition that was conducted by AutoFarm. And Farmfolio is basically an intelligent portfolio tracker and manager that helps users monitor their assets across various BSC projects. So what's the advantage of using AutoFarm? So I'll explain what is vaults and what is liquidity pool first. So liquidity pools are essentially like a pool of tokens in a pair form that are locked in a smart contract. And AutoFarm vaults interact directly with these liquidity pools using protocols such as PancakeSwap. So our advantage is that we charge very, very low fees for that compounding service. So for example, uncompounded rates on PancakeSwap, it's approximately 126 and 100% APY for Cake and Cake BNB respectively. And as compared to when you compound your assets on AutoFarm, it's actually 294 to 191% APY respectively. So it's about twice as much just by compounding. So let me explain the difference. So before I go there, if you guys have fans of Albert Einstein and his intelligence, he actually said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, and he who understands it earns it, and he who doesn't pays it. So there are even claims which quoted him saying that compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe. So as you can see from the chart on the right, the power of compounding is basically users will get exponential returns, right? So on AutoFarm, when you compound your assets with us, you'll get exponential returns, and basically you'll go the graph is not linear. But on PancakeSwap, your rewards and on your deposited assets are actually linear. So the compounding process goes something like this. So when you guys stake your BNB Cake LP tokens on AutoFarm vaults, so the vaults are designed to help compound the Cake rewards into more LP tokens. Meaning to say, half of these Cake rewards are sold for BNB, and then the cake and BNB are paired together to form an LP position again, and subsequently recompounded or added back into the vault. So it basically means that auto farm vaults are increasing your LP position at an increasing rate. So it's double increase in some sense. So going back to this diagram, you can see that auto farm vaults compound up to 14,000 times a year. So making daily compounds at about 39 times. And personally, when I just like look through the vaults that we have, sometimes I see that there are some vaults that have daily compounds that can go up to the hundreds. So like 100 to 120 times. So because of the very high farm rewards, so because of that, it makes sense in a space like BSC to keep compounding again and again, so that users like you who use auto farm vaults can get more exponential returns. So I explained a little bit on our project details and the tokenomics. So Auto is Auto Farm's protocol native token, and it's capped at a max supply of 80,000. So we started with no pre-sale, no pre-farm, and Auto tokens are minted linearly from 15 December 2020, which is when we started, and then to around sometime in October 2021. So if you look to the right at the pie chart, you can see that Auto tokens allocation to the team is about 12% and are linearly vested until October 2021. So the team actually went ahead and locked our first round of tokens for 6 months on the 30th of January 2021. And the other 88% is actually reserved for incentives under the Vault token mining program. So what that means for users like you is that when you use our vaults, you can actually earn additional Auto tokens on top of the compounding LP rewards which you already have. So Auto Farm has deflationary tokenomics for our Auto token, where 1.5% vault fees are used to market buy, and then we burn the Auto. So basically, Auto tokens are sent to a burn address, and it doesn't belong to anyone, and it just disappears out of the circulating supply forever. As for utility of Auto tokens, Auto stakers will receive fees from our cross-chain vaults and DEX aggregator, and Auto will also be used for governance of the protocol. So yes, we actually have 1.33 billion TVL in US dollars, and we are ranked number 14 across all dEPs on all chains, so including those projects on the Ethereum network. And relative to BSC, we have about 10% of the entire TVL market share. So here are some of our notable achievements. And so we are currently ranked first for Binance Most Valuable Builder program. And MVP winners are due to be announced on the 26th of March based on their details of that program. And we are first in overall TVL amongst all the other U optimizers. Second in terms of transaction volume across all dEPs, and we ranked third place for the Binance Build Reward for the month of February, and we actually pledged to create something called Auto Safe, which I'll be explaining later. And we consistently placing third in TVL amongst the other BSC dEPs for about 5 to 6 weeks, and with first and second being held by Venus and PancakeSwap respectively. Our total user base is ranked 14, and we are still seeing tremendous amounts of user growth every day. So as for our entire ecosystem, AutoFarm believes in sustainability and creating value together with our partnerships. So some of our key long-term partners include Fortune, Bakery Swap, CertiK, Dari Protocol, and MDEX, and of which 2 of these mentioned projects are actually here with us in this summit. So you will actually hear them speak sometime later. In terms of security, AutoFarm has given our best to reduce as much risk as possible for the users. So some of our measures includes multiple audits from reputable auditors like Unchained.ai, CertiK, Slowmiss, and Vida, the community auditor. And we have also implemented 4 different insurance measures, 3 of which are personal insurance, in which users can purchase for themselves, like Certificate Shield, Helmet Insure, and Sotera Mutual. And as for our protocol insurance, AutoSafe, it was designed as a fund that works to cover AutoFarm users in the event of exploits or loss of funds. And in the coming days, we'll actually be implementing a bug bounty program. On to our second last slide. So AutoFarm's current roadmap for 2021, as you can see, our goal is as simple as to go onto as many chains as possible with our 3 products, right? So the U Optimizer, the DEX Aggregator, and our portfolio manager, Farmfolio. So eventually, DAO governance will be formed sometime in Q3. And I've actually come to the end of my presentation. Here are all the links relevant to AutoFarm. And you can just simply scan the QR code to connect with us. I'll leave this slide on even as we move on to the questions from the audience. All right, our host is here.
Thank you, YP, for the introduction of AutoFarm. Once again, YP is the CMO and also COO of AutoFarm. And thank you for giving really details about your roadmap and also everything about AutoFarm. Dan sekarang, I would like to invite to all the tokenauts and the audience to maybe some of you have so many questions regarding YP's presentation, anything about AutoFarm that you want to ask, don't forget to just submit your questions. We will discuss all of your question on and maybe your curiosity about the AutoFarm with YP. Jadi silahkan ya teman-teman mau nanya dalam bahasa Indonesia juga nggak apa-apa. Nanti Kak Phoebe akan bantuin kalau ada bahasa-bahasa teknis gitu ya. Jadi silahkan untuk teman-teman tokenauts yang mungkin pengen nanya langsung gitu ya ke YP. Ya, dan nanti juga setelah ini masih akan ada satu sesi lagi tentu saja sebelum nanti kita akan ngebahas detail tentu saja soal liquidity pool. So later on you will discuss about the liquidity pool ya on the panel discussion ya YP.
Yes, together with the other projects.
Okay. The first question is coming from Wawan Tanjung. YP, is AutoFarm safe to farm our tokens?
Okay, so I mean, I presented about security, and for AutoFarm, we take security really very seriously. And in terms of insurance and audits, we are always continually improving ourselves. So we actually want to be the market leader in terms of security. That's why we even came up with the whole AutoSafe fund, right? So it was an inspiration from CZ and his Binance team on how he created the Binance Safe Fund. As from part of the fees that was using on that was earning from the centralized exchange, and use it as kind of like a backing in case of like protocol failures or like token failures, etc. Yeah. So in terms of farming with AutoFarm, we say it's safe, but definitely we are always consistently improving.
Jadi YP menyampaikan bahwa aman karena memang security atau mungkin keamanan dari teman-teman gitu benar-benar menjadi prioritas utama. Tapi amannya YP pun dibilang juga sekarang pun kita tetap akan masih terus improve gitu ya. Jadi setiap saat masih akan terus improve untuk keamanan atau mungkin safety dari AutoFarm ini sendiri untuk tokennya teman-teman. Seperti itu. Gitu ya Kak Bibi ya?
Benar Mas Tommy, thank you.
Oke, yang lain silakan untuk teman-teman. Anything else you want to ask to AutoFarm? Thank you, Mas Wawan Tanjung, which is concerned about the safety to farm his token on AutoFarm. Oke, silakan yang lain. Oke, there's so many questions. Ade Indra Gunawan, Mas Ade Indra Gunawan, selamat siang. Apakah Auto Farm nantinya akan bekerja sama dengan TKO? Silakan Kak Phoebe.
A question is that will Auto Farm have a collaboration with TKO in the future?
Oh, that is a very, very interesting question, because I mean, I think when Binance linked us up with Binance Chain linked us up with Toko Crypto, we're actually pleased to collaborate and just come on board more than just speaking as a keynote speaker. So like Auto Farm is also a co-sponsor of this Blockchain Week Summit. So in terms of future collaboration, we are definitely keen.
Oke, pertanyaan menarik. Pada saat Binance menghubungkan mereka, Auto Farm dengan Toko Crypto, mereka sangat amat bersenang sekali ya untuk berkolaborasi. Makanya mereka juga menjadi sponsor acara hari ini, dan mereka sangat amat antusias untuk kolaborasi di masa depan.
Oke. Bentar Phoebe, kamu mendengar suara anak kecil atau cuma aku tadi yang mendengar suara anak kecil?
Aku mendengar.
Dengar ya. Sorry. Okay, this is going to be our last questions coming from Trianto Arwibowo. Bagaimana caranya Auto Farm untuk memaintain APY-nya di setiap farmnya? And can you describe more about Auto Farm Vault? Trianto Arwibowo, terima kasih. How Auto Farm maintain their APY on every each of farm, and then can you describe more about Auto Farm Vault?
So in terms of APYs, we know that yield farming is very popular nowadays, or in the recent weeks on BSC especially, right? So for the Auto Farm team, we kind of see it as like a kind of like the hype and the craze during the when it was on the ETH blockchain. So I think for Auto Farm, our concern is not really about maintaining APYs, because like there are some projects and protocols that come and go, and so but more on our focus is on sustainability, on how do we actually run it as a business, and kind of like I see Auto Farm as a like crypto hedge fund, right? So like in the long run, how do we actually get more users who might not be really interested in decentralized finance, but still want to get higher interest rates and or via the decentralized finance protocols. So like for example, in here in my region, we earn about 0.05% interest rates on our banks, but on Auto Farm you get to earn about 8 to up to 40% on just stable coins. Yeah.
Ya, menurutnya dia farming belakangan ini beberapa minggu terakhir itu baru ada populer ya, sangat amat ada lonjakan tinggi. Tapi concern mereka itu bukan untuk mempertahankan, tapi sustain sebagai bisnis untuk jangka panjang. Karena banyak project yang datang dan pergi, tapi mereka ingin on the long term di jangka panjang untuk mendapatkan lebih banyak pengguna dan lebih banyak suku bunga yang lebih tinggi. Contohnya di daerahnya dia bisa mendapatkan bunga sebesar 0,05%, sedangkan di stablecoin dia bisa mendapatkan 8 sampai 40%. Gitu.
Okay. Thank you YP, because that was our last questions. So YP will join the panel discussion right after Binance presentation. Thank you YP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you, Mas Tommy.
Baik, kita akan lanjut ya, teman-teman ya. Jadi sebelum nanti akan ada panel discussion, who will discuss about liquidity pool. Next, right after YP, we will have a presentation from Binance, who will share about the Binance before we will discuss in liquidity pool session. Jadi habis ini nanti speaker kita ini akan dari Binance tentu saja, dan sedikit bio-nya dari speaker kita setelah ini nanti yang tentu saja akan kita dengarkan bersama-sama adalah Binance Earn Operation. Jadi Miss Catherine Fang currently is in charge of Binance Earn Operation and Marketing, and Catherine Fang including liquid swap and also lock stacking. Catherine also loves to provide liquidity in different pools a new industry trend and also experience for her. So for the next presentation, before the panel discussion about liquidity pool, teman-teman Tokenauts, please give a warm virtual round of applause for Binance Art Operation, Catherine Fang.
And very nice to talk to you and all of the users from Binance. So today I'm gonna give a brief introduction of liquid swap, and also we'll say some like the different experience by providing liquidity in different pools. So I'm gonna share my screen now. So we can see a little bit from the liquid swap, and then we can also we have the session of Q&A, right? So I'm gonna share my screen first.
Sure.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Right now? Can you see now? No screen? I think I have shared my screen already. Can you see? Here's the slide. Hello. Hi. I stop it first. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can see the comments here, so you can see. So I'm gonna give a brief introduction of the liquid swap first. So what we do is the liquid swap that is based on Binance exchange. So as we can see that it's a liquidity pool developed based on the AMM, automatic market maker mechanism. It consists of different liquidity pools, and each liquidity pool contains two digital assets or fiat assets. So later I will show you how to go to the liquidity pool on the Binance.com. Also, you will see that what you can do with the liquidity pool. Normally, if users provide liquidity in the liquid swap, so you can earn, like right now you can earn triple earnings, like flexible savings interest and the swapping trading fees. Also, right now you have the BNB as yields as well, because we know that liquid swap is developed under Binance.com. So we have some natural advantages because it is on centralized exchange. So you can have the like 7 to 24 hours user support, and there's no gas fee. Because in 2020, we know that so many users have tried about for the DeFi staking or liquid swap in different like Uniswap or Curve, and on the Ethereum networks, they have so much congestion. Sometimes you pay the gas fee and it fails. So on the liquid swap, there's no gas fee, the full-time user support, and no network congestion. Also, you have earned additional rewards for liquidity providers. And also, if we compare to other players in the industry, you can see that we offer a quite stable and high APY. Also, if you know that on the pool, we have more options for users with different risk appetite, because you know that in Binance we have so many products like savings, staking, and liquid swap and drawing management. So for different appetite users, so they have different choice. Also, even in the liquid swap, the users have more options because we have provided the stable liquidity pools and innovations liquidity pools. So for users, if they have low appetite of risk, so they can go to the stable coins liquidity pools like USDT to BUSD and USDT to DAI, etc. And also, if you have a higher appetite of risk, you can go to the unstable. Also, we have added like BNB to Ethereum, BNB to BUSD, and BNB to BTC, etc. There are so many pools, so you will have many tokens you can choose because it is based on the Binance.com, and if you want to provide liquidity in the liquid swap, so you don't need to go. We have no problems about the inter-blockchain communication. So you don't need to use any bridge. You just need to add the liquidity in the pool, and then you can start to earn. So this is this is what the liquid swap. So if you, sometimes we say that on the page of Binance.com, you can see that we remind our users that sometimes it happens with risk, because if users don't understand what is impermanent loss, so they may have a loss. So first, we can go to their page to take a look, and then we will see why it occurs some loss. So now we go to the page. I'm gonna share my screen of the Binance Earn right here. So if users want to access Binance liquid swap, so we click finance and we can see Binance Earn, and right here it's a liquid swap. So right now we are on the page of liquid swap, and right here we can see that there are two types of risk: the stable, and you can see the different accumulation formula and the total yield. So you can see how it calculated, and also the innovation pools. Like you have different, we can see many pools with different tokens, so you can add in this pool. But when we talk about what is a liquidity provider, so we can see that what is a liquidity provider here. Actually, we have the swap as well. Swap is more simple for users, because for example, if you don't want to place orders on Binance.com, because sometimes maybe you need to wait for your bids, but in swap you just need to click and then you can have your tokens instantly. So that's very fast. But when we come to the page of add and redeem, which means that you need to go to this page and then you add liquidities in the pools. So normally there are two tokens. You can provide one token or two tokens. Like we can choose like BTC to WBTC. Actually, we can regard this one as a stable coin because the token price of BTC to WBTC is very small. But if we choose innovation, like let's take a try with okay, BNB to BUSD, because we have the BNB pools already, and users can come here directly. They can choose to add BNB directly, or they can choose to add BNB and BUSD. So if users choose to provide two tokens in this pool, so there's no swapping fee, because normally if you provide liquidity in the pools, that's a token pair, which means that you have to provide two. But if you only choose one, and that your part of your BNB will be swapped to BUSD, and then you will get a share. So that's why we call it a share. And the share is calculated and denominated in USDT. So that's why users sometimes they have, if they don't understand too much about the connect mechanism, or they have doubts about what is impermanent loss. So when they redeem their liquidity, they will think, oh, why I provided, for example, at the very beginning, I provided 10 BNB, but at last when I go out, the BNB, I only have 9. That is because, for example, we call it impermanent loss. Impermanent loss is when users add a pair in this liquidity pool, and we call it that share. So when for example, the BNB price goes up, so the share has changed, and we can see that the share, you have to see the current pool size. The share has changed, so one part of your BNB will be swapped to BUSD according to the price fluctuation in the pool. So sometimes you can get, if the BNB price goes down, so your BUSD will be used to buy more BNB. But when the BNB price goes up, your BNB will be sold out for more BUSD. So it keeps a balance in that pool. So if you don't redeem the liquidity, that is a temporal loss. But if you redeem the liquidity from the pool, we call it a permanent loss. So this is when users need to get into their pool, and we can see the different like the high APY. So they if they don't understand too well about the impermanent loss, and if they don't know how to calculate it, sometimes it happens. But in liquid swap, we can see that we have different types of earnings. Like we offer users with BNB as yields as well. Also the flexible savings interest. So and the swapping fee. So users can get a triple fee in liquidity swap. Also, if we say that right here, the slippage is very small. For example, sometimes if you choose, you can see that if you have provided liquidity in, right now it's, you can choose to set the slippage. So this is the liquid swap, and we can see that right now we have more BNBs for users, and BNB is the top 3 token in the market right now. So there are more and more users are coming to the liquid swap. And if you have any questions of liquid swap, please, you are free, welcome to ask me. So because we know that now more users come, and we are trying to give our best tutorial videos content to our users to make users understand better the liquid swap. So this is the brief introduction of the liquid swap product. Okay, so 5 minutes left for the presentation. So that is the basic introduction of the liquid swap. So do you have any questions from other users? And because we have and before this, I have received some questions from our users. It's comparing to other financial banking or finance. What's the good part? What's the benefit of providing liquidity in liquid swap? Actually, if we comparing some users, if they I don't think it's a good comparison between liquid swap with financial or traditional banking, because they are totally different mechanism of products. If we compare to traditional banking, it's better to compare with our flexible savings or fixed savings, because users only need to deposit the tokens in savings, and they will receive interest on a daily basis, because the rewards are distributed on a daily basis. But the liquid swap is not. Liquid swap is not principal guaranteed. If you deposit your tokens in savings, it is principal guaranteed. But on liquid swap, it is not. Users, that's for higher appetite risk users. So users provide liquidity there and to earn different type of interest. So that's the difference between liquid swap and banking or traditional bankings. But if you ask that what's good part of the liquid swap, I think this is very obvious. Binance is a leading global exchange, and the users' funds are safe, totally safe. So that's not a problem. And if users have questions about our product, we have the 24 hours user support. And also if users have different taste or they have a different appetite, we always give our users the solution for their appetites, the risk appetites. So this is for the liquid swap. And if you have more questions of the product itself, I think in the future we will enhance the user education as well. Right now we are adding more we're adding more liquidity pools for users, so they have different choices and more choices actually. Also, in the future we will hold learn and earn activities. Users can enjoy earning and learning about our product. So this is a part in the future. And also, if users have different taste, with Binance Earn, we have different products for the users. So this is the product of liquid swap. And so if you have questions, you are free to ask me right now. Do we have questions?
Okay, thank you, Catherine Fang, as a Binance Earn operation for so details about not only introduction. I think that's really details about the liquid swap. And to those of you who wants to ask about the liquid swap, you can ask to Catherine. And right after this, we will proceed to the panel discussion. So we will discuss about the liquidity pool, not only from Catherine Fang perspective from Binance, but also we will dig more details about the liquidity pool from YP as well, from Autofarm. And also Kai will join with Catherine and also YP later on the liquidity pool panel discussion. Jadi untuk teman-teman silahkan langsung aja kalau misalnya punya pertanyaan seputar liquid swap, langsung aja kita tunggu karena ini jadi momen yang tentu saja sangat menarik sekali untuk teman-teman bisa langsung tanyakan untuk Catherine. But Catherine, I actually have a personal question for you.
Okay.
How many types of products that actually liquid swap support currently in the market?
Support. Oh my God. So we have. So I have to calculate because right now we keep launching more tokens and pools.
Okay.
So right now we can see that there are so many. Like the stable, we have the different, like we can see here, like BTC to WBTC, BSD to USDT, USD to DAI, USDT to DAI, and then USDC to USDT, and B Ethereum to Ethereum.
Okay.
The Ethereum to Ethereum, I think users know that because users have to stake their Ethereum in Binance for 2 years. So Binance issues the B Ethereum for a liquidity solution. And because the price is very similar, so the impermanent loss is very limited. So we can consider it as it's the same like BTC to WBTC. And the emission pools we have more. We can see here, right, like BNB to BUSD, BNB to BTC, and BNB to Ethereum, also BTC to Ethereum, WBTC, and also we have fiat as well, like Euros, GBP to USDT, and Link to Ethereum. So Link to BTC. So in the future, we will add more like the top market value tokens in the pool.
Okay. Jadi karena Tommy juga penasaran gitu ya, kalau berbicara soal swapping gitu ya, apalagi soal liquid swap, saya juga pengen tahu gitu, kira-kira yang produk-produk yang udah support untuk liquid swap itu yang apa aja. Ternyata udah banyak teman-teman ya. Tadi udah dijelaskan juga, jadi memang harus ngelihat langsung. Tapi tadi Catherine juga menjelaskan bahwa nantinya juga akan banyak sekali top-top produk juga akan dimasukkan juga untuk masuk ke bagian untuk liquid swap ini sendiri ya. Oke. How's the fees of Binance liquidity pool or swap decided, and how it is compared to its DeFi version?
DeFi version? So that's a very nice question. So about the swapping fee, it's very low, like 0.04%. So you can consider it's very low. And the DeFi saying that because Binance is working on the diversity of products, so we have the DeFi liquidity pools, also like the BSC projects. We have so many, and now they are leading the market as well. And for some users, maybe for some users, they have the technical barriers. They don't know how. Maybe they are not very familiar with the hard wallets, or they don't know how to transfer their tokens through different chains, like the inter-blockchain communication. So only with Binance Earn like liquid swap, so they don't need to understand so much technical settings. So only with so in my opinion, that this is diversified products for different users. For the users that they want to save troubles of the technical setting, so they come to the liquid swap. And for the users that they know more about the DeFi, liquid swapping, like different on BSC chain. So I think that's the two directions for users. One for saving the technical settings like swapping fee, and the other one is for the different products. Also, we on liquid swap, you can see that we support the mainstream tokens, but on the BSC there are maybe new tokens, so they are different, but maybe sometimes both users like them, because we can see from our active users they never stop increasing.
Yeah.
So this is the product for we just try to support more products for different users. As long as they need, we will develop the product and different tokens and give them more options.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine, for answering my curiosity. Mungkin Phoebe mau nambahin apa yang dijelaskan tadi soal fee, karena kalau saya pengen tahu banget compare sama versi DeFi-nya gitu. Ada yang mau ditambahkan, Phoebe?
Ya, jadi yang dijelaskan tadi sama Catherine bahwa biaya swapping itu sangat rendah ya, cuma 0,04%. Dan sekarang Binance selalu bekerja untuk menambah keragaman produk di platformnya, terus juga mengurangi hambatan teknis untuk beberapa pengguna-pengguna yang masih baru ya, tentang cara misalnya mentransfer dan mengkomunikasikan antar blockchain gitu. Dengan Binance, jadi mereka tidak perlu memahami banyak pengaturan teknis kayak technical difficulty seperti itu. Jadi mereka juga mendisverifikasi sekaligus menyederhanakan, dan juga mereka mendukung token banyak banget token, dan mencoba untuk mendukung lebih banyak pengguna lagi while memberikan lebih banyak pilihan. Begitu, Mas Tommy.
This is a question from Rizky Wahyudi. Mas Rizky Wahyudi, thank you so much for joining Indonesia Blockchain in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Catherine, what is the best facilities does your platform have that many choose your project to trade on your platform? And how do you look differently from the other projects?
I think this is a very good question. So because, for example, we can see that there are so many liquidity pools, so many platforms that you can provide liquidity. But first of all, I think the safety of funds is the most important thing. If you can't make sure your funds are safe, maybe the high APY is very attractive, but we have heard so many different. We have heard so many news that users lost a fund. Maybe you can see that the high APY is attractive, but maybe to some projects, your funds are more attractive. So first of all, the safety of users' funds. So we know that we have in Binance, we have the Sabtu funds. So the safety of users' funds users can totally assure with us. So we think that users can earn while sleeping. It's they can just provide the liquidity and then to earn. So this is the first thing. And the second is, I think that there are so many products in the market, and maybe the logic is very similar. But for us, we believe that if we share the same logic of products, and then how we differentiate our products, it's the user experience. In Binance, we always think that users go first. So user experience is our key focus area. We will try our best to give our users to support to better our user experience. Also, we will in the future, we will try to lower our barrier of entry for users. Because, for example, at the very beginning, some users can see the high APY and they come in to provide the liquidity. But when they redeem the tokens, they don't understand why we need to. I have less tokens. Maybe if their assets are denominated in USDT, they didn't lose, they have earned. But comparing to the token amount, maybe they have lost. So we will enhance our user education as well. So we will give our users more educational videos, content, and interesting gaming like learn and earn. So we will focus the first of all users funds, and the second are users. We are trying to give our users the best experience. So this is very important too. So that's all.
Oke. Silakan Kak Phoebe.
Ya, jadi yang disebutkan oleh Catherine barusan begitu banyak liquidity pool ya, yang menyediakan mungkin produk yang sama. Tapi menurut kita di sini keamanan itu yang paling penting untuk para pengguna. Emang APY yang tinggi itu sangat amat menarik pastinya kan. Tapi yang balik lagi keamanan itu masih nomor satu, dan mereka yakin bahwa pengguna bisa mendapatkan penghasilan lebih walaupun sambil tidur gitu. Begitu banyak produk di pasaran dengan logika yang serupa, tapi tetap sekali lagi pengalaman pengguna adalah fokus utama mereka juga. Mereka mencoba memberikan yang terbaik untuk memberikan best user experience untuk para usersnya Binance. Jadi ya balik lagi, yang pertama dana pengguna yang paling penting, yang kedua adalah experience-nya. Begitu Mas Tommy.
Baik, thank you Phoebe. Thank you so much.
Sama-sama.
We will join later on the Q&A session for liquidity pool panel discussion. So Catherine, shall we proceed to the panel discussion? And so I ask Kai and also YP to join with us on the panel discussion. Thank you Phoebe. Baik.
Thank you.
Baik, before we will proceed to the panel discussion, because we quite running late, because there's a lot of interesting subject and also amazing speaker that share so many things about not only about Binance Smart Chains, but also about DeFi and also CeFi. Jadi agak telat sedikit, so to those of you already registered for Binance Smart Chain technical session, our schedule actually at 1:45 Jakarta time, but we will start at 2 p.m. Jakarta time because we will proceed to panel discussion first. Okay, so we will proceed to the panel discussion. We will discuss more detail, but actually Catherine already shared about the liquidity swap from the Binance perspective. So I would like to invite Kai and also YP will join as well as Catherine to discuss about more details about the liquidity pool. And this panel discussion will conduct by Jin. Okay, so I would like to invite as our moderator, as a CSO of Binance, Jin Chao. Hi, Jin.
Hi, salam. And I should also add a couple of phrases I recently learned. Salamat siang to everybody. Nama saya Jin, and that's pretty much the extent of my Indonesian at this point. But thank you so much for having me at this event. We have a great set of panelists here. Kai, obviously CEO of Toko Crypto, YP, CMO at AutoFarm, and then our own Catherine from Binance Earn. So this panel is going to be about 35 minutes, 25 minutes of discussion here, and then 10 minutes of Q&A from the audience. So we'll look forward to your questions. And we'll just cover a few things, basically basic definitions, but what we really would like to dive into are really the key differences that liquidity pools make between DeFi and CeFi. What are the pros and cons? And most importantly, how is it relevant to, mass adoption, and then maybe in particularly the audience here in Indonesia. So that's what we'd like to cover. Welcome the panelists to provide a quick intro. I know you guys have already spoken earlier today, so we can maybe dive right into it with just a quick definition on liquidity pools. And maybe I'll turn to YP and Catherine to talk quickly about how you define liquidity pools and swaps today. And then we'll get into what that means.
Sure. I can go first?
Sure.
Yeah. So like I briefly mentioned before, liquidity pools are like basically a pool of tokens that are locked in a smart contract, and it facilitates swaps, right? So in layman terms, when I explain it to my friends and my family, I think of it as like a money changer, but without the guy actually there. So it's actually just a smart contract. Yeah, so that is in itself the process of decentralized finance. Yep.
Okay, so for liquid swap in Binance, because we know that Binance is a centralized exchange, so if users provide a liquidity in the liquidity pools in liquid swap, so that is not, we have the AMA as well. So users put the token assets like in pairs into the pool, and then we support them with different types of interest. So that's a part of that to save users job and to give them a high yield, as we think. So this is what we think about the liquidity pool. Users provide and we return back with high yields.
Okay, good. And I guess to put it in layman's term, how would this differ compared to sort of traditional centralized finance and traditional banking infrastructure?
Okay, so I go first.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. I can jump in later.
Okay, so comparing to traditional finance, I think that in 2020 there's a very big progress of our thing is that we have improved. We have gave more use cases. We have gave more use cases for token holders because before the DeFi trend, that users can only go to trade, or they cannot. For example, if they hold, before the DeFi trend, if users hold BUSD, they can only hold for it, and maybe they have to trade for earn. But after we have the liquidity pools, we have offered users and empowered our users with more utility of the tokens. So comparing to the traditional banking with liquid swap, we give users more options and empower them to embrace the more opportunities of earning, not only holding, but comparing to the traditional, we have more. We think that we have more opportunities because if we think about the traditional banking, I would suggest to compare with flexible savings or fixed savings, because that's one part of our Binance Earn product as well. But with the liquidity pools, they're different because users need to provide a token pair. Users need to provide a token pair in the pool and then to earn the interest or the yields. So, in my opinion, that they are different. There are different mechanisms. We have the automatic market making system. So I think this is very good and is a very big progress of our industry. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Kai, how about as far as playing off of what Catherine just said, that's sort of a general comparison, probably globally. If you were to look specifically at the state of centralized finance, the infrastructure in Indonesia, and what that means to users versus what DeFi offers, do you see any particular differences in the local market here?
Okay, thanks for the question, Jin. And maybe once more, we'd like to welcome Catherine and YP, and really thanks so much for joining this event that we have today. I'm just going to reiterate in Bahasa Indo, and also try and answer in Bahasa Indo so that our Indonesian audience will be able to get a better sensing of this discussion. Jadi sekarang untuk pertanyaan adalah ada beda apa di antara traditional finance sama dengan liquidity pool yang ada di DeFi sama yang ada di CeFi. Contohnya untuk CeFi bisa lihat di Binance ecosystem, di Binance app bisa lihat ada yang untuk staking pool, savings pool, dan untuk DeFi liquidity pool bisa lihat contohnya ada di Auto Farm, ada PancakeSwap, Bakery Swap, Uniswap, ada banyak untuk contohnya liquidity pool. Nah, pertanyaan adalah ada beda apa sama centralized finance sama dengan ini jenis seperti ini decentralized finance, beda apa? Nah, menurut saya karena udah membangun toko kripto di Indonesia udah lama. Kalau lihat di Indonesia, kalau untuk lihat untuk geografi Indonesia sudah bisa lihat bahwa Indonesia sendiri udah geographically decentralized. Udah desentralisasi. Udah 17,000, ada 17,000 islands, di dalam Indonesia. Dan untuk kalau menurut saya untuk centralized finance sekarang bisa bilang bahwa sekarang belum mempenetrasi ke seluruh Indonesia. Nah, tapi kalau lihat seperti ini, untuk lihat ini liquidity pool, saya bisa bilang untuk itu lebih gampang untuk semua orang yang bisa mempartisipasi ke produk ini. Kenapa? Pertama, itu gampang untuk bikin account di Binance. Ya, kalau mau ikut ke Auto Farm itu juga gampang untuk bisa ikut. Kalau mau buka rekening di bank mungkin ada sedikit susah. Ada beberapa alasan. Pertama, mungkin nggak ada branch bank dekat penduduk dekat Indonesians in some of the parts of the country. Tapi sekarang hampir semua orang di Indonesia udah punya smartphone, right? And untuk prosesnya bisa mengikuti ke liquidity pool, be it liquidity pool in a CeFi exchange atau liquidity pool in a DeFi exchange, itu gampang sekali. Jadi menurut saya karena ada this simplicity of participating in this pool, it will be very a lot of potensi untuk orang di Indonesia karena pasti semua orang sekarang cari metode untuk bagaimana bisa dapat untung, profit, given the current situation you're in, how to get maybe loans, so that they can membangun business sendiri. So, that's what I think is the main difference between the traditional finance in Indonesia. Di antara this liquidity pool that we have on our CeFi platforms, on our DeFi platforms, and why I think that this will be the future that Indonesia or Indonesians will help, like we mentioned in the video, will help elevate Indonesia into the next stage. Yeah, I hope that answers your question, the question in hand. Thanks.
Awesome. Good. Well, now that we've sort of identified sort of what is a liquidity pool and then what that means between centralized and decentralized finance in Indonesia, I guess maybe YP, do you want to talk a little bit about, there's a lot of liquidity pools out there, so do you want to talk a little bit about some of the key differences between them? And then perhaps we can turn after that to some of the risks that Catherine can address. And then again, Kai can talk about the various liquidity pools specifically in Indonesia. I think that would be a good path to take the audience down. So YP, how about, with the breadth of liquidity pools that we're hearing about, how do you categorize them, or how do you view the key differences between them?
I think from what I understand, in terms of liquidity pools, there are actually two mechanisms. So one is the auto market maker mechanism. So it's like PancakeSwap, Uniswap, SushiSwap. The others is like a single-sided liquidity where it reduces users' risk of impermanent loss. So this could be like Bancor or Dodo, which is actually available on BSC. So and in terms of the technology behind liquidity pools, I think the crypto space is still growing to better facilitate liquidities such that on the user front, there's less slippage and users get better swap rates, right? But in terms of, so we understand that yield farming is very popular, right? So often there are a lot of like forks of similar projects. So in the space, many in the BSC space, many have actually forked PancakeSwap. But I think in terms of sustainability wise, the utility of the underlying token, so like for example Cake, it's very important that they have that deflationary mechanism, that they have that, or NFT space, that they have that lottery mechanism. So it keeps the whole project together, and it's sort of like, it's like an ecosystem that can actually begin to slowly grow in like what Kai talked about in terms of expansion, where each and every Indonesian can actually do swaps easily with just a smartphone and the internet connection. Yeah.
Okay, great. You mentioned a couple of risks there, like impermanent loss. Perhaps, Catherine, do you want to talk a little bit about that? What are the main pros and cons or risks that are related liquidity pools, and how, based on some of the algorithms behind that, what are the trade-offs? If you want to reduce that, are there trade-offs in other areas with regard to the risks?
Yes, because when users provide liquidity in the pools, so the only risk, also like on the Binance Earn page, we have categorized our products like the fixed terms or flexible terms, and the high risk terms. The high risk term for the risk for liquidity pool, and we say it's a high risk, is because we want to remind our users to understand what is impermanent loss. Actually, impermanent loss is to describe the temporary. It is temporary loss of funds occasionally experienced by liquidity providers because of the fluctuation of the trading pair, because we can regard it as a pair, because for example, like Ethereum to BUSD. So this also illustrates how much more money that users have in USDT, and after adding the liquidity, so we will calculate again his USDT. For example, we give the example with Ethereum to BUSD. So let's imagine that user A provide Ethereum and BUSD at the very beginning, and when the Ethereum price, because we can see that in that pool it's a balance there. So like several, like maybe X Ethereum and Y BUSD, so they are balanced now. But after when the Ethereum token price increase, and then in this pool, so it's not balanced. So the BUSD will be used to so you have comparing to the price increase of Ethereum. So the Ethereum token value is bigger than the BUSD. So one part of the Ethereum will be sold out for BUSD. But when the Ethereum token price decreased, so you have less USDT value in Ethereum, but more BUSD. So BUSD will be used to buy more Ethereum. So then they will go to the balance again. So we call this impermanent loss, because when the price changes, their users can find the opportunities of arbitrage. So users can swap the Ethereum for arbitrage. When this comes to a new balance, so then there's no more arbitrage. So, but we call it impermanent loss. That is because it is a temporary loss. If users don't redeem the token, if users don't redeem their liquidity from the pool, that is not permanent loss. So we call it so. So when sometimes users say, "Oh my God, I get less Ethereum," because they can see their share in the liquidity pool. I had 10 Ethereum, now I only have 9. So okay, I just redeem and go. But maybe some days later, the Ethereum change again. You have more Ethereum token amount and less BUSD. So that's why we call it impermanent loss. So this is the only thing that users need to pay attention to, the only risk, as we say, the impermanent loss.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. So Kai, given that, I guess, what have you seen gain more traction in Indonesia, and is there a particular reason that you would identify from a trend standpoint why certain liquidity pools have gotten more traction in Indonesia than others?
Right. So I think like what CZ mentioned, I guess firstly is that the current trends in Indonesia is as such, like CZ mentioned just now, that BSC usage for Indonesia is the top 5 in the world. That is in global rankings, right? And I can also say that for Pancake Swap usage is also Indonesia is one of the largest in the world. And what basically attributes to that, kenapa Indonesia mudah menjadi top 5 untuk memakai BSC sama memakai Pancake Swap. Ini karena orangnya Indonesia, I think menurut saya karena untuk mau mempartisipasi ke platform PancakeSwap atau pakai Binance Smart Chain itu gampang sekali, dan untuk orang Indonesia ada kesulitan untuk dapat dapat fasilitas banking. Jadi pasti semua orang cari bagaimana bisa dapat uang kan. Jadi I think that's the main key thing. Ease of use, ease of cheaper fees, easier to make an account and to participate in it in the ecosystem. So all these are contributing factors to to Indonesia's high adoption rate, and I think this will definitely propel the it will grow even more eventually. Yeah.
Do you feel that maybe like fundamental demand might be higher in a market like Indonesia because this really fills some of the needs for not just the bank but also the unbanked or underbanked, and perhaps that might be a larger target market than in Indonesia. Do you feel that that's the case as well?
Definitely there's a fundamental need that Indonesians are looking for, that needs to be filled. There's a fundamental need that needs to be filled in Indonesia that traditional finance hasn't been able to address. I guess in comparison with other countries, this need might not be as prevalent because in other more developed countries, traditional finance is more robust. They don't face the same difficulties that Indonesians face. So definitely there is this need which is being filled by these projects. They're up and coming, and will definitely keep being filled essentially.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sticking on that theme for a moment, YP would love to get your thoughts on what's the next step or evolution on getting more adoption for liquidity pools, because it is a relatively complex product. It takes a little bit of understanding first with crypto trading to begin with, and then people dive into this. So how could people sort of go from little knowledge to directly into this market in the future? What are some of the barriers for that, do you think?
I think on projects end, what we can do is actually to create kind of like a Zap function. So like I know Zapify has it already. So basically it's like literally just one click and then you automatically help you put your LP tokens and then put it in the vaults and then you'll start earning interest. But I think on the user's end, I think because crypto space and especially DeFi is very new, education and general just like such conversations or panels or summits like this actually will help users understand or like break away from their normal understanding of traditional finance and banking. Yeah.
Thank you. I guess we're coming up on time here, but perhaps Catherine, anything else you'd like to add, and maybe we can end on that note and then take questions from the audience.
Oh yes, because I think I have heard something that some users have the doubts about the impermanent loss. So we will try our best to make an Indonesian version of the impermanent loss explanation, so users can understand better. Also, in the future, we will enhance the user education on liquid swap to make maybe for users they can easier to understand what it is and how easy it is to add liquidity and to earn BNB.
Yeah.
So we will add this soon.
And hopefully we can have a BRDR pair liquidity pool soon. Yeah.
Oh really? So yes, we can discuss this.
Okay, I'll catch you later.
Okay, sure. Welcome.
Okay. Well, on that note, thank you guys very much. I'll turn it over to Tommy to moderate the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So I hope this interesting session about liquidity pool, liquidity swap, give you so many different perspective, guys, on liquidity swap and also liquidity pool. So to those of you who wants to ask to Catherine or maybe Kai or maybe YP, we will start the Q&A for this panel discussion. Jadi silahkan langsung submit aja, kalau mau pakai bahasa juga boleh. Nanti Tommy dan juga Phoebe akan coba untuk translate berbagai macam pertanyaan technical dari teman-teman untuk kita share ke Catherine dan juga Kai dan juga YP dan juga Jin juga gitu ya. Jadi silahkan kita tunggu, jangan lupa mention namanya juga teman-teman. Ya, silahkan. Okay, maybe Catherine, on top of just fees, how does Binance maintain competitive in this CeFi versus DeFi liquidity pool or swap battle? Do you have any opinion on this?
How to swap better? Sorry. Do you mean that how to offer the users how to swapping better?
Yeah, maybe on top of just fees. Besides just fees, okay.
Actually, our fee is very, very, very low. It is only like 0.04%, so it's very low. Also, users don't need to pay even on the BSC or Ethereum. Now the internet fee is too high. We know that, but on BSC it's much better. So sometimes users only need to pay like $0.50, but on liquid swap on Binance.com, there's no gas fee. There's no gas fees, and there's no internet, there's no network congestion. So this is already a very good way for users to swapping. Also, the swapping fee is very low, 0.04%, and users can earn apart from that. So we don't think that's a problem, and this is a very good advantage for us actually, comparing to other platforms or chains.
Okay. Besides that, the Binance fee is really low. How does the Binance maintain the competitiveness in this CeFi versus DeFi battle, liquidity pool battle? Besides that, your fee is really low.
So users would ask why Binance can offer a high APY like this. I understand. So for example, we have different products like Binance Earn, like I have mentioned before, the flexible savings and fixed savings. So the flexible savings actually works like the bank. Users just need to deposit their tokens, and then they will receive interest on a daily basis. We distribute the rewards on a daily basis. Also, fixed savings is with a higher APY because users need to lock their tokens for a period. And then because we have used also this part of the from the liquid swap, if for example users have used their BUSD have added their BUSD into the liquidity pool, so we will use this part of users will receive or part of the flexible savings or fixed savings as interest. So this is one part of the yield. And the second part of the yield is users will receive because users have provided the liquidity in the pool. So they will receive the swapping fee, which means that when others adding liquidity in the pool, and if they only add one token, so the tokens will be automatically swapping to another one to making it a trading pair. So that's swapping fee, and we will split that part to users as well. And also now with more BNB, so as yields, so that's why we can also always offer higher APY. And also like flexible savings, we keep working with different projects, and sometimes the projects offer APY to users as well. So we always try, the users go first. We try to give our users best experience and higher APY comparing to other players in the industry.
Okay.
So that's why how we maintain it.
Oke, menurut dia selain dengan harga gas fee yang sangat rendah ya, biaya transfer yang sangat rendah dan tidak ada kemacetan jaringan, ini adalah cara yang sangat baik untuk pengguna baru yang untuk mulai swapping atau bertukar ya, dibandingkan dengan blockchain lain. mereka memiliki produk-produk yang berbeda, terus seperti simpanan yang fleksibel, deposit yang fleksibel, yang bekerja mirip dengan bank, yang dengan hanya deposit, terus mereka bisa menerima bunga gitu. Pengguna akan menerima sebagian dari bunga sebagai hasil, dan token akan bisa juga otomatis ditukar tanpa biaya lebih gitu. Dan mereka dengan ini mereka bisa menawarkan APY yang lebih tinggi dan juga mereka bisa bekerja dengan proyek-proyek lain gitu.
Oke, terima kasih Phoebe.
Sama-sama.
I think we're running out of time. Maybe we need to close our panel discussion. Thank you so much, Kai. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, YP. And also, Jin, thank you so much, Mr. Jin Chow as a CSO of Binance for being such a really good moderator. Terima kasih. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you.
Sampai.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, YP.
Thank you.
Kai,
Bye.
Thank you, Phoebe. Pengen ngobrol lebih panjang sebenarnya ya. Baik, tapi kita sudah molor cukup panjang dan semoga tadi apa yang sudah kita diskusikan untuk sesi liquidity pool benar-benar memberikan really different kind of perspective for you guys to learn more about liquid swap or maybe liquidity pool ya. Oke, dan tentu saja kita akan ada official break, tapi sebelum kita akan masuk ke official break, di mana juga kita akan menginformasikan untuk tokenauts yang udah register untuk ikutan Binance Smart Chain Technical Session bersama dengan Chain ID. Silahkan bersiap-siap, tapi sebelum nanti kita akan ada official break, silahkan teman-teman untuk bisa menyimak ya. Ini adalah, this is going to be the third keyword for today's event ya. Jadi siap-siap untuk kata kunci ketiga. Oke, siap-siap untuk kata kunci ketiga, berarti masih tersisa 2 lagi, 3 dan 4 nanti di akhir acara. Oke, jadi 2 tadi sudah saya bacakan. Oke, so the third keyword for today's event, you need to collect 4 different keywords. Jadi nggak boleh ada yang kelewat sama sekali, teman-teman. Ya, kata kunci ketiga ini sangat penting untuk melengkapi untuk teman-teman yang pengen mendapatkan hampir total 200 TKO yang bisa teman-teman perebutkan nanti di akhir acara ya. Kata kunci ketiga, our third keyword, finance. Oke, finance. Ya, sekali lagi kata kunci ketiga, finance. Ya. Oke, sudah dicatat? Ya, kata kunci ketiga kita, our third keyword will be finance. Silakan dikumpulin sampai dengan kata kunci keempat nanti. Okay? So this is the official break for today's Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. To those of you who didn't register for the Binance Smart Chain Technical Session, you can take your break for 45 minutes. Don't forget to join again for the other session for the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, 45 minutes from now, or around 2:40, yeah, 2:40 Jakarta time. You can join again our last session for the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. At 2:40 Jakarta time. But to those of you already registered for the Binance Smart Chain technical session with Chain ID, you can join in a few minutes. Okay, thank you so much. Tokenauts, you can take your official break for 45 minutes from now. Thank you. See you in 45 minutes. Okay, let's start our Binance Smart Chain technical session. So this session will moderate or will take over by the Chain ID, and there will be team from Toko Crypto. Mas Wendy will help the moderator to the Binance Smart Chain technical session. So please get ready, guys.
Hello.
Yep. Show is already standby. Mas Wendy.
Okay.
Hello, Mas Tommy. Yes.
Hi, Wendy. Yeah.
Good, everyone. Okay, let's start our Binance Smart Chain technical session with Chain ID. So Xiao Wu, as the CEO of Chain ID, will share more details about the technical issues and everything about Binance Smart Chain. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Chain ID, Xiao Wu.
Thank you. I tried to share my screen, and I'm not sure if you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now
Yeah,
should
okay.
be cool.
Loading now. So.
Yeah.
Yes,
so, hello everyone. My name is Wu Xiao. You can also call me Ling, which is my developer name in GitHub. And I will go through this one. Yeah. I'm the CEO of White Matrix. It is a great honor to have this online lecture with all our Indonesian friends. Today, my topic is blockchain innovation, revolution from CeFi to DeFi. So let me introduce myself. As you already know, my name is Wu Xiao. I'm currently the director of Yangtze River Blockchain International Innovation Center and the CEO of White Matrix. I received my master and bachelor degrees from University of Alberta in 2015 and 2013, respectively. I'm still interested in doing some research in blockchain area. In 2019, I collaborate with Dr. Wei Cai, and our manuscript has been accepted to top-ranked conference IEEE InfoComm. And in 2020, I also won the first prize of China Blockchain Development Contest. I was invited to give public lectures and seminars to many universities, such as the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, University of Alberta, and Peking universities in the last 3 years. In the end, I'm also a coder and a dApp designer since 2018. Create several dApp games, and I'm excited in designing smart contract. White Matrix is a technology company specialized in research and development of blockchain middleware technology and a global developer ecosystem. Our core product is Chain ID. Chain ID is a cloud-based integrated development environment that can help the development of smart contract. It is the first multi-chain ID that supports blockchain ecosystems such as Ethereum's and Binance Smart Chain. Operational in more than 100 countries, Chain ID has compiled more than 3.8 million smart contracts and stands as one of the leading cloud-based ID platforms in the crypto space. And we will use Chain ID later in this lecture to help you design your first decentralized application. I would split today's topic into 3 sections. The first part is a brief introduction to blockchain. The second part will be solidity and smart contract. The third part will be CeFi and DeFi. So the first part is a brief introduction to blockchain. So actually, from my point of view, I agree with the economist's idea, which is the promise of the blockchain, the trust machine. It is the title of their magazines in The Economist. This means that if you want to use blockchain technology, the trust part is the core technology and area. You can use that. And let's talk about blockchain. Usually we want to give a formal definition, right? So blockchain is a new application mode of computer technology, such as distributed data storage, point-to-point transmission, consensus mechanisms, and encryption algorithms. It is essentially a decentralized distributed database. Anyone can become a node of this huge network as long as they set up their own server and access the blockchain network. When I try to give this formal definition to students from many universities, they become confused and they said, "What? What are you talking about? What do you mean, Ling? I didn't get it." So for many university students, they are freshmen and sophomore, and they interested in dating other than computer science courses. So what I try to bring up is a new example that will help you understand what is blockchain. This example is called From Dating to Blockchain. Suppose if you are a girl and your boyfriend said to you, "I love you forever." When you send this sentence to your classmates, your parents, and a circle of friends, for example, You can send the message on Facebook. You can send them on Twitter and Instagram. Your boyfriend can no longer deny because everybody knows. Then you give some related people above some tips, just like minor fees. I love you forever. The time when the sentence is spoken, the object of the speech, etc., are packed into form an information package and synchronized in a block. And we see Twitter, Facebook, etc. as the nodes. If your boyfriend does not admit to say that, you will find the evidence and confront and kick off your boyfriend out of your relation network, because everybody know your boyfriend is a playboy and they do not trust him anymore. Based on the above examples, we can see some characteristics about blockchain technology. For example, we can summarize into the following 4 options. The first one is ledger. In the blockchain systems, there is a ledger, which is an electronic file that records all the transaction records. And also, you will have a consensus. After all the nodes synchronize at highest block, there will be all ledger information for everyone, so everybody knows the information. And there will be note. This ledger is not stored in a centralized institution, such as a bank or a database. It has countless copies, which are distributed and stored in every computer on the blockchain network, and each computer is called a node. And also, there's interesting characteristics, which is multi-center. Having said that, the account book is maintained by a group of computers, not by a central organization similar to a single database. They are controlled by a group of computers. And we will see some interesting characteristics about the blockchain technology, such as decentralization. This is very important because it is fault tolerance and it is collective maintenance. Usually, the blockchain has independent address. They will have data transparency and immutable to hack. Next one, what I want to mention is smart contract. So smart contract is first used in 1997 by Nick. It is just like the real-life contract, but in digital style. It requires no third parties. It is a tiny computer program that is used inside the blockchain. It is a distributed ledger technology. And there are some characteristics about smart contract also. So the first one is smart contract can be programmed. Smart contract can self-verify the conditions that are placed inside the contract by interpreting data. Each contract runs on a node in a network in order to guarantee the contract is executed as written. This means that the creator of the contract do not have to worry about the proper enforcement or whether the contract will be executed or not. And let's think about further things, think about the future. We see the smart contract and the blockchain technology, right? If we're thinking about the rules, systems, and the consensus, we can summarize 2 interesting facts. Blockchain technology can help the law enforcement transparency. The second one is smart contract to enforce in the virtual world, maybe in the future. There are no restrictions on the violent organizations, but there are situations we need enforcement of the rules to be credibility. So at this part, the sociology of the blockchain's meaning is shown concretely here. So for the first part, it's like the introductions to the blockchain and to the decentralized world. We introduce some basic concept and the basic definitions. And in part 2, we'll talk about something deeper, just like the solidity and the depth. So the first one I want to show you is the solidity. Now, this one is a file example that show you how to store an unsigned int. I will go through with the whole smart contract in the end, because I will show you how to build your own dApp in the end. But now I just want to do some summarize. So the contract simple storage, what this contract do is to store data. This data is an unsigned int. It is an unsigned integer, and the variable's name is stored data. We will have two functions. The first function is set. You can set up an unsigned int from external functions or external website to store the value inside the smart contract. And the second function is called get. You do not need to cause any guess, because for the get function, you will use the public view, which is you will just see the state of the smart contract. You will not change the value. When you stop changing, when you try to see the value, it will cost no gas. And in the get function, you will get the number which is stored inside the smart contract. And Solidity is first introduced in 2014. It is an OO, high-level programming language for implementing smart contract. Smart contracts are programs that govern the behavior of accounts within the Ethereum state. So it is influenced by C++, Python, and JavaScript, and it is designed to target EVM, which is Ethereum Virtual Machine. And also, Binance Smart Chain support Ethereum virtual machines. That's why the dApps on Ethereum can transfer or migrate to Binance Smart Chain easily. And the type, it supports inheritance and libraries and complex user-defined types, among many features. With Solidity, you can create contracts for uses such as voting, crowdfunding, blind auctions, and multi-signature wallets. I think these four examples are official examples in the Solidity's handbook or the document, the user document. But actually, you can build more, such as DeFi, NFT, DAO, and you can build many things. I will introduce them later. So let's try to give a definition of a dApp, which is a decentralized application. A dApp has its backend node running on a decentralized peer-to-peer network compared to an application where the backend node is running on centralized server. It is much more safer because it has fault-tolerance consensus on decentralized systems. A dApp can have front-end code that the user's interface written in any languages, just like an app, that can make calls to its backend. So usually we will separate the whole blockchain systems into two parts. The first one is the backend, and which is the consensus and the decentralized systems such as Ethereum and the Binance Smart Chain. And also we will have a front-end code that will help the user to get into the decentralized world, such as make calls and change the state inside the EVM. There are many use cases. Let me show you all of them. The first one is health, and we see many cases in health, and I will go in one detail inside the use case later in the next page. And we will also see some examples in gaming, IoT, Internet of Things, DAO, decentralized anonymous organizations, banks and insurance, supply chain, IT services, accounting and auditing. Many use cases inside the blockchain technology. We can use that and to help the business in the real life world. So what I want to mention is this case. It is medical traceabilities. Actually, this case is also a creative project in United Nations, led by an alumna from University of Alberta. In this case, we see a situation which is suppose there's a hospital A in Africa and a hospital B in America. Hospital A and hospital B cannot do data synchronizations because there's a privacy issue in cloud services. We all know that there are some patient privacy and patient data inside the cloud services. The hospital A cannot just give all the data into hospital B because they belong to different countries, right? And yeah, the patient data in hospital A cannot share with hospital B and vice versa. And what is the solution? So we see one situation, we can use blockchain technologies and smart contract and help all the patients. So, for example, Americans in Africa needs to transfer treatment, right? Actually, they cannot directly give the patient data from hospital A to hospital B, but the patient owns their own data rights. The doctors can give the electronic medical record to the patient and also a private key. The private key is just like the key to your banks or something. When you recall some password that will access to your own data, and the patient will bring in their private key when they transfer into hospital B, which is the hospital in America. And they can unlock, when they transfer the treatment, their doctor will unlock the patient's own information with the private key belongs to the patient, because you need to find a doctor that help you to do your treatment, right? And in this case, the doctor in hospital B can quickly obtain patient blood type, allergies, medicine records, and surgery records across trusted subject. This one is very useful because other than that, if we use traditional cloud services or cloud database solutions, it may cost more, and there are some trust issues during this case. And blockchain technology can solve this problem efficient and quickly. And this consortium blockchain or Alliance blockchain is powered by United Nations Department of Health. Yeah. The third part is the interesting part, which is CeFi and DeFi. It is abbreviation of centralized finance and decentralized finance. So in traditional finance, every bank have a center, and every center is independent. Each branch need to communicate with their center and decide their daily activities. And any bank from one country want to make transaction to another country need to go through the SWIFT system. That will cost a lot of time and high transaction fees. This, in fact, is the same problems. It's about how we make a synchronization between branches and the centers. In traditional finance, these processes are cost and time consuming. But if we use blockchain technology, all of the branches and the centers can be connected and synchronized easily. Now, there are several examples to prove that the traditional finance scenario can be migrated into decentralized ways, such as now 5% of the global trade volumes is settled down to be USDT, which is the dollar inside the decentralized world. And we see there are many blockchain innovations today, and we try to summarize. The left part is the centralized world, and the right part is the decentralized world. So for example, if we compare coinage to Bitcoin, which means we create coins at the first time, we try to mint and we try to build up our infrastructure of the economy systems. And different from the centralized world, in the decentralized world, we have Ethereums, we have Solidities, and we have smart contract. These are the programs that can be executed in world consensus. It is the first time the programs can be executed in the world consensus. Because we have Ethereums, we can do a lot of coding, we can do a lot of DeFi, we can do a lot of NFTs and DAOs. Many interesting things are created in the decentralized world. And if we look back, what inside the centralized world will have banks, insurance, lease, futures, pay small loans, securities, many financial services. But all these services need some permissions. I'm not sure if in Indonesia you need special permissions, but I think, of course, there will be some national security or national laws or something. But in the decentralized world, we trust in code and we use smart contract. We try to build the decentralized banks, which is Compound. We try to build the decentralized maker, and we try to build the decentralized exchange, which is Uniswap. And we can do the decentralized These are things we can compare, but for some projects that we cannot compare, such as synthesis, we try to create a derivatives, and we use a lot of other. We use a lot of protocols and a lot of projects, and we mix them together. These things are magic, and there's nothing we can compare inside the centralized world. So, I mean, there are a lot of blockchain innovations today, and all these things are based on smart contract and Ethereum. I mean, we need to support Ethereum virtual machines to build up these interesting things. Yep, we have a disruptive innovation, which is DeFi. Nowadays, more and more applications just appear on the blockchain platform. All financial applications in real life world basically have corresponding project in blockchain, including bank, insurance, derivatives, and wallet funds, etc. But also, we see some disadvantage inside the decentralized world, such as the DeFi users may permanently lose their crypto assets by losing their private keys or mistyping their wallet address. So inside the decentralized world, it means you need to take care of your own crypto assets. No one can keep it for you. For example, if you forget your bank's password, you can find your manager and say to them, I forgot my password manager. I can show you my ID, and you try to find back my assets. But in the decentralized world, there's no one, they have permissions or they have responsibilities or rights to keep your own crypto assets. That means you need to pay your full responsibilities to yourselves. And also, we will have some, we will have some new concept such as TVL. So TVL is a new term defined in DeFi. This abbreviation means the total value locked in some project. The locked here means you lock a specific tokens or you lock a liquidity provider tokens in the project. The money you lock in help you earn interest. So the more TVL you have can partially reflect the success of the project. The whole market TVL increased rapidly last year. It's mainly because the price of the cryptocurrency increased, but also related to various usage of DeFi. So we see DeFi projects are classified into different groups according to their usage. For example, for the credit and lending project, we have Compound, we have Aave, and we have many other lending projects. But in the infrastructure, there are some projects such as Chainlink. We have something like some project working in layer 2 in order to use zero knowledge proof technology to quick access to the transactions. It is a kind of cryptographic technology. So the classification of DeFi project may change from time to time because the future is unpredictable, right? What we need to do is we keep studying and we follow the new vision and we follow the new cognition of the whole DeFi world. And in DeFi conception, there are 5-layer systems classify the application. The first one is the settlement layer, which is layer 1. It consists of the blockchain and its native protocol assets, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. It allows the network to store ownership information securely and ensure any state change will follow its rules. The second layer will be assets layer, which is layer 2. Layer 2 will consist of all assets that are issued on top of the settlement layer. This includes the native protocol asset as well as any additional asset that issued on the blockchain. And the protocol layer, which is layer 3, will provide standard for specific use case such as DEX, decentralized exchanges, dApps, and on-chain asset management. These standards are usually implemented as a set of smart contracts that can be accessed by any users. So for the protocol layer, if you know smart contract and you know how to write Solidity, you can directly interact with the protocol layer by yourself. And for the application layer, which is layer 4, will create user-oriented applications, connect to individual protocols. The smart contract interaction is usually abstract by a web browser front-end and making protocols easier to use. And in the application layer, what we usually do is we have some front-end code and a web page and help the users to get into the protocol layer. And for the layer 5, which is the aggregation layer, is an extension of the application layer. And the aggregators create user-centered platform that connects several dApps and several services together. And they usually provide tools to compare the rate of the service and allow the user to choose their own service wisely. Next part. Next part is really interesting. It's called Uniswap. I guess some of you may already know that because it's really hot. Let me introduce you more. So Hayden Adams is the creator of the Uniswap. It has a legend story. He has expelled from a mechanical industry company called Siemens, and he learned Solidity by himself and coded the Uniswap. Vitalik noticed his project and sponsored him and it becomes the biggest decentralized exchange around the world. Nowadays, the trading volume is more than $1 billion every day. But the most magic part is the first version of the core trading logic for Uniswap is only 500 lines of Solidity code. That's why you need to know how to code, right? And the basic logic behind Uniswap is one mathematical equations. So in this slide, I will discuss about the theory of how to calculate the change inside the pool. The theory name is constant K. In origin, there is 1 Ethereum and 400 DAI, which is the constant, the stable coin inside the decentralized world, which is DAI. 1 DAI you need to 1 DAI equal to $1 nearly by some smart contract. Yeah. So in the pool K, well, nowadays if K is equal to 400, which is 1 Ethereum times 400 DAI is equal to 400. So if Tom want to sell 1 Ethereum to the pool, and that will add 1 Ethereum to the pool, then we make a calculation of how many DAI were left. We can use K to divide X to calculate the Y number. So nowadays we calculate Y number is 200 DAI because we will have 2 Ethereums nowadays. And then we can calculate how many DAI token will Tom get back. We use 400 to minus 200. That means Tom will get 200 DAI back. This is a very simple mathematical equations, but this one is efficient. Is efficiency because we do not need any bid or sell order to help the seller and the maker to accelerate the trade. We can use the X times Y equals to K as the basic logic behind Uniswap, and we can trade with the smart contract, and no longer we need a seller, we can directly trade with the smart contract. As you can see, if someone want to trade with the pool, that means we trade with the smart contract, the sell token in the pool will increase and the other one will decrease. It may also will cause some problems because the capacity of the pool will influence the slipperage of the transactions. Like I mentioned, the original rate is 1 to 400 and the rate after trade is 1 to 100. This is a huge slipperage that will do harm the trader. So some other DEX try to find out an innovative way to solve these problems, but I guess this will be a continuous question because once it increases the slipperage, it will do harm the market maker. So you need to balance both sides. But nowadays in Uniswap or some interesting DEX projects such as Pancakes, the slipperage is quite small because the depth is really deep. And for the fourth part, we will do some practice, and I will try to show you my screen, and you can follow me to write your own dApps, and we will compile our smart contract on Binance Smart Chain, and we will deploy the smart contract, and we will see what this smart contract will do. Okay, and for the we will use Chain ID to do all the compilation because it's really easy. And for the following part, you can check with my code on GitHub, which is github.com/linkedin/transdep-demo. This one is a small demo, but that will help you understand what is the dApp will be. And I will stop sharing and try to share with this screen. Share this one, share screen, Chrome tab, and Binance Smart Chain. Okay. I hope you can see my screen, and we will go through with the code together. Yeah, I will try to split. Is the host here? Would you please bring my share screen to the front end? I see this one is back end. Yeah.
Maybe you can share by the button at the button.
There's a button here.
Share.
I do choose the share, but I think the icon is kind of gray or something.
Okay.
Okay. No, not this one.
No, there is no.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I have the authority or the permissions to do that, but I think it's just one tab. And would you maybe? I know there are 7 minutes left, so maybe I can just stick on the. Oh, now it's okay. Yeah, now it's
your
okay.
screen is share. Yeah.
Cool. Now I will try to go through with the examples I mentioned in the slides, and the website is really simple. You try to type in bscid.com, and you can get into the similar work repositories. And the first one I'm going to show you is storage. I just mentioned inside the slides that there is unsigned 256. It is a number, and you can store the number, and you can retrieve the number. And what we will do is we can compile. Now my environment is on Binance Smart Chain, and you need to set up your own MetaMask and your working repositories to get a similar environment. But you can follow me, yeah. When you finish the compilation of the smart contract, you can try to deploy it. In the deployment, I will clear all the other smart contract. Yeah. When you try to deploy the smart contract, which is the storage, you can choose the storage and put on the value to be 20, and you deploy. And I'm not sure if you can see the MetaMask screen, but you can confirm that. And then you can see there's an explorer and there's a transaction hash. When this hash is finished, that means the thing, I see. Let me check. BSC mainnet. Okay. Give me one moment. I will go through with this link and check why. And yeah, the first one is the storage. Actually, this code is correct. You can try it by yourself because I tried it many times. I'm not sure if it is on the stream and my computer is lag. But the second one I want to show you is Lonely Twitter. Actually, if you are interested, I think we still have 5 more minutes. I can go through to write a new smart contract, which is called a Lonely Twitter, together with your guys. Only Twitter new. So if we want to write a smart contract, the first line we want to write is the pragma validity. And this one will give us the version of the smart contract will compile in the end. And this contract lonely Twitter will create a kind of independent Twitter that everyone can access, but it can only store the sentence and store the content you write on the blockchain. So for example, what we're trying to build here is we try to build a lonely Twitter dApp. It is similar to Twitter, but it can only write down by all the decentralized developers. The first thing we want to write is the Twitter ID. Tweet ID. For example, the tweet ID is equal to 0, and we will have a struct. Struct is kind of a structure of the tweet, and we can store several things inside the struct, which is the tweet, and we will have unsigned tweet ID, and have a string, which is a name. If the user want to store the tweet, they can have a name, we can have a content together. And also we want to define a tweet array to store all the tweets, right? And this tweet array will be tweet array and the public tweets. Now what we want to do is we want to create some functions that we can access to the lonely Twitter. Function a tweet, have a string, which is we will put in a name, and a string which will put in content, and it is a private function because not everyone can call this function. We want to call this function internally. Let me change this one. Okay, this time is better. What we will do is we will use a push tweets dot push, and we put the tweet, which is a new structure, and it should be tweet ID, name, and content. And we will let tweet ID to plus itself. So this one is for create, and this create is only for internal method. What will external users to call the function? We will use a create tweet, but other than the underscore. We will use a string name and a string content. And this one is public. Everyone can call this one. And inside this one, what we will do is we will create a tweet. We see why we want to split the whole functions into two parts, because we want to control and we want to calculate the total number of tweets. And this one, actually, when outside developers call into these functions, they will call create tweet. And inside this function, what we only do is we calculate the tweet ID and we let it plus by itself. And in the end, what we want to do is we want to get total tweet, public view returns outside in 215. This one will return the tweet numbers, which is tweet length. The final part will get the whole structure of the tweet, which is a function get tweet detail. It should be outside in tweet ID. It is a public view. You will not cost any gas. Returns outside tweet ID, string name, and screen content. Yeah, I will finish this one as soon as possible. Yeah, only 4 more lines of code. Tweet, storage, tweet. This one is like the online coding.
Live coding.
ID and tweet ID equals. We will try to get the tweet properties outside together because we want to get the information about each tweet. And this one is the name. Equals tweet name. And the content equals tweet content. Okay, I finish. So for this lonely Twitter, the only thing you can do is you can store your tweet and you can retrieve your tweet. And we will try to compile this smart contract in version 4.20. I'm not sure if I have some typo or something.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some small typo. But okay, try again. Let me check. Maybe there's some small typo in the previous ones, but if you follow my official code, the things will be correct because I tried for many times. And this is the backend smart contract. If we want to connect all the things, actually we'll need some front-end code, which is in HTML. I have no time to show you how to write HTML, but I will show you what the output it should be when you get the whole stuff. Let me refresh. And you can follow my code on GitHub later. So for this one, we will have a front end, and you can get this one because this one I was written in Robster, and you can get all the tweets that I write, such as tweet 1 links first tweet, and the second one links second tweet, and try lonely. There are many developers and many dev designers from other countries, and they try to write on this tweet, and you can store such as links test tweet for submit. And when you try to write lonely Twitter, it will call MetaMask, and you can put in some value and you go through it. That will be fine. Yeah, I think this is a demo for today. And yep, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Yeah. Okay, or maybe I will explain in bahasa as well. Wrap up your presentation today. Jadi teman-teman, yeah, as we know, the Indonesian has a lot of developers. So yeah, maybe I will facilitate them to know more about this presentation today.
Okay. Sure. I will also put on the GitHub that the code I mentioned because it's so hurry. Yeah.
Oke, jadi teman-teman tadi sudah dijelaskan. Jadi mulai dari blockchain itu seperti apa. Jadi blockchain itu seperti sebuah serangkaian catatan data yang dikelola sama sekelompok komputer. Kemudian tadi juga dijelaskan tentang smart contract. Apa sih itu smart contract? Smart contract itu adalah sebuah kayak perjanjian ketika dua orang terkait dengan sebuah data atau informasi. Nah, kita bisa melakukan membuat sebuah smart contract itu dengan sebuah bahasa pemrograman. Jadi itu bisa diprogram, kemudian nanti dari sana kita bisa membuat di apps namanya decentralized application. Jadi di sana banyak sekali manfaatnya di dalam dunia finansial masa depan nanti, karena ini adalah salah satu teknologi masa depan, khususnya di bidang finansial, tapi tidak tertutup hanya di finansial, tapi semua terkait dengan smart contract ini kita bisa manfaatkan berbagai macam activities lah nanti di dunia nyata memanfaatkan si smart contract ini. Nah tadi Xiao coba jelaskan bagaimana sih sebenarnya kita membuat smart contract, kemudian nanti itu dibuat seperti apa. Nah, ini dibuat di dalam namanya bahasa pemrograman Solidity. Nah, nanti Xiao juga share GitHub-nya. Kita bisa sebenarnya banyak sekali template-template Solidity di luaran sana di internet. Kita bisa adopt, kemudian kita bisa coba semuanya. Kemudian kita bisa audit sendiri, kita bisa langsung push ke testnet dulu, kemudian sampai ke mainnetnya di blockchain-nya itu. Nah, mungkin itu sih sekilas dari apalagi namanya presentasi hari ini. Kemudian kalau misalnya teman-teman punya pertanyaan, mungkin bisa bertanya. Nanti saya coba facilitate ke Xiao.
Thank you. Although I didn't understand Indonesia, but I think you finished part of it.
Yeah. Just quickly wrap up your presentation today.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
But I hope all of our audience can understand. Okay, and Mr. Tommy juga join. Hi. Masih mute, Mas.
So maybe that's it for today.
Masih mute, Mas.
Tommy, your mic is mute,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Cool,
Okay,
cool. Yeah.
to the Q&A, but thank you, Xiao, for your presentation. And this is quite interesting that we can see on the live streaming you do the coding online, like we can
live
Coding online. Yeah.
Oke, silakan teman-teman, kita undang untuk teman-teman Tokenauts, to those of you who wants to ask anything in the technical session about the Binance Smart Chains and everything that just Xiao shared. You just submit your questions. Kita akan coba discuss bersama-sama. Nanti Mas Wendy juga akan coba untuk elaborate juga dan juga akan maju untuk facilitate untuk bisa share pertanyaan teman-teman ke Xiao tentu saja ya. Oke. Okay, this is one first questions. Xiao, how to connect and how these two tokens react? We talk about BP2 and also BP20 tokens.
So actually, for the Binance Smart Chain, if you want to write on the Binance Smart Chain, you need the BNB, and this is kind of the utility function, utility tokens, because you need to use it as a gas, just like the Ethereums. And for the BEP, I'm not very familiar with the detail about BEP1 or 2, but actually what I understand is for the BNB on the Binance Smart Chain, it's more likely the similar functions as Ethereums, and you can use them as a gas. Yeah.
Ya, jadi untuk Binance smart contract ini itu mirip sekali sama Ethereum yang sebelumnya. Jadi Ethereum smart contract yang sebelumnya. Jadi dari sisi function, kemudian action-action yang ada di dalamnya itu sebenarnya mirip sekali. Jadi kalau misalnya developer yang dulu pernah main di Ethereum itu akan mudah sekali masuk ke Binance smart contract buat BP20 dan lain sebagainya.
Okay. I think that's it for your session, Xiao. Thank you so much for
thank you.
Joining the Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Xiao. Dan juga Mas Wendy, terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, thank you. Sehat selalu.
Stay safe, stay healthy as well. That was Xiao as a CEO of Chain ID. Yang tentu saja udah ngejelasin tentang secara teknikal gitu ya, bahkan sampai diajarin codingnya juga untuk bagaimana technical session dari Binance Smart Chain itu sendiri gitu ya. And welcome back again to those of you who just take the official break. Selamat datang kembali, selamat bergabung kembali. This is Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. And this event is organized by Toko Crypto in collaboration with Binance. And this event is also sponsored by Toko Token, CeFi, CertiK, Fortube, Autofarm. Thank you for our media partner. Thank you for Blockchain Media Indonesia, Koinvestasi, Aliansi Koin, Crypto Media, Jelajah Koin, Portal Crypto, Chainsite, Medcom, Kumparan Berita 1, Daily Social, CNN, Media Indonesia, Coins Telegram, and also Bit Courier. Oke, kita akan lanjut untuk sesi berikutnya. So this is going to be our last session for today's Indonesia Blockchain Week Summit in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Dan habis ini nanti kita akan punya 3 presentasi tentu saja, dan juga nanti akan ditutup dengan satu panel discussion tentu saja. Dan untuk sesi yang berikutnya, setelah tadi kita mendengarkan banyak sekali dari Binance, kemudian juga kita sempat berdiskusi tentang liquidity pool, dan juga banyak yang sudah kita pelajari bersama-sama tentang bahwa CeFi dan juga DeFi tidak harus berkompetisi menjadi pemenang, karena memang at the end of the day, both CeFi, whether it's CeFi or DeFi, will work together, gitu ya, bersama-sama dengan Binance Smart Chain juga, gitu nantinya. Oke, kita akan langsung masuk ke sesi berikutnya. So this is going to be our next keynote speech. This is from ForTube. Saya akan kenalkan terlebih dahulu yang akan share dari ForTube ini sendiri. She's the Overseas Marketing Director of ForTube. She's the former DOS Network Marketing and Community Manager, and she's experienced in blockchain community operation and strategic marketing. So, Tokenauts, please give a warm virtual welcome for Janet Wang.
Hi everyone, Salam. My name is Janet. I'm Global Marketing Director of ForTube. First of all, I want to thank the host Tommy and all the organizers of this event for all the previous great speakers and presentations. I'm so excited to be part of the event this year. All right, let me share my slides with you before starting my presentation. Can you see my slides? Oh, all right, I see the slides on the screen. Okay. I'm going to start this presentation today by giving you a bit of information about what is ForTube, how we engage with Binance Smart Chain, and then I will introduce some innovations and services ForTube version 3 will provide. Okay, in 2020, DeFi became the most popular field in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Total value locked in DeFi has exceeded $6 billion, and the number of users has exceeded 1 million. In the DeFi space, top projects in the industry like Compound and Avi have reached 5 billion total value locked. As an early participant, ForTube was funded in July 2018. Many of ForTube's followers may know that our former brand name was the Force Protocol. We deployed decentralized lending products on EOS, Ethereum, and Binance Smart Chain networks, respectively. And currently, we are mainly operating lending platforms on Binance Smart Chain and Ethereum mainnet. ForTube is one of the first batch of 5 projects integrated with Binance Smart Chain. Our vision is to be a decentralized commercial bank that provides users with safe and reliable saving and lending services. As the earliest DeFi product in Asia, ForTube has educated countless cryptocurrency investors and miners to use DeFi products. In the past 6 months, ForTube has created $8 million in deposit entries for over 3,800 users, and buybacked and burned 7.8 million for governance tokens using platform's revenues. Now let's talk about ForTube's lending services and its expansion. As an important branch of DeFi, the cryptocurrency lending market is extremely competitive. Tube has several main advantages compared to top players in this space like Compound and Navi. Firstly, Compound contract only has the initial pledge rate setting for the pledged assets. There's no liquidation pledge rate setting. Many users don't know about this and borrow assets according to the maximum borrowable amount. So this is why every time the market fluctuates, the liquidation amount of Compound is many times that of other platforms. The contracts of Aave and Tube set the initial and the liquidation pledge rate respectively to minimize the possibility of liquidation and then minimize the potential loss of users' assets. Secondly, the contracts of Compound and Aave and just consider the scenario of pledging volatile coins to borrow stable coins. So the loan to value of volatile coins is set pretty low to prevent the losses caused by fluctuation of the price and delayed liquidation. On the other hand, pledging stable coins to borrow volatile coins will have the same problem. So these two scenarios should have the same initial and liquidation loan to value rate. Tube version 3 has solved this problem. Thirdly, Compound and Aave don't have single assets deposit limit, which may cause large losses to the platform due to a single assets issues. Tube has sets the deposit limit for most volatile coins and adjusted the upper limit according to the market demand to ensure the safety of mainstream assets. We all know that the current DeFi lending products still cannot satisfy the users' different needs. This is something Tube attaches great importance to. We are guided by users' need and always create values for users. To expand our lending and services, Tube will continue to explore high-quality assets as collateral to release the liquidity of them. Version 3 has optimized our official financial model. At present, almost all DeFi lending protocols use a single fund pool model. The risk is increasing with the increase in locked assets value and asset types. Each new asset may bring financial contagions and system risks to the entire lending pool. Therefore, Tube version 3 adopts asset pooling instead of just a single lending pool for the whole system to achieve risk stratification. We plan to set up two zones based on asset rating, which are stable zone and an innovation zone. Innovation zone will support more types of digital assets, but deposit upper limit will be set for each asset. Besides, Tube is developing a vault module, which will release the liquidity of LP tokens and other revenue tokens. We are also working with an advanced real estate digitalization platform, Uprights, to jointly build a DeFi space where traditional physical assets are pledged to the blockchain, bringing a richer and broader market to the DeFi world. This diagram illustrates the whole process, a business process of we bringing the physical assets into the DeFi space. Although this process is pretty complicated and difficult, we believe that the introduction of physical assets has the significant effect on the DeFi ecosystem. What we're also working on is wealth management services. Tube version 3 will launch wealth management product. It provides users with not only saving service, rely on Tube's lending smart contract, but also with a richer wealth management product integrating DeFi projects in all markets. In addition to current returns, there will also be like fixed term and fixed rate products to help risk-averse users to lock in expected returns. The wealth management product will also deposit assets supplied by users in a variety of underlying income contracts in a decentralized manner, such as fund pool lending contracts for Tube and Aave, fixed income contracts for Tube and or other platforms, and aggregate mining contracts and so on. So users can choose their own financial products according to their risk preferences. The legal property of DeFi actually enables for Tube to connect with other protocols or platforms in the DeFi ecosystem, with which we believe for Tube will be moving towards to a decentralized commercial bank firmly. Decentralized governance is a long process. After a long time of research and observation, our team decided to launch the FDAO governance model to connect the platform governance token 4 with the benefits and risks of Tube and make token the true decision-making power of Tube. As I mentioned in lending service expansion section, Tube V3 will divide the fund pools into stable zone and innovation zone. Each lending pool will be operated and managed by the corresponding FDAO, and these DAOs will be managed by some for holders and take all risks. Specifically, it includes 3 main links. Firstly, for holders can stake for token to a certain FDAO according to their own risk preferences and obtain the corresponding FDAO tokens. Then FDAO governs its lending pool and covers some of the risks. The fee collector will collect and distribute the platform profits. The income of the lending pool mainly comes from service fee of lending and also the possible subsequent flash loan service fee. The total income is divided into 4 parts. 60% will be distributed to each FDAO token holder to incentivize them to participate in the governance and cover some risks. 20% will be distributed to the system reserve, which is the ultimate measure for the platform to cover risks. In order to improve the platform safety, for Tube Foundation donated 100 million as risk reserve. 10% will be distributed to the R&D team for system gas fees, security audit fees, and other expenses. The left 10% will be distributed to the marketing team to incentivize our community to use and promote for Tube products. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about our risk control model. Security and risk control is critical for blockchain, especially for DeFi products. Security has always been the top priority for Tube. Our team has put a lot of efforts on it to make our product as secure as possible. Since its launch, it has maintained really a stable operation without major safety issues. There are 3 DeFi technical components in our risk control model. Fundamental component, extended component, and financial component. The goal is to realize an internet product level of development and upgrading pace among finance steps while maintaining the security. First one, fundamental component is assets protected elastic contracts. As the core on-chain structure, APEC ensures decentralization and assets ownership while making adjustment and improvement in contract development. The core concept of APEC lies in asset security and component elasticity. The second one is the extended components BEAMS. BEAMS refers to blockchain inquiring, auditing, and messaging system. We know that blockchain is almost entirely isolated from the real world as it cannot send messages to off-chain proactively. if like smart contract encounters a problem in its logic or being attacked, the real world will not sense it passively. So it requires continuous monitoring of the operation of the contract. It also requires immediate alert when a problem is found to best ensure the security of the application. This is where BEAMS comes into play. Last one is a financial component. DeFi security philosophy can be concluded as three principles: protect platform from attack and evasion, protect assets once the platform is invaded, and minimize loss when the assets are no longer secure. The DeFi financial security system is a multi-layer and comprehensive system. Decentralization is core and the foundation, but it's not the only and everything. A secure and reliable open finance application should have good scalability and complete risk control ability. Global emergency lockdown, cooperative automatic lockdown, and multi-sig admin keys make up the complete financial component software too. All right, now I'm gonna wrap up right here. Thank you very much for attending. I very much want to thank Binance and Toko Crypto for what they have done with us over time and inviting us to participating in this event. Please feel free to join visit our official website, look at our recent articles, and join our community if you'd like to know more about Fortube. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Janet Wang. That was Janet Wang as a Global Marketing Director of Fortube. And later on, Janet will join the panel discussion. So she will discuss and maybe share her point of view about the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem, right? Thank you, Janet. Okay, Janet Wang, who just shared about the centralized commercial bank for cryptocurrencies, and also she also mentioned about Fortube for lending services, and also giving you the update about the Fortube wealth management services, and also the Fortube expansion as well. Okay, so our next speaker, she worked as the product lead of the mass data and security department in a Fortune 500 company, with in-depth understanding and experience in fintech and also cyber security. The last fintech product she led is now serving more than 300 financial institutions, such as banks, insurance company, and also lending institution globally. As our next speaker for Indonesia Blockchain Week Summit in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, ladies and gentlemen, as a CEO of CeFi, Veronica Wong.
Hi, Tommy. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Vero.
Glad to be here.
Nice to see you as well.
It's an honor to be here today. Hi, everyone. Yeah, glad to be here to share our latest progress. And thank you, Toko Crypto and Binance team for hosting this such a great event. I've been enjoying the talks from the previous guests. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen so that everyone can see more details. Can you see my screen right now? Okay, so a brief introduction of what CeFi is, so that all of the audience in front of this camera can learn more about CeFi. And it's an honor to be here today to share what we do, who we are, and also our latest progress, and also how we foresee the future development of the BSC ecosystem and the DeFi trend. So CeFi started back in 2018 as a hardware wallet provider, until now has grown into an asset management platform that enables people to secure, store, and manage their crypto assets. So to this moment, nearly 1 million users across the globe are using CeFi to send, receive, buy, swap, and trade crypto every day. So CeFi till now has supported 20 blockchains, 10,000 tokens, and all of the NFT assets. We have also integrated with Binance DEX, Binance Spot Trading, and all of the dApps that are built on Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and also Tron networks. So from 2018 till now, we have accompanied thousands of users in their crypto lives and have been continuously evolving to adapt to the ever-changing user demand. So the main goal of CeFi is to provide a platform so that people can not only secure their crypto assets, but also grow their crypto holdings in the most user-friendly way. So CeFi on the security level, we have provided the most secure hardware wallet, CeFi S1, with the advanced top-notch technology of security to help people to secure their crypto funds in an offline air-gap way. So right now, the CeFi S1 hardware wallet has been sold to over 100 countries and regions global-wide. People love it because of its user-friendly interface, affordable price. It's only like less than $40, and also especially because of its highly advanced security features to enable people to store their crypto funds in an offline manner to be their own bank. On the other hand, the CeFi app has provided a comprehensive toolkit for people to grow their crypto wealth. For example, the cross-chain swap. CeFi is one of the earliest wallet to onboard a cross-chain swap and the first wallet to provide the bridge service for the BSC ecosystem. So right now, thousands and thousands of users are migrating their crypto funds across different blockchains, especially from other blockchains to the Binance Smart Chain every day, using the cross-chain swap inside the CeFi app. In the app, we also have the dApp store so that people can frictionlessly access the DeFi world to join into PancakeSwap, AutoFarm, and Bakery Swap, and all of the quality DeFi projects built on Ethereum, BSC, and Tron networks. So we have onboarded all of the popular dApps in the crypto space right now. And we also have Binance Trading dApp, which provides you the frictionless trading experience right inside the wallet, same just like you register from Binance.com. So this has provided an in-depth kind of liquidity for those frequent traders and without leaving the wallet itself. And of course, we support the NFT assets so that you can collect all of the collectibles that you really like from OpenOcean and from Rarible and all of the other NFT assets platforms. So later this quarter, we are going to launch the CeFi Earn, which would be another milestone for people to grow their crypto wealth. It will be an aggregator of CeFi and DeFi so that people can have a unified interface. You don't need to go to different dApps or visit different DeFi protocols anymore. We do it all for you. So you are going to access from the CeFi Earn the most popular CeFi and DeFi projects in one unified interface. So right now, the development of DeFi has actually brought a lot of opportunities for people. When we talk about like crypto wealth accumulation, right? DeFi, it's a trend that we cannot miss. So right now, BSC is no doubt the leading hub for all of the quality DeFi projects on the market. For example, on Dapp Radar, 9 out of the 10 top 10 projects listing in the top DeFi apps, dApps in Dapp Radar are built on BSC. Take lending as an example. So right now, those leading protocols like Venus, Cream, Chain has been leading the market together with other projects that are built on Ethereum. So according to our observation of the Binance Bridge, so Binance Bridge is a feature for people to migrate, for example, USDT ERC20 to USDT BEP20 to migrate this kind of funds back and forth between different blockchains. So according to our observation of the CeFi Bridge metrics, every day we are seeing massive liquidity migration from other blockchains to Binance Smart Chain. So this has proved the strong potential. So there are a lot of blockchain projects are also migrating to the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem. For example, 1inch, Sushi, OpenOcean, etc. So right now, the liquidity volume on PancakeSwap has exceeded 5 billion. So all of these signals has proven the strong and promising future of the BSC ecosystem. So I personally look forward to the coming development and the release and updates of the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem and the promising future of BSC. But as a wallet team that has been serving the end users day by day, we have also seen the other side of the coin. For example, we are seeing a lot of problems on our users' ends, especially the difficulties for normal users like you who are watching this live stream. So the first obstacles is that playing in DeFi is costly. So for example, to participate in Compound, to participate in Uniswap, right now you have to pay expensive Ethereum gas fee. So the Ethereum gas fee has risen to the highest level, all-time high in history. It's already out of our scope to bear this kind of fees anymore. So a lot of solutions and blockchains are addressing this kind of difficulty. For example, BSC, of course, and also ZK Rollup solution. There are a lot of solutions out there are trying to address this difficulty and to solve and build up the user experience. The second difficulty that I have seen, especially from our day-to-day community support, because we receive tons of user inquiries from email, from Telegram, from Twitter, a lot of people are so confused about how to use DeFi. Like they know the concept because due to the inflation of the fiat world, the user demand of store and growth of value has been stronger in history level than ever. So right now, tons of users, new beginners are rushing into the DeFi space asking how to use it. So right now, users lack the knowledge and also the toolkit to participate in the DeFi world, to learn how to use this. So this has become the roadblocks of the DeFi evolution. It has also become a critical point for us to cut into when we consider massive DeFi penetration and adoption. The third obstacle of DeFi is the security concerns underlying the codes. So on this deck, I have listed the most recently famous hacking cases in the DeFi world in the last 12 months. So the cumulative loss caused by DeFi hacks has exceeded more than 140 million. Actually, this number is a conservative number because there are a lot of medium and smaller cases that are not counted in. So there is a saying in the security space that the more code lines, the more bugs waiting ahead. So personally, I think even behind the booming of the DeFi trend, there are a lot of critical issues that we should be addressing and to improve and to help to contribute to the future development of the DeFi world. So CeFi has been putting security and user friendliness in the very first place. Like we treasure our user feedback a lot. So in the past 2 years and 3 years, we have been working to contribute to the DeFi world. For example, right now, CeFi, I'm confident to say CeFi has grown into the best entrance to the BSC world if you are looking to participate in the quality projects on BSC, like, for example, Pancake, AutoFarm, OpenOcean, etc. So we have fully supported the BSC assets, meaning all of the dApps that are built on top of BSC and the BEP20 assets that are issued on the Binance Smart Chain. And we also have onboarded CeFi Bridge, which I have mentioned earlier. So from this, the picture in the middle, you can see that you can swap, for example, USDT, BUSD, USDC, the most popular tokens across the blockchains from different blockchains like Ethereum, BSC, and Tron, etc. So it let money flow freely across different ecosystems, and so that people can migrate their funds back and forth to participate in the most popular DeFi projects issued on different ecosystems. So we have built it safe and friendly for everyone. For example, inside PancakeSwap, it just takes you one click to switch between different wallets so that you can manage different funds out of different wallets in one unified interface. So we have built a lot of details like this. And also, the SaPal hardware wallet provide the perfect guardian for DeFi assets. So be your own bank so that you can enjoy the freedom and the growth of the DeFi trend. And it's super exciting that earlier this week we have also onboarded the wallet holder offering campaign. It's a bridge to bridge between the large and active SaPal user base with those quality projects in the crypto space who are delivering long-term value. So we're super excited that we partner with Toko Crypto, also the host for this grand campaign, to bring the first wallet holder offering. So right now, to this moment, we have more than 10,000 participants joining the campaign, completing all of the offering shares and tasks. It's super excited, but that people can learn a secure and user-friendly way to engage with the quality projects. So coming next about the wallet holder offering, we are going to team up with a lot of the excellent DeFi projects together to bring more kind of rewards to the SFP community, to bring to our SaPal users, and to get users educated and learn how to use these kind of products. And last and most importantly, the SaPal Earn is the biggest advantage of SaPal Earn is that it provides a one unified interface so that you can participate in both CeFi and DeFi. Because we think the key user demand behind this kind of grow your assets is that users will flow in like where provide the best APY. So the SaPal Earn is going to be the aggregator and the unified interface for the users to access different kind of projects. So from the screenshot that I put onto this deck, you can see that SaPal Earn actually allows you to choose, for example, different APYs and from different blockchains, whether you would like to participate in CeFi or DeFi, etc. So things. So to put it in the nutshell, it's important to put everyone's effort to build the DeFi world a better place. So BSC has been leading the trend, and SaPal will definitely contribute and do our best to let the DeFi world grow. So thanks everyone for listening. Welcome to post any question you have for SaPal. I'll be here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, Veronica, we are quite excited for your presentation. That I thought that do you need to change your slides, or maybe you just want to talk only with one slide?
Oh, sorry, I have been sharing my slides. Maybe let me try again because it works quite well on my end. Just a sec.
Yeah, but on the live streaming and also on the screen of our conference is freeze only from the first slide. So actually you want to share your slide, right? But
yes, exactly.
Oh, sorry.
So can you see it now? Can you see it now?
No.
No, still no. But it's saying that. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, yes.
What about now?
Yeah, it's finally appeared.
Okay, great. So I'm not quite sure if I still have time, but I guess I would just take 30 seconds or 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. To
1 minute.
Brief over. Super a lot. Apologies, everyone. I didn't know that. It's my fault. So I have talked a lot. Sorry that you didn't see the deck. So I'm going to run over and brief over what I have just shared. So this is the roadmap of SaPal. So in the past 3 years, we have been grown into the biggest asset management platform so that you can manage, swap, trade, store, secure, and send, receive crypto over 20 blockchains, and also your collectibles. So we provide a secure access for our users so that they can be safeguarded in the DeFi world. For example, the SaPal S1 hardware wallet is embedded with the best technology and also the best user experience in the crypto space. And together with the SaPal app, it's a useful and powerful tool for you to grow your crypto wealth. So there is cross-chain swap, the dApp store for you to access the most popular DeFi projects, the Binance trading dApp for you to access it right from the wallet and support NFT assets, and there will be coming next the SaPal Earn. So the the earn is the aggregator of DeFi. You don't need to access different kind of dApps anymore. You can just access from the SafePal earn. It's an aggregator of CeFi and DeFi. So yeah, I have shared about this the unstoppable BSC trend and showing that actually we have seen great potential of BSC, but there are still a lot of problems going on. So the super expensive fee on Ethereum, people lack useful knowledge and kids use lack of education to participate in the DeFi world. And there are a lot of security concerns behind the codes. A lot of hacking cases happened in the last quarter, especially, and the loss caused by these hacking cases has accumulated to an unprecedented level. So behind these kind of difficulties, we have built a lot of useful tools for people to access, support the BSC ecosystem. You can store your BEP20 tokens and access the BSC dApps from the wallet. You can use the SafePal bridge to let your money flow between different blockchains. And you can easily manage different wallets when you are accessing this kind of dApps. For example, Penge is one click to switch between different wallets. And we also provide secure guardian for you when you are freely accessing the DeFi world. So the SafePal hardware wallet is a strong backbone that you can be secure and be your own bank. And early this week, we have announced partnership with Toko Crypto, about wallet holder offering. And lastly, SafePal earn. So super apologies for not sharing the deck. I'm not quite sure what was going on, but right, Tommy?
Okay. Thank you so much for your loud comment.
It's still not moving? I'm sorry.
Your deck is not moving. Actually, we already chat and remind you that your deck is not moving. But I need to greet all the tokonauts.
Okay, no. Okay, but it works super smooth on my end, so I'm not quite sure what happened. Yeah, but no worries. I guess for everyone to access, you can just visit our safepal.io website and also to visit us on Twitter.
Oke, terima kasih. Yang di YouTube ramai banget ya. Jadi ngingetin kita semua dengan segala macam tadi yang slide-nya namanya juga acara virtual teman-teman pandemi kita bareng-bareng ngadepin teknologi ini. Tepuk tangan lu dong ya. Yang di YouTube thank you banget. Komen-komennya ramai banget ya. Siap-siap.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe we just can have one question. Do you we still have time? Okay, Phoebe can join me, or I just translate the question. Okay, one question is from Joe. Veronica, is there any plan that we can buy SafePal hardware wallet directly from Toko Crypto?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I'm super excited if we can do that. Actually, I plan to talk to the Toko Crypto team. Thank you for suggesting. Toko Crypto team, did you hear that? We want to make a SafePal hardware wallet accessible to all of the Indonesian users from Toko. Yes, I think that's super potential.
Okay, later on you will discuss with Toko Crypto team, maybe Pak Manda.
Okay, so I made a promise here. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay. Jo, jadi udah bisa ya, nanti coba deh, nanti akan ada obrolan pada saat panel discussion ya Jo ya. Tapi terima kasih pertanyaannya. Okay, thank you Veronica for your presentation. Maybe we can dig more detail about what makes SafePal secure and also convenient getaway to the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem at the panel discussion with Janet and also with Pak Amanda and also with Daryl from Certique. Thank you Veronica. Oke, terima kasih banyak. Saya tuh baru baca komen-komen dari teman-teman ya, yang di YouTube rame banget sampai, ayo botak, segera hentikan itu, slide-nya kasih tahu. Udah dikasih tahu teman-teman ya. Jadi terima kasih buat yang udah rame banget di YouTube ya. Terima kasih banyak ya. Sekarang sebelum nanti kita akan masuk ke panel discussion dan juga teman-teman tadi banyak yang nanyain, Mas Tom minta bocoran dong untuk kata kuncinya. Nggak bisa. Yang emang udah kelewatan kata kunci 1 sampai dengan 3 nggak bisa ya. Jadi kalau misalnya mau tanya sama temennya silahkan kalau misalnya mau dikasih. Tapi yang pasti berarti nanti masih tersisa 1 kata kunci lagi, 1 lucky draw lagi untuk bagi-bagi $100 worth of BNB dan juga nanti buat 5 orang pemenang dan juga masih akan ada panel discussion juga. Jadi silahkan teman-teman bersabar. Terima kasih yang di YouTube rame banget ya. Baik, saya dikatain botak-botak lagi dari tadi ya. Oke. Let's proceed to our next speaker. Right after from the presentation from CeFi. They just share about the most CeFi, the most secure and also convenient gateway to the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem. We'll proceed to our third speaker for this session. Will be from CeFi, and he's the COO of CeFi, and he's the Chief Operating Officer of CeFi, and previously he spearheaded corporate development at FiscalNote, a global machine learning GovTech unicorn, where he accelerated growth by completing 3 acquisitions in 12 months, including $180 million purchased from the Economist Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, CEO of CeFi, Daryl.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. It's super exciting to be a part of this. Thanks for just staying this late into the conference. I know it's been such a great content that I know this is running a little bit longer than people had hoped. So this is where I'll try to condense things, but I want to actually leave a portion of this session to actually be Q&A to be a little bit more live and collaborative with the community. Great. So to get started, I would love to share my screen. Tommy, is there an area? Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay, Daryl, are you still there? Oke, kita masih nunggu Daryl teman-teman ya. Jadi kita masih menunggu Daryl untuk presentasi kita yang ketiga. Ini keynote speech kita yang ketiga dari CeFi. Daryl, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Sorry, I was looking for the screen share. I don't see exactly where.
Oke. Kita masih ada masalah teknis teman-teman ya. Tenang, sabar teman-teman ya. Nggak ada yang baper, hostnya nggak baper. Semoga speaker-speaker internasionalnya nggak ngerti, nggak apa-apa ya, nggak ada yang baper. Terima kasih, malah bercanda-bercanda sama teman-teman Tokonots. Oke, nggak sabar ya, pengen ikutan kata keempat ya. Oke, Daryl?
Hi. Sorry about that, technical difficulties. So I want to give a presentation about just Certic as a whole. So I know there's a lot of interest just in this space about just security, because it's so important to make sure that your project or the tokens that you invest in do have very strong security. So I want to go through this and actually leave time for Q&A at the end of the session. So if there's any sort of questions, feel free to post them on there. I'll try to cover this from the start and then make sure that, knowing that the sessions have gone long, I'll make sure that I can condense it to something that makes sense. Okay, great. So to get started, I will share over here. Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to learn a little bit more. So I want to talk about CertiK or CertiK. Our area in this space is to really work on providing the next generation high self-security for mission critical platforms and applications. So this would be taking some of the biggest technology that's found in academia. So it really stems from our co-founders who are professors. One is a professor of computer science, the department chair at Yale University. Another one is professor at Columbia University in New York City. And so we've taken the technology from the academic world, try to bring it into the blockchain world, understanding how important it is to make sure that the technology does work, because if it doesn't, there are risks. In this space, given its blockchain, given the beauty of how immutable transactions are, if something does happen, unfortunately, then the money could be lost forever. And so what we try to do is try to follow the users, understand what do they need, what are they looking to get out of the space, and work directly with projects and partner with high quality exchanges like Toko Crypto, like Binance, to really make sure that we can help protect the space, do our duty, and then ultimately help the space grow nicely and together. So the first place I want to begin was just on just the hacks that have been plaguing the space since last year or the year before. It seems like every year it's actually getting bigger and bigger. Last year was a hot topic of hacks around DeFi. And so in any area or any market that's as experimental and nascent as blockchain, you might imagine that people are still testing things out. So testing things out means that there's growing pains, there's rapid growth. Certainly we've seen that last year. But there's also rapid growing pains, which include all the money that was lost through hacks. People tend to see audits as a way to really take a approach of breaking the project before launching and then fixing it with the team directly. But as you can see, actually, even 2% of audited projects still face attacks. Audits are not a silver bullet. There's no way to really be extremely 100% certain that it's impossible to do things. And part of this is because the space itself is changing. So projects are learning how to code things properly, how to approach a new market and learn from the people who've launched before them. But at the same time, there are new innovations in the space that maybe have never been seen before. So we've seen that in last year, a series of attacks related to flash loans. So the ability to borrow a lot of money that's been loaned out and use that money to move things around, that's been something that has really caused a lot of attacks and loss of funds. It could be argued that that might not be seen as a bug because that's just a system working as it works, because there really wasn't an issue with how the code performed. But ultimately, the way we see it is if the system involves a person taking money from another person or a group of people, then we qualify that into an attack, something that's malicious, that isn't necessarily growing the space together, but actually taking money from each other in a way that's less just and not necessarily what should be done. And here you can see just an image with a lot of different projects that existed and the hacks associated. You can see they range from a couple $1,000s to several $1 million. Ultimately, we believe that this is just way too much, and we want to try to help protect both the users, the projects, but the space as a whole. And so with that, speaking of CertiK, part of our mission is to really provide end-to-end security across the entire blockchain lifecycle. So CertiK.org, if you go there, you could learn more about every different area of this. Within this presentation, I want to focus directly on Skynet, CertiK Shield, and the security leaderboard. So audits and security oracle. Audits are what we're known for in the space. We've actually audited over $10 billion of projects of asset value. So we partner with top exchanges, which include Binance, Toko Crypto, and others. And we work directly with the projects to make sure that they are secure prior to listing. Some of the projects that we've audited would include a lot of Binance Smart Chain projects. So PancakeSwap, like other Binance Labs projects like Matic, like Harmony. And they go into some just big DeFi projects like Aave, Ampleforth. So it's very, and an audit is where we enter the space to really get familiar with what's going on in the code. But an audit is really intended to protect things before the launch. And so what we also want to focus on was just how do we continue this value prop of security throughout the rest of the life. And so that's where Skynet comes in. Whereas Certic Shield comes in and security leaderboard come in. And then the security oracle, that's actually tied to the Certic chain, which is an entire blockchain itself that's proof of stake built on the Cosmos SDK. It's used to relay and connect multiple different blockchains together and offer the same suite of tools and security and scanning and services across the broader ecosystem. So the purpose is not to be actually the chain of choice, but actually to work with every chain. Because ultimately, we don't believe security should be a choice. Security should just be a good for all. In terms of Skynet, or actually, I want to start with the leaderboard because that's the most public, and you can see that on certic.org. If you go on this, you'll see it's very much like a CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap in some ways, but really the focus is on security. So we tried to distill the projects that we've audited, as well as other projects across the space, into a list that's sorted by security scores. The security scores actually synthesize a lot of different tests that we've done, which include actually things as dynamic as the social media, the sense of how the community is thinking about this project, and put that all into one number to give a sense to somebody who might be new to the space or might not have the time to actually dive into audit reports, but still give them a number to try to figure out what does this mean for me and how rigorous were the tests and how secure is the project overall. So you can see on the left side is the security leaderboard. It runs through scans automatically. So it runs through every project and rescans them every couple of minutes. And then you can see on the different areas that it shows there's the actual audit report from a completed audit is present. So if you do want to read it, you can read through that, as well as the scores associated. So the scores help determine just how do these measure up. Within each score, it actually breaks down into the different tests that were run. So you could dive specifically into that. And then you could also see things like the Certic Shield, which Certic Shield as an introduction, I'll talk about it in a little bit, but it's an alternative to insurance. So when projects come in and they get audited, we want to make sure that we'll do our best to spot all the bugs, to make sure that the economics make sense. And we look through the code and we run a series of tests and we work directly with the project and really figure out what are you intending to do. When the project launches, we use the security leaderboard and the other tools that I'll talk a bit called Skynet. And those are meant to monitor what's going on. So if anything happens, anything that's out of the ordinary, Skynet should catch it. It should catch it, should alert the area or the community, as well as this leaderboard itself, and to let people know that there's something weird going on. It's something that the community should be aware of. On top of that is the alternative to insurance. So if you yourself or the project themselves want to protect them, just in case something happens, they could purchase Certic Shield memberships in which they own shields that are able to reimburse a certain amount that is eligible based off of the amount that they've purchased. So for instance, if they have $100 worth of tokens, they could purchase $100 worth of shields. So that would help them get some shielding in case something does happen that's out of the ordinary. Just it's a brace for the unexpected. So next is Skynet. So this actually, you saw this a little bit in the image, but Skynet is a continuous coverage and monitor service that looks through the code, looks through social media, looks through governance and more to determine an overall synthesis of how secure is this project. You could see on the left side, there's a lot of dynamics, and it includes things like governance, because in the case of rug pulls, a lot of them happen because the code embeds the ability for an admin to really walk away with a series of funds that's locked to the project. So in terms of that governance, we want to spot that and identify that for a community if this is one of those projects. If this is a smart contract that has the ability for someone to kind of take money and go, so maybe they could migrate money from one contract to another, we want to spot that and allow the community to really know and determine that maybe they do want to take the risk and they understand that this is something that's intended, or they should understand that this is something that seems a little bit fishy and out of the ordinary, and it's something to definitely be aware of. On the right side, you can see the security oracle. So security oracle is an oracle score that relays what's happening on the security side of the project and relays it to other chains. So it's present, the oracle score is present and dynamically updating on the CERT chain itself. And because the CERT chain is able to connect with things like Ethereum, with Binance Smart Chain and other chains, this allows any different projects that need these scores as kind of like a grade for a smart contract. It allows them to actually take that to make a decision. So we want to put this on chain because in the future of smart contracts and in more complex computations, we would expect that, for instance, if there's an autonomous car that's looking to see, should I pay for gas? Something like that, they want to check to see before paying to make sure that they would actually get the funds through and then receive the gas. That's not something that a computer would be able to check against our computer because they're both computers, they're both programs. But if there's a way to do a proxy to determine, is this indeed as secure as it's supposed to be? Is it actually going to do the swap as we agree upon? That could be the key before actually sending the funds, because otherwise a program could send another program funds, but one program could run away with them. So ultimately, this is meant to give an overview of what's going on in a project. So we apply this to our clients after they finish audits, so that we could continuously make sure that we're able to give them the value proposition of assurances and protections throughout the entire life cycle. This next piece is called the CERT Shield. So you can find this on shield.certic.org. What this is an alternative to insurance, as I mentioned, that allow you to protect your own funds if they get stolen. So you can see how it works in this little diagram, but actually similar to yield farming and liquidity mining and liquidity providing, there are individuals who are in the CERTIC community who have CTK and stake CTK. They would stake CTK as collateral to be used for protection in case there is truly a hack that is able to be voted in as worthy of reimbursement. If there is no reimbursement, then these individuals make yield. So a lot of rewards for putting in their funds and locking them in. In terms of the yield, they also earn the payments that are paid as membership fees for anyone who purchases shields. So every time that more shields are purchased, the collateral pool earns more funds. In the meantime, because as I mentioned, CERT chain is a proof of stake chain. The CTK is also staked and earning about 8% interest every year, because the network itself is inflationary, and so it will share about 8%. And so when you combine those two together, you actually, instead of in liquidity mining where decentralized exchanges use these systems, or the projects use these systems on decentralized exchanges to provide liquidity so you can make trades, we're trying to have the same incentives, but allow that to incentivize projects to protect each other, or people to protect each other by earning the yields for their funds, but also choosing the right projects to stake against because those projects are secure. And so it also opens up the door for any of the community members of the projects to seek out the shields. So if you're going to be holding a token for a long time, then it might make sense to also make sure that you're protected in case something does happen. The reimbursement process is actually through a voting process. So this is fully decentralized. there would be the proposal of what happened, the investigation of what happened, and then the community to vote to determine whether it gets reimbursed or not. So this would kind of make sure that it covers a system to be protected against any gamification. And there's certain amount of fees and disincentives to make sure that people aren't trying to take advantage of this, but actually this is really used for reimbursement of truly lost funds. And ultimately, CTK is the unit of payment throughout the entire system, both from paying for shields as well as paying for rewards of people who provide their collateral. So overall, this is the system. There's a couple more specifics of them, but I didn't want to get into too much of the details. The audit and security oracle typically are very, very technical. But just as a whole, our goal is to unify these different product lines together so that for projects that enter the space, whether it is a highly capitalized project, one that has a lot of funds to keep building things, or if it's just a new up and coming project that's curious about how do I build things the right way, we're trying to provide tools for every type of project, every type of protocol. So whether you're on Ethereum or BSC or an alternative one, we want to make sure that the space is fully covered, and these things go hand in hand to provide the best protection possible for the space. So thank you for listening to the presentation, and I'd love to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Daryl Hawk, as a COO of CertiK, who just shared about the CertiK, everything, the explanation that we just shared on and also on behalf of Binance Smart Chain as well. Okay. So to those of you who has any question regarding Daryl presentations, langsung disubmit aja teman-teman. Please everyone stop commenting on my bald head ya. Sekarang udah berhenti dulu komentarin kepala saya. Kita ngobrol dulu sama Daryl ya teman-teman ya. Oke. Baik, kalau ada pertanyaan boleh silahkan. Kalau tidak ada kita akan langsung masuk karena nanti juga Daryl bakalan ikutan juga untuk panel discussion ya. Untuk nanti akan ngobrol-ngobrol juga dengan narasumber kita yang lain, baik itu dari Fortube, nanti Janet juga bakalan join, kemudian dari CeFi juga, Veronica juga akan join, dan juga nanti Pak Manda dari toko kripto juga akan join, dan nanti ada Jeff Cheng yang akan menjadi moderator berikutnya. Oke? Baik, berarti kita langsung panel ya. Oke, thank you Daryl. So maybe I will save your question for the panel discussion.
Great,
so
great.
Join with Janet, Veronica, and also Pak Manda later on the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem. Thank you Daryl.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Iya. Oke, tenang dulu teman-teman yang di YouTube. Udah nggak sabar ya, pengen tahu untuk kata kunci yang keempat. Saya sampai nervous banget loh dari tadi ya, karena teman-teman ternyata ramai sekali. Terima kasih banyak. Nggak ada baper-baperan ya, nggak ada yang negatif-negatif. Pokoknya kita semua kumpul-kumpul hari ini untuk Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Jadi semoga teman-teman semuanya sehat. Oke, yang udah ditunggu-tunggu, yang udah nggak sabar, pasti pengen segera ngedapetin kata kunci yang keempat. Nah, siap-siap. Sabar dulu ya, sabar teman-teman. Komennya ditahan dulu. Ini dia kata kunci yang keempat. Dan juga habis ini saya akan menunjukkan barcode. Ya, teman-teman, saya habis ini akan menunjukkan barcode. Teman-teman harus scan barcode itu, kemudian mengisi data, melengkapi dengan kata-kata kunci yang sudah Tommy sampaikan dari 1, 2, 3 dan juga kata kunci terakhir ini. Ya, oke. Kata kunci yang terakhir, oke, bukan botak, bukan. Ya, cukup. Kata kunci yang terakhir. Oke, this is the final keyword for you to collect, so you can get maybe around 200 TKO. Okay, this is the final keyword for Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Okay, the final keyword, hybrid. Okay, udah puas? Nah, senyum dulu dong. Hybrid. Okay, the final keyword, yeah, the last word, hybrid. Dan jangan lupa nanti masih akan ada lucky draw yang terakhir, masih akan bagi-bagi $100 worth BNB. Jadi teman-teman jangan kemana-mana, akan ada 5 orang yang nanti akan saya undi juga. Sekali lagi, kata terakhir adalah hybrid. Oke, dan sekarang siap-siap teman-teman, nanti langsung di-scan, saya akan menunjukkan barcode-nya untuk teman-teman bisa scan, dan nanti bisa langsung isi dengan 4 kata kunci yang sudah saya sebutkan dari awal acara tadi. Oke, show the barcode, so everyone can scan, and also can mention all the 4 keyword that I already shared since the beginning of this event. Oke. Hybrid ya kata terakhirnya ya. Oke, barcode-nya boleh ditunjukkan? Ya, siap. Handphonenya disiapin dulu teman-teman sebelum saya akan tunjukkan barcode-nya. Nah, nih. Ya, siap-siap langsung di-scan. Oke, yang paling cepat, yang paling bisa submit kata-kata 4 kata kunci tadi yang bakalan paling cepat ngedapetin TKO-nya. Ya. 3, 2, 1, go! Oke. Nah, gitu dong komennya. Tommy tampan pemberani apa dari tadi saya dibilang botak-botak. Nggak ada baper. Saya mah seru-seruan aja. Dan kita seharian loh bareng-bareng teman-teman ya. Ini kuota saya juga khawatir nih. Sorry ya pakai bahasa Indonesia dulu ya. Soalnya di YouTube lagi seru. Oke. Oke, sudah di-scan teman-teman. Setelah saya tutup, udah nggak bisa lagi ya. Jadi di-scan barcode-nya, ya. Kemudian diisi apa yang mesti teman-teman isi. So for the international participant, don't forget to scan this barcode and don't forget to fill with our 4 keyword that I just mentioned and share since the beginning of this event. Oke, dan aku nggak bisa ngulang lagi ya. Tommy udah nggak bisa ngulang lagi. Semoga beruntung teman-teman. Ya, ditambah lagi yang udah sempat share emoji-emojinya teman-teman gitu yang udah menjadi tim DeFi atau mungkin tim CeFi gitu ya, itu juga jadi poin tersendiri. Ya bahkan kalau misalnya keren banget, oke banget gitu juga kita akan kasih tambahan sekitar 75 TKO ya, tapi yang pasti nanti panitia lah dari toko crypto team yang akan benar-benar menentukan siapakah teman-teman yang akan berhasil bisa di-scan-nya di layarnya teman-teman dong. Itu sudah ada tuh, udah kita tunjukin ya teman-teman. Nah, itu tinggal di-scan. Oke. Siap. Sudah siap ya teman-teman ya? Sudah ya? Oke, 4 katanya langsung dimasukkan. Oke. Siap. Sudah? Bismillah. Semoga beruntung ya. Tepuk tangan dong. Sudah tidak bisa di-scan lagi. Barcode-nya sudah kita tutup. Kemudian kata kunci hutangnya Tommy ini 4 sudah disebutkan semuanya. Berarti masih ada 1 hutang lagi di mana nanti masih akan ada lucky draw. Jadi teman-teman yang pengen memperebutkan $100 worth of BNB, silahkan ditunggu. Nanti di akhir sesi masih akan ada spin the wheel lagi, di mana teman-teman bisa memperebutkan $100 worth of BNB yang bisa diperebutkan untuk 5 orang teman-teman tokenauts yang menyimak sampai dengan selesai nanti. Oke, sekarang kita akan masuk ke panel discussion kita yang terakhir. Jadi kita akan mendiskusikan, tadi kita sudah sempat melihat presentasi dari Veronica Wong juga, dari CeFi, kemudian ada Janet juga dari Fortube, dan juga Daryl yang barusan kita simak dari Certike, dan nanti juga akan join untuk hadir di sesi panel diskusi kita yang terakhir ini. Akan ada Pak Manda, ini dari toko kripto, dan sesi ini akan langsung dimoderatori oleh Jeff Cheng. Ini merupakan BSC Community Manager dari Binance. So let's proceed to the final discussion, who will discuss about the blockchain security ecosystem of BSC, who will moderate by Jeff Cheng.
Selamat siang, guys. Nama saya Jeff. Thank you for Toko Crypto team and Tommy for hosting this great event. And I'm Jeff from BSC team. I'm the community manager. Yeah, so let me do a quick update of BSC's data. So since for 6 months, we have reached nearly $18 billion BEP20 tokens on BSCs, and our daily active address reached 240K, and weekly active address to 650K, and nearly 250% transaction compared to Ethereum. So it's only 6 months, and we have this outstanding data, and we are keep moving forward. And now we start the panels. So first questions, in your opinion, what should a blockchain ecosystem consist of, and which is the most important component contributing towards its growth? Is community or blockchain tech or projects? I would like Manda from Toko team to answer the first question.
Okay, let me start for answer this question. Thanks, Jeff. For us in Indonesia, my opinion is the most important is about government support or regulation. I mean, without the regulation, we hard to do some significant step to make ecosystem bigger. So beside of regulation, of course, entire stakeholder. I mean, we have experience in Indonesia. Even government already released the regulation, but some of stakeholder they just hold on regarding to provide services for crypto industry. For example, like banking, and then some other company. So that's why I don't know. This is about. It's not synchronized between the regulation or industry or what. And then the last one is about ecosystem, a community ecosystem. I mean, after the community know about the regulation, definitely they can gain the trust, right? After they gain the trust, definitely the ecosystem will be improved very soon. Yep, that's my opinion, Jeff.
Thank you, Manda, for the conference part. I would like Veronica to answer this question too. SafePol as a user portal of the decentralized world and centralized world, what is the most important component for you guys?
Thank you, Jeff. This is a great question. So if we break down the blockchain ecosystem, there will be 5 layers. So the bottom layer is the blockchain infrastructure, and then second layer, the layer 2, and third layer, smart contracts and all of the DeFi projects, and fourth layer, the application like wallets, exchange, payment solutions, and also the last layer on top of it, we have our users. That means the community. So I think if from a bottom-up structure, the most kind of game-changing or the most kind of critical roles are set by the blockchain infrastructure. So from Ethereum to EOS to Filecoin to Algorand to all of the projects, they are setting the new rules, and people and projects are following the path. So right now we have Binance Smart Chain, which is already a leading player in the blockchain ecosystem. So we really look forward to more projects that can bring the promising future of DeFi, gamification, NFT to our end users, so that users can bridge the gap between the physical world and the blockchain world. So in my opinion, actually, I think the blockchain technology and infrastructure would be the most critical for the long-term kind of development and evolution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica, for sharing the 5 layers of a blockchain ecosystem. And the next questions. You guys are key individuals from different projects built on BSCs. How do you guys think that your respective projects can work together and provide a better ecosystem for BSC team? The first person I want to ask is Janet from FullTube. I know you guys are releasing the 3.0, right?
Yes, we're launching a 3.0 soon. Thank you, Jeff. This is a really great question. Berlangsung actually is one of the first batch of 5 projects integrated with Binance Smart Chain, and the world's leading scene is very exclusive these days, and Berlangsung is at the forefront. For those of you who aren't familiar with Berlangsung and missed the presentation I just delivered, Berlangsung is a DeFi lending platform based on the smart contract and automated algorithm technology. Basically, it's a platform that allows users to lend, borrow, issue bonds, and yield farming Fortube has strong user base around the world with more than 500,000 active Chinese community users, more than 70,000 users in our English, Korean, and Turkish Telegram groups, as well as more than 23,000 Twitter followers. Our cumulative borrowing volume has exceeded hundreds of millions of dollars. With Fortube, I believe Binance Smart Chain ecosystem is richer and growing faster. As for working with each other, actually, Certic's already been our security partner. We all know that Certic is one of the top security solutions with best-in-class technologies, and our team is always emphasizing great importance on the security. So our collaboration is a natural result. And we're glad to have this panel discussion with our partner. After the launch of the Fortube version 3, as Jeff just mentioned, the team will focus on disassembling borrowing and wealth management function. We know that CeFi is a cryptocurrency management platform, so we're more than happy to reach like technical and strategic partnership with CeFi, if possible.
Thank you.
And work together closely to provide a better ecosystem for Binance Smart Chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Yeah, yeah. Congratulations for the collaborations. And I would like Daryl to answer this question too. Yeah, I think Certic have offered a lot of security audit for BSC's projects, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we've worked, I guess everyone in this panel, we've worked with in the past, including like BSC, just like one of the official partners, SafePal, and then Fortube, and a lot of other blockchain companies are built on Binance or part of the Binance network. And so in terms of collaboration, I guess what we see is that it's a responsibility of sorts to provide the best services to help secure blockchain, because ultimately without that, it's just going to hinder the space and it's going to really prevent the future growth. And so being from, as I mentioned in the last panel, the founders, both professors at Yale and at Columbia, there's a lot of technologies that have been used in different industries, and other technologies that are very advanced but have been in academia. And so what we did is we try to take that and bring it to blockchain. Blockchain is a perfect place for this because the risks are so high. When you're dealing with people's money, when you're dealing with individual investors trying to learn the new technologies and play around with it, or you're dealing with identity or loans or anything in between, there's just a lot of money behind it, which means that it brings out the worst of people as well, who are seeking to try to take that money from others. And so in what we try to do is we try to just work directly, collaborate with the projects. Like Fortube, we've done so many audits already, and we worked in the different upgrades. It's all about working to figure out what is the intended endpoint, like what do we want to get to, and then we try to help bring it there. These projects, everyone on the panel, we're talking about some of the best quality technology in the space. And we've seen that firsthand by looking under the hood. And so I think in a lot of ways, it really is about, actually something that you said, Jeff, just about how young BSC is. I think that's a huge opportunity, because that means it doesn't come with the history, the baggage of some of the hacks that have happened in Ethereum's network, for instance, some of the major hacks. So starting afresh means that it's kind of our ability to take this as a new baby protocol that's growing super fast, but try to make sure that it doesn't have these little blips in the history where mistakes happened and people got hurt. Because if it's brand new, we could make sure that we'll do our best to make the pathway clean and be extra diligent to get there.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. So if you are building projects, you know who to find, Certic team. And if you are playing DeFi projects and you see Certic is the audit organization, you can have more confidence. So next questions. Indonesia is one of the best countries in Southeast Asia regarding digital economy, with the high adoption of digital economic wallets, P2P lending, e-commerce. How do you think this characteristic may
Hello, Jeff.
Is
Are you there?
breaking out?
Hey, Jeffrey, back?
I dropped.
Yeah, we hear you.
A bit alike.
Should I go again with the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are in the middle of
Let
your
me-
question.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. Indonesia is one of the best countries in Southeast Asia regarding digital economy, with high adoption of digital economy wallets, P2P lendings, e-commerce. How do you think these characteristics make it easy for adoption of both blockchains and DeFi? Menda, can you answer these questions? You guys know the best of Indonesia market, and I'm very curious
Yeah.
for Indonesia market too.
Sure. Maybe I a bit mix bahasa in English. I believe almost 80% in YouTube there are Indonesian. So basically in Indonesia we have a good smartphone mobile adoption. This is important. Beside of that, we also have a bigger of internet user in Indonesia. And then that's second point. A third point is more than 90 million adult people in Indonesia. They have nothing to get financial services. Believe or not, they don't have like a bank account, right? And then they don't know about the it's like a deposito or it's like a saving, a loan. They are know nothing. They are know nothing. I mean, now Indonesian have like more than 270 million, right? And then almost half they don't have a bank account. This is the fact. And then Indonesia is also emerging market in Southeast Asia, right? And we believe Indonesia have a good power to improve their economy, and then people will support the government. And then the important thing is about crypto legal status in Indonesia. I mean, again, I can say like we are in Indonesia. We have to do like forward step if we don't have like a regulation. A lot of regulation in Indonesia, and then after regulation, they are managing specific about the crypto. Almost all people in the crypto industry happy, definitely. And then now the next step is how we can proven regarding a blockchain technology to government. This is two separate different thing between crypto as an asset or commodity, and then a blockchain as a technology that can be adopted for a private and a public sector. So I believe in Indonesia, a government, they are also try to explore a blockchain technology to their services. And then the last one is about how I want to say. Indonesia is one of the biggest remittance market on Southeast Asia. This is interesting. I mean, we know about the decentralized system, decentralized finance, right? If we can implementing this system in Indonesia, definitely many industry will growing faster. I mean, like no limitation about the country, right? No bureaucracy to make a business difficult or takes more time, right? I think some of the point that I mentioned, this is the point that Indonesia have a big potential for adoption for BSC or decentralized finance, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Mandat, for sharing this. I think blockchain is a trust machine, right? And Veronica, can you stand from SafePost view to answer this question? You provide a centralized service and decentralized service. How you see from Indonesia market, and how you are going to use it?
Yeah, in my previous keynote speech, I have mentioned that earlier this week, we have partnered with Toko Crypto, my honor, to launch our wallet holder offering campaign, and the results are blowing my mind away. So we have seen thousands of users rushing into both Toko and CeFi communities and joining in the task. Those are, some of them are DeFi tasks. For example, you have to hold some currency, you have to use a decentralized swap in order to complete the tasks, and some are centralized CeFi tasks. For example, you need to get a Toko account. So we have seen the local Indonesian users are highly educated about how to participate in the blockchain ecosystem. So we have seen that there are a lot of advanced players among the mass community from the Indonesian audience. So this is a really promising sign. Definitely coming next, part of the CeFi marketing strategy will be focusing on Indonesia. So we have seen a huge potential just from one campaign that we built up with Toko Crypto. So I'm not from Indonesia, so it's impressive to hear the data that Hamanda shared. It's really impressive that half of the population there don't have a bank account. So I think the blockchain technology definitely endorses and empower the local community to store their value and grow their value in the decentralized finance world. So this is a perfect tool for those who don't have a bank account, who are those banking systems that don't cover, can enjoy the freedom of money inside the blockchain ecosystem. So this is the most exciting thing that we can imagine. So the local community is super active and young and educated about how to use this, and they are fully prepared to participate. So I really can't wait to explore more kind of potential ecological partnership with Toko Crypto and other Indonesian projects to see how we can bring the secure and user-friendly solution to the local community. I think Indonesian people are fully prepared.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, Jeff. Jeff. I interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a comment from the audience. I mentioned I want to mix bahasa in English, then I fully English. Let me give 1 minute to summary what a point. So teman-teman, jadi tadi kita bicara pertanyaan dari Jeff. Indonesia itu kan salah satu negara terbaik di Asia Tenggara dalam hal ekonomi digital gitu. Terus kemudian dari adopsi terhadap e-money seperti beberapa dompet e-money yang ada di Indonesia, terus kemudian peer-to-peer ya kan, peer-to-peer lending yang kita juga tahu, dan e-commerce gitu. Nah tadi pertanyaan dari Jeff adalah bagaimana pendapat kami gitu, saya, tentang karakteristik dari masyarakat Indonesia itu untuk memudahkan adopsi dari blockchain, khususnya untuk BSC atau DeFi gitu. Nah tadi saya menjawab ada beberapa hal poin yang menarik di Indonesia yang mungkin saya bisa share juga. Yang pertama adalah kita tahu internet di Indonesia itu sudah semakin lebih baik lagi. Nah, dengan internet yang lebih baik, maka adopsi dari orang yang menggunakan smartphone itu juga lebih bagus. Nah, dari smartphone itu tadi otomatis kita mengetahui bahwa orang itu memiliki high technology adoption rate gitu ya. Jadi adopsinya lebih baik lagi. Nah, yang paling penting adalah kami di Toko Kripto kita punya sebuah data gitu yang kita dapat dari luar, bahwa percaya atau tidak ada 90 juta masyarakat Indonesia dewasa itu yang belum memiliki atau tersentuh fasilitas keuangan yang seperti punya rekening bank atau kemudian mereka punya tabungan deposito dan yang lain-lain. Nah, hal ini yang kemudian menjadi potensi yang besar supaya adopsi dari blockchain atau DeFi itu lebih baik di Indonesia. Mungkin kurang lebih seperti itu. Jeff, back to you.
Okay, yeah. Two more supplements from my side. The first, it's exciting to see that a lot of active DeFi users in Indonesia, and actually BSC have a lot of support for developers. So if you are building projects on BSC, make sure you check what support programs are offering by BSC. And the second reminder is that a lot of people don't have a bank account, but it's very easy to use the SafePo wallet and try the decentralized commercial bank like Photube, right? Yeah, so you can try Photube. It's a very good app. And we will go to the next question. Yeah, last questions. Now all focus on blockchain are all about DeFi, which is a critical initiative to revolutionize the financial industry. What do you think the next focus of blockchain will be on to bring even more adoption? Yeah. So, what is the next big things for you guys? I think Derry can go first.
Okay, so this is a good question. It's very interesting and hard because I think in the short term, what we're seeing right now is a lot of people would say like gaming, collectibles, NFTs. That's like a subset, let's say, of it could be connected to DeFi in some ways. But I think there's a lot of potential there where people start owning their assets and then could use it somewhere. But let's say that's too easy because that's happening already. So in terms of like further down the line in the future, I think the area that I still think has to happen in the future at some point, but haven't seen yet, so this might be a far future, would be around the identity problem, where what I think about the identity is in the physical world, you only have one identity, one true identity, that is, and it's whatever you look like, whatever you are. But in the digital world, there's many different identities because you create a profile and you could put fake information, you could put future information, like whatever it is, and it's very hard to verify. And I think based off of the way that right now, the broader trend of these large tech companies owning a lot of your data, and you kind of using the same profile, even to log into this, for instance, had to log into Google or YouTube in order to be authenticated. And so a lot of this is owned by the single party companies. And there's a lot of questions going on, whether they know too much, whether they're too intrusive, or whether things could be done in a different way. Going to the whole identity or data issue, I think as time progresses, people will want to have more control of their own information and not have that sold to other third parties who ultimately get you to buy things that you don't even know you want. I think there's probably going to be trends in which you could leverage a more singular, passable identity of yourself that is still owned by you. In the same way your private keys are owned by yourself and nobody else has this, but you could still view things or view others' accounts and interact in those ways. I think this is part of like the long tail stretch of what people are hoping blockchain could innovate. There's a lot of people kind of doing centralized things and putting it on the blockchain, which I don't know if that's exactly the right way. But I think if in terms of true innovation and truly affecting how we do things today, but changing the entire paradigm of it, I think blockchain does have potential to do this. I wouldn't say as far as to say it's exactly going to be the next thing, but I think it is something that would be coming in the future.
Yeah, I think DID is one thing that a lot of people are talking about. And Jenny, do you want to share anything about maybe DID with lending protocol to create some under-collateralized borrowing, or like any exciting things from your side?
Yeah, sure. I would love to take Daryl's statement about NFT maybe one step further, because I totally agree. I think that, yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, yes, DeFi is a successful initiative that the beginning of 2020, we predicted that the global total value locked of DeFi will reach like 20 billion. However, the total value locked scale of the DeFi market has exceeded $44 billion. And in my opinion, these data are just really just the beginning, and will continue to hit more and more new highs. DeFi's fever will not fade away. There's no doubt that blockchain technology has already had rich applications in financial scenarios. The next focus of blockchain, the first thing that comes to my mind for me is still more magical combination of blockchain technology and games or art. Non-fungible token, actually, NFT has been around for several years. We all know that. But with the fever of DeFi, NFT has gradually matured and has had some impact on the domains of games and art. Maybe there will be more other various domains. We can see like people's NFT work, the milestone for digital art, collecting NBA Top Shot, God's on-chain game, you name it. We actually we have issued for two community NFT tokens. In the future, we will select high quality and stable NFT assets to be launched on the Virtu platform to add the liquidity option for NFT assets holder. And NFT will also be integrated with Virtu's membership system. Virtu community can support the development of the platform by participating in some volunteering campaigns, and they will be rewarded by NFT tokens according to their contribution. So feel free to join our community if you want to know more about it. Thank you.
Yeah, nice. DeFi plus NFT. And I think we don't have time, so we have 10 more minutes for questions from community. No questions from community? No big question.
Oh.
Okay. So we I think this panel has ended. We can over to Tommy.
Okay.
Thank you for joining this panel.
Actually, we don't think out of
Thank you, Jeff.
Maybe just closing statement from you, Jeff, as a moderator from that we just discussed about the blockchain security ecosystem of Binance Smart Chain. From you, Jeff, as a moderator, anything that you can share as a closing statement?
Yeah, so we can see Binance Smart Chain has grown really fast, and now it's an ecosystem. So we have partners from security, and partner from user portal, and partner from decentralized commercial bank, and our host Toko Cryptos. Like all of these roles consist of Binance Smart Chain community. Yeah, that's a very exciting thing to see, and we are very promising for BSC's future.
Yep. That was our moderator, Jeff Chang, as Binance Smart Chain Community Manager, along with Daryl Hawk, Pak Manda from Toko Crypto, Veronica Wong, and also Jonathan. Thank you so much for
Thank you, everyone.
Really interesting discussion.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, I see you guys. Hope to see you guys next year, but not virtually, face to face. Okay, baik. So that was our last sessions. We just discussed about the blockchain security ecosystem of Binance Smart Chains. The discussion. I hope this discussion will be giving you a really good point of view about BSC, who just shared as well by Zizi during the opening of our summit. Dan terima kasih banyak teman-teman, sekali lagi berarti dengan panel diskusi kita yang terakhir tadi juga ini akan menutup Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021, sebelum nanti akan ada lucky draw yang terakhir. Boleh dong tepuk tangannya dulu nih, yang ada di YouTube ramai banget dari tadi. Terima kasih ya. Nama saya Tommy Prabowo, bukan One Punch, bukan Saitama, ya, bukan Upin Ipin. Terima kasih teman-teman ya. Oke, tapi sebelum saya akan menutup acara kita sore hari ini, terima kasih banget untuk antusiasme teman-teman. Kita hampir 6 jam ya bareng-bareng ya, dari jam 10:30 tadi pagi dan sekarang sudah hampir 4:30 sore ini ya, waktu Jakarta. Terima kasih banyak untuk semangat Anda dimanapun Anda berada. Hari ini ada lebih dari 20.000 yang register dan average ada sekitar 5.000-an teman-teman yang benar-benar live streaming lewat YouTube dari Toko Crypto. Terima kasih banyak. Tapi sebelum saya akan memutar untuk lucky draw kita yang terakhir, untuk spin the wheel yang terakhir, saya pengen mengucapkan dulu banyak sekali terima kasih ya untuk Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Is organized by Toko Crypto in collaboration with Binance, sponsored by Toko Token, SafePal, Certique, Fortube, Autofarm, and thank you for our media partner. Thank you for Blockchain Media Indonesia, Koinvestasi, Aliansi Koin, Crypto Media, Jelajah Koin, Portal Crypto, Chainsite, Medcom Kumparan, Berita 1, Daily Social, CNN, Media Indonesia, Coins Telegram, and also Beat Career. Ya, terima kasih banyak semua sponsor dan juga semangat Anda yang paling luar biasa. Hadiahnya adalah ini dia, lucky draw kita yang terakhir. Kita akan spin the wheel. Ya, jadi sambil nunggu untuk spin the wheel kita akan segera muncul. Ya, berarti nanti Tommy akan mencoba memutar spin the wheel-nya secara digital aja. Tapi jangan diputar dulu ya. Jadi akan ada 5 orang teman-teman tokonauts yang akan beruntung ya memperebutkan sekitar 100 US dollar worth of BNB ya, jadi siap-siap. Tapi yang pasti tadi kita sudah mendapatkan updates dari toko kripto sampai dengan bulan ketiga ya. Kita masih di quarter 1 dari 2021. Tadi Pak Kai sudah memberikan updates. Kemudian juga ada updates juga bahwa toko kripto as di Binance Smart Chain Developer Fund Partner of Indonesia, and also toko kripto as a developer training partner as well in Indonesia. Dan juga tadi kita sudah berdiskusi tentang liquidity pool juga. Kemudian juga kita sudah berbicara banyak juga tentang Binance Smart Chain ekosistem juga, dan banyak sekali tadi yang sudah kita pelajari bersama-sama tentang tentu saja kita sudah melihat debat dari DeFi dan juga CeFi juga gitu ya, bahwa tidak perlu diperdebatkan lagi, tidak perlu mencari pemenang, karena toh juga nanti kita akan jalan bareng-bareng tentu saja untuk bisa benar-benar kolaborasi bersama-sama gitu ya. Ke depannya seperti apa kita lihat saja ya. Jadi dari decentralized finance dan juga centralized finance tidak perlu didebatkan lagi ya, nggak perlu tim-timan lagi, malah kalau perlu kita saling kolaborasi untuk saling mengisi, dan juga tentu saja bisa bersama-sama dengan Binance Smart Chain yang akan bisa memberikan nuansa yang lebih positif lagi untuk pergerakan dari crypto space di Indonesia. Tepuk tangan dulu dong buat toko kripto juga ya. Oke, siap. Hampir 6 jam loh kita bareng-bareng ya. Sekarang siap-siap kita akan putar wheel-nya. Semoga beruntung, ini hadiah terakhir. Yang tadi nungguin banget barcode-nya, kemudian kata-kata kuncinya juga. Jadi meskipun teman-teman akan melihat mundur lah dari tayangan ini segala macam, nggak bisa. Kita tetap akan carinya yang paling cepat, tadi submit-nya yang paling cepat juga, scan-nya juga. Dan juga kata-kata yang 4 tadi Tommy sudah sebutkan sebagai keyword-keyword tersembunyi tadi juga harus tepat dan juga paling cepat. Oke, hadiah terakhir dari Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Semoga beruntung. Ini dia 100 US dollar worth of BNB yang pertama. Acak. Oke. Ini malam minggu bisanya ngacak-acak untuk dapetin BNB ya. Karena teman-teman nggak bisa mengacak-acak hati pasangannya kan? Enakan bercanda pakai bahasa Indonesia, bingung gue bercanda pakai bahasa Inggris. Oke, Muslim Mina Lipasya. Selamat. Our first winner for the last $100 worth of BNB, Muslim Mina. Oke, Muslim Mina. Oke, the second one, semoga beruntung. Acak. Rame deh, komennya rame deh teman-teman ya. Gak pada malam mingguan ya. Aduh, udah mau Ramadan teman-teman ya, komennya yang menyenangkan aja, yang lucu-lucu aja. Oke, berikutnya yang kedua, sekali lagi kita punya 4 ya, Anando F Real ya, Anando F Real. Congrats Anando dan Muslim Mina. Oke, yang ketiga masih ada 3 lagi, Acak. Sekali lagi yang benar-benar ngikutin dari awal tadi, dari tepat jam 10:30 pagi ya, sampai dengan hampir 4:30 sore hari. Terima kasih banyak. Semoga tahun depan sih kita udah nggak virtual lagi teman-teman ya. Pandemi sudah bisa kita lewati dengan baik. Kita bisa tatap muka untuk acara Indonesia Blockchain Week tahun depan. Rudy Jailani. Apakah ini ada hubungannya dengan Dul? Anaknya Ahmad Dhani? Oh enggak ya. Oke, yang keempat, komputer Acak. Ayo, ini dia yang keempat. Masih ada 2 lagi ya. Siapakah yang beruntung untuk mendapat Acak? Acak, karena banyak banget ternyata ini yang submit nih namanya ya. Jadi yang ngerasa tim CeFi dan juga tim DeFi udah nggak perlu repot lagi. Tadi udah kita diskusikan bersama. Kevin, selamat Kevin. Kevin, you will receive $100 worth of BNB. Kevin. Oke, terakhir teman-teman, sekali lagi semoga beruntung jadi rejeki di pertengahan Maretnya teman-teman semua di bulan ketiga 2021 ini. Semoga semuanya sehat, tetap protokol kesehatan juga, rajin pakai maskernya, dan ini berarti $100 worth of BNB yang terakhir. Komputer, acak. Melengkapi Muslim, kemudian Ananda, Rudy, dan juga Kevin. Siapakah yang beruntung? Kita lihat bersama-sama ya. Surya Rodoli. Siap? Berarti sudah lengkap. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi. Ini dia akhir dari Indonesia Blockchain Week in collaboration with Binance Summit 2021. Jadi sekali lagi selamat untuk Muslim, selamat untuk Ananda, kemudian juga selamat untuk Mas Rudi Jailani, dan juga selamat untuk Kevin, dan juga selamat untuk Mas Surya. Yang belum beruntung, semoga tahun depan ketika kita menggelar untuk Indonesia Blockchain Week tahun depan, semoga ada keberuntungan lagi. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak teman-teman. Thank you to all the speakers, all the international speakers, both from Indonesia and also from globally, of course. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise. Terima kasih sudah mau membuka kacamata kita tentang Binance Smart Chain, kemudian juga sudah membuka kacamata kita bersama-sama tentang centralized finance dan juga decentralized finance juga. Dan semoga teman-teman benar-benar mendapatkan berbagai macam point of view baru untuk semakin bikin rame, semakin bikin menggeliat dan juga positif lagi crypto space di Indonesia. Ya, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk toko kripto, dan juga terima kasih banyak untuk Binance, dan juga yang paling luar biasa adalah terima kasih untuk semua tokonauts yang sudah bergabung dari tadi pagi, dan juga semangat Anda, terima kasih banyak, dan juga untuk semua tim dan juga panitia, thank you banget. Jaga kesehatan teman-teman, semoga insya Allah kita tahun depan bisa ketemu lagi untuk Indonesia Blockchain Week, atau mungkin akan collaborate lagi bersama dengan Binance Summit di tahun depan dalam kondisi yang lebih menyenangkan lagi. Jangan lupa untuk tetap menggunakan maskernya, tetap protokol kesehatan, jaga kesehatan teman-teman. Stay safe everyone. My name is Tommy Prabowo. Well, I see you next year for the Indonesia Blockchain Week 2022. Stay safe everyone. Stay healthy. Bye-bye. Thank you.